no. Oh no. Oh no, my UI got messed up. Oh shit. Well, that's a great way to start things today, isn't it? I hate it when this happens. Okay, so my protection window is rolled into my UI, and yeah, that the only way to fix this is to close and reopen the game. Boy, what a start today, isn't it? Ay, Dios míos. No, it's not going to work. See, here's how I know it's not going to work. The window is not taking into account the fact that the taskbar exists. I don't know how to fix this without restarting my computer. I'm not going to. I'm not. Okay, that fixed it. I don't know why. There we go. I wish I understood that. I wish I understood why the protection window will only separate from the rest of your UI if the game is not running windowed in a incorrect position. I have no idea what caused that. I'm just glad I didn't have to reboot my computer. That was the only way I was able to fix it last time it happened. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm not going to let that sour the stream. We're going to have fun today. We are going to have lots of fun today. Check on our food situation here. What food situation? There's no food. I gotta make some. I was being lazy last time and I didn't make enough food. Assuming that each garlic is 5, I'll go get a couple more. Some more eggs over here. Some of my chickens have grown up. Alright, that's a fair few ingredients right there. The chicks automatically hatch. Yes, okay, so the egg has to stay fertilized first. That's actually the hardest part right there. Even if you put a rooster and a hen in a pen together, it seems like the actual rate of eggs that get fertilized is surprisingly low. So the, but eventually, yes, eventually you'll get a fertilized egg, and you just leave it on the floor inside of your animal pen. It will eventually hatch. It takes a while. It's probably going to take longer in later versions, because I think we're still operating on 42.13 settings here. I think as of 42.15, with the changes to Apocalypse, I think they made animal reproduction take a lot longer. So everything I just got out of the freezer still needs to thaw. And I am impatient, so we're going to thaw them in the microwave. Perhaps I'll actually cook those potatoes. Cook them before we add them to a recipe. Alright, let's see if we can get out all that. We got 5 pans, but I think I got out ingredients for way over 10, so we're gonna... pumpkins. Let's process the pumpkins first. I'm gonna slice one and smash another. That way they count as separate ingredients. These should all come out to be quite chunky. Perfect, okay. I'm gonna add a little bit more spices to it that we grew. That'll be fun. We are... Hey, Command, how's it going? We're losing weight and we're at 78 kilos, so it actually would make sense to put on some chunk here. Let's go ahead and fatten these up. And I'm just going to add some lard to the first one. Everything else can just be maintenance. The lard itself will be a good opener. We're also we're going to be in pain for a little while because we did a lot of exercise at the end of last session, so we are going to be feeling the pain, as it were. Looks like these all came out to be 90s. And yeah, we are going to be strained for probably the entire day. That is how that works. We have painkillers for that. Alrighty. Storage system should be established. Long overdue on that. What would I want for that? Let's go with an empty backpack for starters. Oh, yes, the white van is my welding truck. Okay. So all these steel sheets that you guys have seen me pick up and just not really do anything with immediately, it's all been working towards this, because we have a lot, and I mean a lot, of steel crates to build, because they are bigger than wooden crates. Only question at this point is where. And I would have hoped to have figured that out by now, but not quite. Now, I do have a guaranteed answer to that for the gun and bomb workshop over here. We're going to do a row of crates just right along this, at least these 5 tiles here. Because one of the reasons I got these bags on the floor right here is that this is where the guns are going to go. So that's a good start right there. Starting with accessories. Followed by handguns. Or we're just doing guns up here. Guns and magazines, we're not doing ammo. So we should have room for everything that way. Sometimes I'll like to do guns and ammo, and if I do that, then the boxes will fill up before I even know what to do with everything else. Because you get a lot of both eventually. I don't know why I did that. I should have just kept that magazine loaded. I'm going to start by only putting perfect condition weapons into their corresponding containers for now. Perhaps I'll have like a separate bin just for weapons that are damaged, so that I can know which ones to use as fodder for repairs versus which ones I can actually go and just pick up as a replacement. I think everything in this bag is already damaged. Except for these two, okay. Yeah, she is in a lot of pain right now. Hey there, how's it going? Big up indeed. Today we've got some organization on the agenda. Lots of it. And then we are getting started with exploring this side of Louisville. Take a little while to get to that point, but that's where we're going. So everything in this container is not perfect condition, but has also not been repaired yet. Everything beyond that, these three containers here, perfect condition, never been repaired. We'll differentiate them a little bit further after that because we have to. If we don't, the containers will just fill all the way up. Okay, another dose of painkillers for her. Don't want her to be in too much pain for too long here. Alright, so that deals with all the guns that were in the bags on the floor there. Then we've got a couple that we laid on the table here. Let's deal with those next. Now, guns that are actually fully upgraded and ready to use, I'm going to put on top of the containers to differentiate them. Most of guns that are already upgraded and ready to use are going to be kept in the ambulance, but ones that are highly situational, like the sawed-off shotgun here, the sawed-off shotgun is going to... I don't know if I'm going to use it again. It was particularly for the military research facility because we were forced into high-density close quarters combat. But there is almost nowhere else on the map where we're actually forced to do high-density close quarters, which is a good thing. You don't ever want to be in high-density close quarters combat in this game. Not this game, no. That is a fast way to die. Very fast way to die. Okay, not bad. I didn't even think we had a pristine Magnum, but we do. That is a very good thing. No idea how to read that. I can read several different languages, but that right there. He deleted it. R.I.P. No, still not. He switched languages. Try again for a penny. I would translate it, but I can already tell you he's copying and pasting, so we're not doing that today. Today's plan is mostly base work. Base work is basically all we're doing first, and then we are going to move up and explore the local area, see if we can nail any survivor homes. So if we look at the map here, we are currently located in Louisville, and we've explored some of these houses here, but there's a lot of houses we have yet to explore, and we're going to want to see if any of those are survivor homes, which may have a chance at Longblade 5. Someday we may actually get Longblade 5. Today's not that day. These are all accounted for. It's tiresome. Must be a sign that I'm getting bigger. I haven't had persistent spammers on my channel before. I've had one or two, but they usually give up. Alright, we're going to need another round of these lovely metal crates now that these 5 have been taken care of. I swear I had one more bag of guns. Was it this one? What did I do with them? I think I already put them up. Yeah, okay. That's good. We can carry enough materials to build these in sets of 5. That has already wiped out our entire fortune of small metal sheets. That's okay. We've got a lot more larger ones. Stand by. Just got a message on my work channel. I gotta take a look at it real quick. Painkillers don't last long enough in this game, I'm telling you. We took one like an hour ago, and now she's already back to agony. Thankfully, I don't think there's an overdose mechanic, so yeah, there's no overdose and there's no addiction, so we do have enough painkillers to last the night here. We'll get her through this. She shall not suffer for long. Yeah, you know what? I did more or less plan to have some wall storage here. I didn't quite determine what to put in them, but that's okay. I'm going to do 2 more. Which means we're going to take these steel sheets and split it. What did I do with my toolkit? Probably in the ambulance. That's where it should be. Yes. There's my welder's mask in there. We'll need that. We can build these crates without a mask, apparently. But we can't cut 4 small metal sheets without one. Now we just need a couple of scrap. Oh, ran out of rods. Oh, there's some welding stuff on the ground here. Interesting. I actually forgot about that. I'm actually going to try to sleep off some of this pain now that the painkillers have taken effect. I literally, I couldn't finish the sentence. I couldn't finish the sentence. She's already back in fucking agony. This is why I don't do workouts. It not only knocks you on your ass for an entire day, it makes it impossible to function without her being in misery, and I hate that. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. My characters will not be miserable. But that means I am absolutely going to sleep as soon as these painkillers take effect. Ugh. She couldn't even sleep it off. That's fine. I didn't check to see how much strength experience we got last time. Probably a fair amount. We are currently at 113,000 out of 150,000, so we are not that far away. The funniest part, though, is we'll probably actually get to strength level 10 before we build up enough regularity to make it an easy experience. So we're basically guaranteed to be miserable. But we'll get there. Wiped out a couple of propane tanks there. We can go get rid of these, put them with the other ones we've wiped out. Maintaining weight gain, which is good. Alright, so we've got a total of 7 crates on this wall. That should be enough for just about everything that we have. Start with, I'm just going to start with building materials. Should be an easy win. Alright, so next I need to establish... Now, I'm doing things a little bit differently than I normally do here. Normally, I'll establish an electrical container for electrical supplies, and then kind of identify where the rest of my crates are in relation to that crate of electrical supplies. But I'm doing things a little bit differently now, because I've got bigger crates, much bigger crates. Well, they're about 25% bigger, so bigger, but not like, you know, colossal. So if this is building materials, then we should do electrical, like, right here. Nope, we do not do mods here for the most part. There is a grand total of one mod, and it's a texture replacement to make our black pack tactical black instead of green. Playing with mods is a basic, well, depending on the mod. A lot of mods are a guarantee of breaking your save when there's an update that comes along. Hashtag not all, but enough. It's a little bit of everything in some of these bags. I don't think we have anything functional in these crates. No, this is all decoration. I suppose if we do building materials here, then we can do regular materials next to it. Now, usually I put first aid to the right of electronics. So I suppose I could do that. TBA as to whether it'll stay this way. But for now, at least we have a place to consolidate things. Split between building materials and electrical and regular materials, we can empty a vast majority of these, the total encumbrance of these bags here. It'll just leave us with things like decorations and reading material and stuff like that. And do tools and related melee stuff in that one. Lots of first aid in this one. Oh yeah, well, for now. The roads won't stay clean for long. They will, at least in this universe, they will continue to repopulate until we start over. And that's okay, because once we start over, the new rules take effect, and the new rules mean that respawns are disabled on default settings. Can't wait for that. It's gonna be great. Surprisingly, there's less stuff over here that defies categorization than I was anticipating, and I'm perfectly okay with that. How many bases? At this point, we have one minimum in each town. So we started in Riverside. That's where our largest base of operations is. Basically, our base in Riverside is the biggest base for anything that's outside of Louisville. But then we have 3 of them in 3, yeah, 1, 2, 3, right, left, and top in Brandenburg. Just 1 in Ekron, just shy of the community college there. 2 in Irvington. No, only 1 of substance in Irvington. We have an actual base and then two safe houses to sleep in. Echo Creek, the only correct place to make a base, and the gas station. Everybody loves that for good reason. We have field bases in places like the north side of Guns Unlimited and the military research facility. Those are mostly single purpose. Once we finished with those, we were done for good. Gas station in Rosewood, gas station in March Ridge, as well as a ingress outpost here so that we can come in from the south. And 1 real base in Muldraw, and 3, 1, 2, 3 outposts. The first was mostly just a temporary one to the north of the MassGen Fatco base. A couple of outposts on the road between Muldraw and West Point, and then of course West Point was our staging ground base for the assault in the eastward direction for the Crossroads Mall operation. Ruby Gas there moving north through the military checkpoint. 1, 2, 3 outposts here. I didn't even mark the one. We put tiny little outposts in the guard towers. I'm not even going to count those. And then, of course, here's our main base of operation in Jericho. So I don't have I don't really have like a total count of how many there are. There's too many to actually give a solid number. Especially because my definition of base is a little bit flexible. Still in weight gain? Yeah, we're still gaining weight. Have another bite of this chunky roast. Now, we can establish places to store most of the rest of this stuff. But then it's going to start getting complicated because a lot of what we have left now isn't necessarily stuff that's going to be hard to find a home for. It's going to be hard to find a unique home for, if that makes sense. I believe all of these are charged heavy-duty vehicle batteries, which means they go in the vehicle recovery truck over here. Now, we went to bed really early, so what I'm going to do is go to sleep at, like, about 3. That should, leave us in a position where maybe I can drink some coffee by, like, 9, and then I'll be awake, good and awake for the rest of the day after that. Yeah, I actually knew that long before I got into this. I saw some of my favorite content creators having to repeat themselves for the sake of new audience members, and yeah, I'm cool with it. I don't mind repeating myself on occasion. Repeating myself to the same person, never. But to new folks, yeah, sure, no problem. So I'm gonna put the radio there to decorate the electrical crate, so I know which one at a glance. Makes my life a little bit easier. Let's do a crate on the far right side under the American flag there. That will be literature. Literature specifically that reduces stress or unhappiness. Not comic books, though. I need comic books separate because those are going to go back to Riverside to my mega comic book collection someday. So comic books will not stay here. Comic books will go to the mega collection. Yo, how's it going? One would logically assume that we would want to put books on a bookshelf, which I would agree with you if books actually could fit on the bookshelf without filling it up very, very quickly. Bookshelves in this game just aren't big enough for all the books that I like to collect, so we do crates. I'm actually putting tobacco in with first aid for now. We may actually fill up the first aid bin if we keep that up, so TBA as to whether we'll continue that. These crates are almost completely full. Of musical instruments, specifically. Yes, in fact, these are so full of musical instruments that we have a garbage bag full of them on top. So these last two items here, the sax here, and its box, we'll put on top. This is temporary storage because we are going to have a conservatory at some point, but that's going to be a little farther down the line. So this stuff does need a home that is not the floor and not a bunch of garbage bags in the meantime. So to the left of this storage crate, we're going to put everything that is not a book that only reduces stress and unhappiness, right? So skill magazines and similar. Including books that I don't actually really need. Such as skill books that are outmoded at this point. And we'll do CDs in that as well. Some of this should have already been moved to the kitchen, and that's okay. We'll get it there. Mr. Lamprey. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I've never heard of them. Hopefully he's a stand-up dude. I have had at least somebody call me I've had at least somebody call me Ron Jeremy at home. Discount Ron Jeremy, as it were. Cheapskate John magazines are bed sheets for me. Why? Why not? Excellent. Good to hear. And just to remind myself that this is the one that we're going to put magazines in, I'll put a few on top of it. Perfect. Got some tobacco for the bin right there, and then another book, and then some materials. Do we have any completely unused crates? There's supposed to be tools right there. Okay, so no crates are completely unused. They're all purpose now. The tools crate may get many other things as the situation calls for it. We're going to have a separate wardrobe, so clothing... we don't have to think too hard about. That's going to go somewhere else. And there's going to be anything food related or cooking related that kind of leaked among these other bags. That's we have a kitchen all the way over there. That's where that goes. Memorabilia is going to be the hardest thing to categorize because I don't really. Probably we'll do wooden crates on this side next to the. This is where we're putting spare furniture. Yeah, we'll do wooden crates on that side. That's, okay, so, yeah. We've got one thing in common, at least. I don't do don't do non-default settings though. So I mean, to me, kills are just a number. I don't really care that much about kill count. That is 16 times zombies just sounds like a miserable experience. I do enjoy the combat, but I don't enjoy it so much that I would want to do nothing but combat for hours upon hours upon hours on end. Switching between combat and other silly things is actually what I enjoy most about the game. So we did have some guns in this bag, and they are all pristine. Yes, they're all pristine. So into the handgun bin they go. As fate would have it, we do have some ammo that did not make its way into the ammo trucks. Ammo trucks are around the corner here. I keep them mobile. Basically, these 3 vehicles have all of the ammo on the map, with a few exceptions. Cartons upon cartons upon cartons. Loose boxes on this side. Hey, we can make another carton of 9mm now, thanks to what we just put in there. Ah, the chickens are killing each other. Okay, that means we've got 2 roosters. Did any of them actually kill each other? I am actually letting them grow up to the point where they start fighting so that I can turn one of them into a meat sack, which is less damaged. They're all damaged. I'm going to take the fatter one. There's going to be a few more of those later on. Do I have my knife? Yes, I have my knife. This is my equivalent of taking them out back. Good bite. Into the freezer with this one. Got blood all over my floor. I'm gonna have to move. I don't have a mop and bucket here yet. We're gonna have to fix that. I won't have blood all over my floor. Yeah, to each their own. That's there's definitely some what's the right word? There's some bragging rights there. To be able to say that you've wiped out several 100,000 zombies. Definitely got some bragging rights. But that is the only thing that I would see that I would find enjoyable. Every other part of it would be, man, that'd be a lot. That'd be a lot. And it is now time for us to eat another one of our lovely roasts with lots of fat. I do not know who would just straight up eat chicken feet. The game doesn't even give us the ability to wash them. Oh, you know, I've been without a garbage can in my kitchen for way too long now. I need to fix that, like, right away. We are in need of garbage. The only garbage infrastructure that spawns here are the dumpsters, and as big as this space is, I don't have room for a dumpster indoors, not right now. I'm sure these houses have got a garbage can somewhere. Let's start with the base, or the bathrooms. These houses are likely insecure. We have not cleared the road out in front of it yet. No garbage can in the bathroom. I actually can't remember if there were any garbage cans anywhere in these houses, or townhomes. Okay, so if the bathrooms don't have them, then it's gonna be a bit of a stretch to assume that any of them will have them. So No easy access to a garbage can. You know, I think I'm going to use B42 map. I don't, I've got a lot of things on the agenda today, and I don't want to be, like, spending the next 20 minutes looking for a garbage can through these houses. B42map.com, very lovely website. Shout it out every time I use it. We are in Louisville to the left of Iroquois Park here at this former grocery store. So we are checking these houses. When you're looking for garbage cans, you usually look in the kitchens. These kitchens are kind of small, so the walls are... can't call the walls. Well then. Perhaps I was a little too presumptuous when I said that I wasn't going to resort to a dumpster. At this point, I would rather deal with the ugliness of a dumpster than not have a garbage can. I'm sure we'll find one if we just go a little bit farther north. Things to think about. Player can't build a garbage can they? No. Of all the things we can build, there is nothing to delete stuff from the world, which is unfortunate. Hey, Richard, how's it going? We're doing all right today. We are getting some organization done here. I would be throwing away some chicken feet, but I don't have a garbage can anywhere in this base. Only dumpsters. Alright. Dumpsters it is. We've lost the music. That's a little early. I suppose we should find the music. Look at that, we found the music. You know, to be entirely honest, I might actually, turn this into a washing machine. Or one of these sinks. Because, I mean, we don't currently have washing machine infrastructure, but we do have absolute tons of rain barrels over top of those, the Spiffo garbage cans and the Pizza World garbage cans. For some reason, they're the biggest in the game. They even have more storage than dumpsters. It's wacky. But yeah, we've got literal tons of rain barrels up here, but none of them are above a spot where I would want to put a laundry chute. Or a washing machine. I suppose I could do a wardrobe on the south side of the base here. I'm gonna continue with the bedroom here, which is not... This is not a guaranteed spot for the bedroom. There is a part of me that wants to build a second floor for the bedroom, but that's not set in stone yet. I kind of want to get... I want to get storage completed before I make any of those decisions. Let's just create another container specifically for memorabilia and clothing. Just those two for now. And that'll be good. So we only need 2 more crates for the moment. That would be a total of 3 steel sheets. We'll split 1. Sorry, 5 steel sheets and split 1. 2, 3, 4 metal scrap. Everything else we mostly have here. That ought to do the trick. We'll put them... Now let's just put them over here. Next to the guns. What do we run out of? Steel sheets. Split. I guess I had some leftover stuff in my backpack. Okay, cool. One of these masks needs to go back in my ambulance. Should always have that in the kit. Got a propane carrier over here along with full cans on the floor. So we'll start with the full cans and get some of these torches reloaded. Public service announcement, propane is easier to carry in torches than it is in cans. Or tanks, rather. Tanks have a lot of dry weight. And the dry weight goes away. One propane tank will generally refill 7 torches. And 7 torches only weigh 7 encumbrance, while a full tank weighs 10 encumbrance. Alright, so we're going to do clothes to the left and memorabilia to the right. I will mark them both with different things here. How about the trophy for memorabilia? And a pair of my favorite type of boots for the clothing. Should have spare boots in here somewhere. Work boots will fine. Actually, their 3D models are all the same, even though the visual appearance is very different. Some of the clothing that we're putting away really should be fixed first. That's okay, we'll deal with that later. I am not feeling very impatient right now. Or rather, I suppose you could say that, in a way, I'm feeling very impatient. Because that, if I wasn't impatient, I'd fix it right now. Thread is for fixing clothing that goes in here. That backpack is specifically for, well, it's for a lot of things. We should dedicate a backpack specifically to comic books so that they will go back to Riverside with us. It'll also be kept separate from other things. Who had my carrier here? Don't know, but you work. gonna put furniture in with tools for now, because I don't think we're gonna actually have that many spare tools. I brought exactly what I needed in that regard. Don't really have a good spot for dye. That's okay. It can go in with the clothes for now. I don't know if they fixed it yet. As of 42.13 and I think 14, dyeing clothes was kind of broken because it the dye would work, but then the clothing color would revert after you close and reopen the game. So basically, dyeing clothes works, but it's not permanent for some reason. So, but I haven't tried it since 42.15 dropped. So perhaps at some point we can consider that, but for now we've got other things to do. This is... I'm gonna leave that backpack right there as the destination for comic books. Container gets the buttons, needles, got tools for most of the rest of this. Really? Yeah, that's a bold strategy considering they've decided to stop making ports. That is a very bold strategy indeed. We'll have to see how that plays out for them. Very nice, very nice. PS5 Pro, is there like a generational difference between it and the PS5, or is it really just a PS5 with a little bit better frame rates on things? Because I feel like they would have called it something else if it was a substantial update. I feel like consoles really have dropped off the deep end when it comes to clearly defining whether something is a generational leap or just a small improvement. There we go. I'm gonna put containers in with memorabilia for now. Put matchbooks in here so that we can use it as fire starters. Broken iron pipes are for bomb making, actually, so they can go over here. Now, my memorabilia bags are going to get mixed up, and that's okay. So this bag is full of memorabilia from the Louisville airport, and a lot of the rest of the memorabilia that we're going to be putting it in with is from the Louisville checkpoint or elsewhere in Valley Station. I'm okay with that. I kind of, my brain meat kind of categorizes this entire east side of the map as one big area. So even if that's not technically correct, it will work for storage purposes. That's good. At least the difference is substantial enough to be noticed. I feel like that's probably a symptom of getting diminishing returns on hardware improvements across computing. I mean, look no further than the NVIDIA and what they're doing with their, I mean, the RTX 4090, apparently, from what I've heard, and this always makes me really fucking mad to talk about this, so I'm not going to talk about it too much, but apparently from what I've heard, the RTX 4090, the actual chipset that's on it, could support, at the hardware level, it could support triple-digit VRAM. Like, we're talking 100 and... the number I read somewhere, and is just a comment that I read on Reddit, the number that I read was 104 gigabytes of VRAM, is what the chipset could actually support if they actually designed it like that, and weren't just making it some slop to sell to gamers to make it seem like they have not completely exited the gaming industry. You can thank, I mean, it's they basically have a data center equivalent of the RTX 5090 that is loaded with all the VRAM you could ever ask for, but then they charge 5 digits for it. It was never, the world was never the same for me after I learned that, the very GPU that's rendering this video game right now, an RTX 4090, apparently some guy in his garage out in China could take this GPU that's running this game right now and double the VRAM on it, using just some basic soldering tools and some VRAM from donor boards elsewhere. That changed me when I learned that. I'm a changed man now. I have never been the kind of person to advocate violence against people, but let me just put it this way: if Jensen Huang got the same treatment that that other CEO did, I would not be happy, but I would there would be some very serious Schadenfreude going on. Books up here. GTA 6. Well, I mean, so VRAM is probably not going to do anything for Project Zomboid, and that's okay. That's not what I'm mad about. VRAM is for, you use it for gaming, but more than anything, it's the creative industry makes better use of it. So before AI came along, more VRAM to me was better, well, not necessarily better, but more breathing room to work on 3D scenes, you know, like with DAZ Studio or 3D Studio Max. Blender was so efficient that I never really needed to worry about VRAM consumption, but Blender also had an upper limit to how useful it was in photorealism. I'm sure some people make it work for that. I'm not one of them. That's just about everything on the backpack side of things. I really don't have a good destination for some of this stuff, and that's okay. I do not have a good place to put hair dye right now. Not that I have too much of it, but you know what? Perhaps we'll just leave the biohazard container here. This will be our hair dye container for now. I think we have enough room in this for the stuff I would have picked up on the way in. There's not much. More than halfway full already, but I don't think there's that much left. The amount of hair dye opportunities that I had to pick up more, there haven't been much since we entered this area. There's only a couple of barbershops. Right along. I'm just going to declare some things materials, even if it doesn't make sense. Propane lantern bottles. You can't use those for welding. I wish you could. That'd be kind of useful. But I guess they mix that propane with other things. Contaminate my propane like that. No good. I'm genuinely shocked we've been able to make this much progress. I thought this was going to be a several-hour activity. I'm okay with the fact that it's not. Well, I mean, we've been at this for an hour and a half, but we've been doing other things than just organizing. We had a few building activities thus far. Those crates up. You notice how almost none of these comic books are duplicates. This game gives you the opportunity to be the biggest weeb on the planet. There are literally thousands of comic books to collect, because there's a whole bunch of series, but then each series actually has numbers that go into the hundreds. It's like we've arrived on some sort of weeaboo planet. I'm gonna go ahead and take this garbage bag and the rest of this duffel over to the kitchen, and this coffee liquor that I'm not even sure where it came from, that goes to the booze department over here. Mixers, we're to the second left here. Should probably swap those with furniture. Yeah, I've got furniture on the far right side here. Let's just swap that so that that's actually closer to the booze containers. Oh, some of this is booze, actually. A pack of beer bottles and beer cans. And then we did have some wine, red wine specifically, that goes here-ish. Coffee. We have a separate duffel bag just for coffee. Brown one right here. It is rapidly filling back up. 20 units in there. 20 units of coffee in this game is about enough to keep you awake for a full week. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3 cups a day. 3... Okay, so maybe not a full week. Halloween candy is a bright. I'm sure it's like supposed to be candy corn or something. Candy corn is, well, candy corn is actually technically caramel, but in my mind it's a bright. Oh, it's just a duffel bag. Now we've got the rest of this. We've got categories for most of this. Chips go in here with the savory, as does the dried meat and jerky. We have a container here for fats. The vegetable oil in here is actually vegetable oil we've grown ourselves. So I am going to keep... I'm going to keep that separate. I'm proud of having grown this vegetable oil. Most of it is sunflowers. Actually, I think almost all of it was sunflowers, yeah. This coffee container is now full. 23, that's as much as I can fit in a duffel bag. I don't know what rice paper is categorized as. Just gonna put it in small form because it's really small. Don't have a home for vinegar yet, I don't think. Do we? I was kind of just putting it in places, I think. Yeah, I can just put it in here for now. That's almost everything. It's a little bit more food here. Some food we actually have to eat. Now we do not have a fishing destination for fishing supplies yet. How about I take one of these satchels and turn it into a fishing supplies satchel? Put it up here, just put it up here in the corner maybe. Lighters over here. Everything else in this backpack is kitchen destination. And that is everything except this military backpack is literally full of nothing but containers. 28 duffel bags in it. It's so full of containers I can't even pick it up right now. This duffel has been emptied. Let's make this a backpack full of nothing but duffel bags. 30 duffel bags, that's my total. Nice. And that's not counting the ones that we've still got hanging out like up there and whatnot. We still have duffel bags deployed all over the place with actual purpose. Everything else is more booze. Putting darks on the right, so that's brandy. Whiskey gets its own container here. Clears. I have a gap there in the middle. And that was because I expected to have a lot more than what I currently have, and that's okay. Perfect. Now these two leftover military backpacks are basically just containers. Yeah, we don't need a particular box for those just yet. Perhaps at some point in the future when we find out where we're putting the rest of our general storage. Until then, I believe we have established a very effective system here. We can put the comic book carrier on top of the book containers here. Now these backpacks are specific carriers for medical beds. So what I'm going to do is put those over here next to the we have a destination for CDs now, so those don't need to be there. If I try to put them in this cupboard, that will fill up very fast. These are big. Suppose we could just put them back in this corner for here for now, until we find temporary storage, but at least it's out of the way. Total of 20 garbage bags recovered. That is, probably sounds like a lot, but That's just another water fixture right there. I'm gonna put those in building materials. Now I can gear back up. So first order of... Well, actually, do I want to do any more workouts? I'm going to wait until tomorrow to decide on that, because I'm going to let the weather tell me whether I'm going to work out or not. If we got good weather, then no. If I got bad weather, then sure. So, gearing back up. Alice belt first. Double holsters. No, ankle holster second, double holster third. Military backpack last, so that my slot bar is ordered correctly. Yes, I know there's a mod for that. It's okay. We can live without it for the sake of stability. We're probably not going to be able to wear this military jacket much longer. It is now definitively spring. It's April 10th, 1995. Most of my weaponry is in the ambulance. No, ambulance doesn't have any room after that. That's unfortunate. We can make a little bit more room if we extract some of this stuff. Does not need to be carrying around empty magazines right now. Patrol revolver, we're not using that anymore. I do not think we'll be using the 1911 for a little while. Not until they fix reloading. If anybody's not familiar, reloading is currently broken. Because... loading magazines does not benefit from your reloading skill. Loading magazines actually is slower than it would be at level 0 right now, which is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. I don't know if I'll ever use the JS2000 again. The tactical shotgun is just so much better. It doesn't... I know that the JS2000 can shoot farther away, but I mean, do you really care that much about long-distance shooting with a shotgun compared to medium-distance shooting with a shotgun? Medium just feels appropriate for the... Because, I mean, scoring a multi-hit is what I care about with shotguns right now. And multi-hit is a lot easier when they're condensed. And they're condensed a lot more often when they're closer to you. Now, that doesn't mean that I want to go as far as to say, let's just use a sawed-off shotgun. No. Not going that far with that thought. That will have successfully extracted a fair bit of extraneous stuff from the ambulance. Not bad at all. Those are provisions. We're missing something. What could we possibly be missing? All the armor is there. Respirator is there. Extra box of nails. Oh, pillow. We need a pillow in the passenger seat of the ambulance. We took something out of the glove compartment, but I can't tell off of the top of my head what it is. Yeah. Reloading is not a skill that you should ever grind. I don't recommend grinding it. Basically, just make sure you've read the books. Now, early levels, it's worth grinding because you can actually get through those levels within a reasonable time frame. But after you get... on this character, after all the kills we've gotten, we only just recently got past reloading level 6, read the book, and now we're like halfway through level 7. I only tried to level reloading until I got like 4, I think. We shoved bullets into a whole bunch of M9 magazines, and that was it. That was all I cared about. This duffel here. Oh, comics. I have a home for those now. See, I'd really love to use all this 45 ACP. 1911 is, by all accounts, it's a great gun. I can't reload it. I can't reload it unless I want to spend 1 real-life second on every bullet getting shoved back into the magazine. That, in combat time, that's basically fucking worthless. That is basically fucking worthless. It's sad. Really sad. Such a huge oversight would make its way into a patch, but that is the game we're playing right now. Imagine having QA. Oh, the crowbar. The crowbar was part of the ambulance kit. And at that point, it's only missing 2 things. One of them is a battery. There should be a battery in there. The other is... I have no idea. We'll just put the second battery in there, so now we have 2 spares. Works for me. And it is bedtime. Eat the last of this roast, and off to bed we go. It makes sense to have an oxygen tank in a bomb-making area, doesn't it? I mean, at this point, if we, a wayward pinch of potassium chlorate, 1 errant twitch, and kablooey. I were a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you, now would I? Workshop mods collection available. No, because there's no mods that are publicly available right now that I actually play with. We don't play with any mods here on this stream. The only mod that I have running right now is just one that I made myself that changes the color of the backpack from olive drab green to tactical black, and it does the same to the Alice kit. In fact, what if I did the same to this canteen here? I kind of want to. Which canteen is this? This is they all have the same color, or sorry, they all have the same name, but I think there's 3 different colors. This is Canteen Cowboy. So I could actually show you if you're interested. I could show you exactly how I make these. It's really easy. We go to the games directory, and we go to media, and we go to textures, and I believe canteens are going to be, you know what, let's just do a search for canteen. Canteen Cowboy. So there's Canteen Cowboy Camo, Canteen Cowboy Olive, and then Canteen Cowboy. So I'm just going to open that one right there. It looks like it's under the top level. So it's just media textures, Canteen Cowboy. So we're just going to copy this texture, open up a new folder here, go to our mods folder. Zomboid mods. Pack B42 is the working title that I'm using. 42 media textures. Paste it right there because that is basically just a mirror of the directory of the game itself. So Zomboid media textures, mod 42 media textures. Now we just fire up Photoshop. And what we're going to do is use the backpack as a reference. So we open the texture for the backpack, which is right here. And then we open up the texture we just copied, Canteen Cowboy. And all I'm going to do is use Adobe's match tool here. So we go to match color, select the other one. Look at that. Look at that. That looks like it's going to be a good match. I'm just going to save that and close and reopen the game. That's all we got to do. There's probably in debug mode, there's probably a way to hot reload textures, but we don't play in debug mode, so we got to do it the old-fashioned way. Close, reopen. I don't know how long I'm going to wear this canteen, because if I suit up for heavy-duty combat, I'm going to want to wear a bandolier, and bandoliers take up the same slot that canteens would. We'll see if this actually gives the music a kick and the music comes back, because it had died previously. Yeah, look at that. So you don't even notice it really because the stuff that I'm wearing, it blends in perfectly with the stuff I'm wearing. If I took the knife off if I take the knife off, you can see it a little better. But I mean, you know, it doesn't stick out anymore. It's just a perfect match for the whole rest of the kit. We are white and black, just as I intended. Now, I was going to sort these vehicles. I suppose that's not too heavy of a task. We can handle that in a night. This is the recovery ambulance. This is the underwork. This is glasswork. We want glasswork in one of the bigger step vans. This is one of my older step vans. It was spawned in on 42.13. It was actually one of the first... if homie in the chat there was watching this character's earlier series, you may recognize this one. This is the first step van we found. We had to leave it in Irvington, but then, spoiler alert, we came back and recovered it because I felt nostalgic. It was right in front of us, and we needed some vans at the time. But right now, it's really just here for nostalgic value. The new vans here that spawned in on the latest version of the game, they have the correct trunk size. So all that complaining that you hear me do about trunk size early game, it eventually fixes itself. Eventually. So all the heavy-duty vehicle glasswork we've got so far, 14 windows, 6 rear windshields, 9 front windshields. Not counting, of course, everything that's actually already on the vehicles. And there's going to be some other stuff scattered around the other containers here. We'll want to centralize all that. I think this one, yeah, airport security had a few. Make that a total of 14 windshields. Windshields are one of the heaviest wear items we have because every time we bump into an animal or a zombie, that's minus 5% to our windshields right there. This is all just recovery stuff. Oh, I forgot about this bag of loot here. Good. We got that. That should be one of the last bags of just random loot that didn't make its way into the correct location. Most of this is comics, which we got a bag for already. And still not a single dupe. It's great. I love it. Oh, so this is another copy of Homemade Explosives. Yeah, okay, cool. So we have 2 copies of that total. I didn't even notice that we found one in, or at least if I noticed it, I don't recall saying it out loud, but yeah, we found one in the, this was in the, mail facility in, oh no, it was in the mall. It was in the mall. It was in the fucking mall. I remember that now. I actually remember that. Sorry, not the mall. The airport. Like there's like a food court mall area in the airport. That's where it was. And I just remember laughing really hard at that because yeah, there's a magazine that teaches you how to make explosives that we found in the airport. It's 1995 things. Total of 11 mailbags. Good to have a collection there. Alright, off to bed we go for our second bedtime. And it looks like we might have good weather today. But we'll find out after we wake up. Fog might be rolling in. Clear skies by 8 usually means you don't have a day full of fog ahead of you. But that could always rain, so we'll see how that plays out. We are still in weight gain. We have not gotten to rapid weight gain, but that's okay. We've already put on several kilo. We're at 80 kilo now. We just want to keep putting on weight until we are at 85 or above, and then we can start losing weight again. I think the generators are going to be fine, but let's just peek. Oh, wow, they're not fine. Generators are not fine. 40% fuel, 89% condition. Let's get these topped up. All the generators should have a similar load, if not the same. That one was at 43%. Yeah, this one, for some reason, this one always gets less usage, even though its load is actually the same. That's been a problem for a long time now. Generators don't if you have more than one in the same area, some of them don't have their fuel used up like they should. Which is, I'm not going to complain too hard about that, but it is definitely fun. Good morning, Frey. How's it going? We just finished up some base maintenance and got everything up off the floor here. Well, almost everything, like 90% of everything I wanted to get. No more random bags of loot just laying around. Organization. It's great. Sure. Fire away. I exist to spread the good word. Special coffee, what's in mine? So the what we do is we actually started out in Riverside with a flower garden. We grew roses, lavenders, camomiles, and daisy. I don't actually remember the fourth off the top of my head. We can check in a moment here. But yeah, we grew some flowers, and then we grew some mint. Specifically of the flowers, the chamomile and then the mint, those two things are probably the most important in my mind because they reduce stress. Right now, stress is the thing that bothers me the most in combat. The flowers, like rose petals, lavender petals, those only increase your happiness when you drink the coffee, so that just helps you if you get miserable while drinking it, or before drinking it, rather. So as a beverage, all of the things I just described are toppings. So yeah, here we are. Lavender petals, marigold, that was the fourth. So lavender, roses, marigold, and chamomile were the four flowers. And what we do is after we grow them, we put them on a drying rack. The drying rack only takes a day, thankfully, for herbs. So that happens much faster than large crops. Large crops take, well, actually, no, large crops only take a day, too. It's animal leather that takes a long time to dry, like a really long time to dry. But yeah, this duffel bag right here is just basically full of stuff that I spice up my coffee with for the most part. Brown sugar, so there's different forms of sugar, right? Sugar is just like flower petals, it just increases happiness when you put it into the drink, so brown sugar, sugar cubes, sugar packet, white sugar, those all count as different sugars. What I don't usually do is put more things like coffee or tea into the coffee itself. I would prefer to keep it just one unit of coffee, and that's it. I think it's less efficient if you add, like you use coffee to add to another coffee, like you like add more coffee to one existing coffee. I think that's inefficient. At least in my experience, it always has been. So just having a cup of coffee standard by itself. That ensures that the weight is predictable too, because the weight changes when you start adding more stuff to it. This is cool. We have a grand total of 3 spare forest camo backpacks and 3 spare desert camo backpacks. You actually cannot add milk to coffee in this game, as silly as that sounds. As a Starbucks, a former Starbucks barista, that I find that particularly egregious. Oh, here's an example. Okay, so this coffee right here. Now, this is a little bit more than what I can do myself. There are rose petals, lavender petals, marigold petals, chamomile, mint, sugar packets, white sugar, brown sugar, and then ginseng. Ginseng is the only thing in the game that you can add to a beverage that actually increases your endurance. Endurance as in, like, if you get exerted, you get winded. Drinking ginseng in a tea or coffee is the only way to get endurance back by just, having a consumable. But yeah, I find that particularly egregious because I prefer my favorite caffeinated beverage on the planet is a white chocolate mocha with heavy cream, and that is, of course, a form of milk. And the fact that I cannot make that in this game is quite saddening. Not the worst thing in the world, but truly an oversight. We actually don't have a lot of spare tires. I suppose I'll start by putting them over here on the right side. Sweetly. Vanilla Foods expanded. Nice. Now, of course, in order to make heavy cream, we would have to be able to milk our cow and then partially churn it. So, not churn it all the way into butter, but churn it into something heavier than milk, but not quite butter. I'm assuming that's how churns work. I'm actually not 100% sure. Okay. I think that means we've got all of our vehicle stuff sorted. Yeah. I swear I have more vehicle parts somewhere, but I think we've... I mean, this, like, for example, this fire truck used to be full of that, but now it's completely empty, and that's good. That's really good. Okay, you know what? I think we're great. Let's go on patrol here, see what the neighborhood has to offer us. Before we deploy this shotgun that we've been using, we've gotten a lot of kills with this thing, but it is now down to like 30%, maybe 40 integrity. That looks like 30 to me. I just got to go based off the little orange bar there at the top. That's looking like it's pretty low, and we have already repaired it once. As with anything else you repair in this game, you get diminishing returns. So, what I'm going to do is take all of the ammo and upgrades off of this shotgun, and it is going to be henceforth repurposed as a decoration. And we've got plenty of other tactical shotguns to work with here. Ammo straps and red dot sight. I think those are the only two upgrades you can put on a tactical shotgun right now. We shall put that on top of memorabilia for now. Now what we have is we have two other JS3Ts. One of them is a little damaged, one of them is pretty good, and neither of them have been repaired yet. So I'm just going to take this one here that's in better condition, slap those upgrades back onto it. And we got ourselves a new shotgun. Glorious. We don't have a regular carry for our left belt, and that is sad, to say the least. That is truly sad. I suppose I could do an SN38. There's no reason not to. I mean, there are some reasons not to, but they don't apply in the current paradigm. The current paradigm is a world where we cannot we cannot effectively use magazine-fed handguns unless they're preloaded. And I'm not preloading a bunch of 7-bullet 1911 magazines to use them the same way I use no, I'm not using them the same way I use 9mm. That's too much effort. It's not worth it. Only not in tanks, no, sadly. Propane comes in the form of tanks, and that's about it. Once you get it from tanks, you put it into your torches, but that's a one-way street right there. Sugar shotgun glass. No, that's that. Yep. So 2-shot and vanilla white chocolate whipped cream. No, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Venti quad, extra hot white chocolate mocha with heavy cream, no whip. I'm sorry, 8 pump white chocolate mocha. Venti quad, 8 pump, extra hot. Yeah. Well, let's see what we've not explored yet. We have explored this entire street. I need to go the other way. Reasonably speaking, a lot of gas stations should have a mega propane tank that you can refill cans from, but it doesn't. I think the devs of this game are hesitant to add such a thing because they don't want propane to be too easily sourced. God help us the day they add gasoline contamination. We are not actually going back out on 31 West yet. We are going to... Yeah, we should have taken a turn on Lantern Street here. There's a whole bunch of houses here we haven't explored yet. And these, I mean, any one of those could have been a survivor house. That's worth seeing. So I'd like to eat while we drive. At least the trees are pretty. It's just like in real life right now. We got the cherry blossoms coming up. You know, I might go to Berryville this year just for the hell of it. Last time I went to Berryville for the Cherry Blossom Festival was with my... that was over a decade ago. That was with my ex-fiance. And yet, that was one of the happiest times I ever... Just chilling there. That was a really fun time. I think even going by myself would still be pretty fun. Just to get out of the house. I mean, damn. I get out of the house for work, but that's... to work and shop, that's about it. Gotta go touch grass a little bit more. Daily walks are one thing, but... you only go so far from home when you take a walk. Yeah, it's over-raised. You're 100% correct. Especially when you have to go outside with the lawnmower. I know the feeling. I've had to take extra caffeine the past couple of days because my on-site days see me waking up at 3:30. And so I'm back to my normal dose today, and I am feeling a bit sluggish. We're good on sharpening. I suppose we can... Let's see what this neighborhood has to offer us in terms of zombies. We should fall back slightly. Yeah, because we're going to get people who we drove right past without knowing they were there thanks to the trees. Getting them all to come outside thanks to the gunshots. South. Wait. You die when I kill you. That's a cop right there. Potential 9mm magazine. Of which I never loaded any. There are some 9mm magazines that are waiting for me.
Hey!
Right, falling back. This sword really is feeling weak. And it's at 2/3. Shouldn't be that weak, but it's feeling weak nonetheless. Maybe I'm just being unlucky. It is still a crit rate after all. One coming through the trees. Falling back a little bit. Just a little bit. I think we're okay. Now, the density of this neighborhood, we're probably pulling them from the street across there. And that is perfectly okay by me. We are a little close to that fence back there, the double fence. But not close enough that anybody who's slapping it would be bothering us right now. Okay, not bad. Let's grab the ambulance and move on up. Temperature's in the mid-40s Fahrenheit. We have not gotten hot a single time yet. So I think we foregone the jacket at the perfect time. Now, of course, after running that distance, we are now hot again, but that's okay. Our body heat in combat did not get to that point. Combat, in my experience, doesn't usually raise body heat gen over 6, but running can always get it straight to 7. I don't actually know off the top of my head what the max value is. I think it might be a 1 to 10 stat. But it's been way too long since I've had a stat bar, so I don't know exactly. If anybody's not familiar, body heat generation is, obviously it goes up with physical activity, but it can also go up if you're sick. And that includes just being around corpses, zombie corpses, for a little bit. Even if you don't have the queasy debuff, you'll still get the beginnings of an immune response, which will increase your body temperature. So if you're getting hot for no reason, that might be a sign that you need to mask up. Well, it's probably already too late at that point, but unless you put on a dust mask. Fast enough. And the sword lost another pip. It's now half effective. I'm gonna go ahead and swap it. We have a forge here now, so I don't have to be so stingy with my... I can make more swords very easily. You do not have to be stingy at all. Got another one ready to go. 3 more that came from. Coming out of the trees. Oh, all the way over there. Okay. Not quite ready to discharge yet. We're way too close to a fence for that. Slip between the trees here. Yeah. Window? Sounds like... Oh, no. No, that's all the way over there. boy. I don't know what she just did. She turned around for a second. That zombie didn't know what she wanted. Alright, not too awful bad. We've seen a lot worse for a Louisville neighborhood. Let's clear these wrecks out of the way. I would consider ripping the wrecks apart and taking the metal home, but I think we're pretty good on most of what we would get. For now, at least. Looks like this is one of the harder ones to tow. The trick is to tilt it. There we go. At least it's out of the road. Or at least it was. This is harder to do this with a burned wreck than a regular vehicle. Ah, there we go. This road to the south here is 841, so we're basically linking up some cleared territory with some technically cleared territory. I mean, it can only get so cleared when it's 841. The respawns on this road are rather... They make me want to start a new character, let me put it that way. So I don't know how many of my viewers are actually interested in 7 Days to Die. It's a pretty fun game. I started a playthrough of it, and I was supposed to be playing it in the afternoons on weekdays, but it's been a little hard to convince myself to do that lately. And the reason for that is, well, multifaceted. Obviously, my day job, when I have to drive on site at 3:30 in the morning, that's the biggest reason right there. That drains me. That drains me. But the other thing is, there was some news the other day. There was some interesting news the other day. God help us the day this happens for Project Zomboid. But we look at 7 Days to Die here. Look at this, a new chapter for the Fun Pimps in 7 Days to Die. They've been bought by Behavior. The Fun Pimps have been purchased. Behavior has said that they are always on the lookout for a new IP. I went through the article and I saw they mentioned the word IP 12 times in that article. I was like, does anybody want to tell them how the last time the Fun Pimps tried to sell out the IP, how that worked? It resulted in blood moons. Do we want to talk about blood moons? I was thinking about making a standalone video about that. I don't know if I could actually I don't know if I could say anything substantive about it. I don't know if I could, because all I would do is just pull up the article and I'd start reading it and I'd just start fucking laughing. I'd just start cackling like a fucking maniac, because that's I'm one of those guys whose brain is slightly broken. My result to disappointing news actually kind of makes me laugh. I've kind of associated laughter with as a stress response mechanism, so I will laugh when I'm supposed to feel other things sometimes. You know, it's not like I'm the Joker or anything, I'm not that bad, but it's definitely noticeable. And just, it's such a sad thing to me that the Fun Pimps actually just got bought out. They don't fucking care anymore. But, yeah, I don't, it's, when I think about it, it's really just funny. All those promises over the years, oh, we're never going to sell out. We don't want to be holding to the whims of a publisher, yada, yada, yada. Oh, hey, we're owned by somebody now, by the way. I wanted to do a let's read of the article and just take a shot every time Behavior mentions the word IP. By the way, if anybody's not familiar, there's a game called 7 Days Blood Moons. And look at these reviews. 7% of user reviews in the last 30 days are positive. 42% of the 397 user reviews for this game are positive. 7 Days to Die is not an intellectual property. It's a fucking video game. And the fact that somebody spent an undisclosed amount of money to purchase the intellectual property rights of that video game is just the funniest thing on the planet to me. They behavior apparently they must think they're Disney or something. Look at us. We're buying IP, and then we're going to be able to turn it into other things. You guys see what happens last time they tried to turn this IP into other things? It's a video game. It's not an IP. You didn't just buy Warhammer. You didn't buy Star Wars. 7 Days to Die is a video game universe that doesn't even have a fucking story written for it. It's been in early access for 13 years, and it still doesn't have a story. Even Project Zomboid has a story. In fact, it's got one of the best stories ever. If Behavior really wanted an IP, well, I mean, Project Zomboid, again, it's just a video game, but at least it's got enough of a platform where you can build something very interesting on top of it. It's also not been tried. It's not been tried and failed, so there's no precedent, right? The Andy Stone has not actually tried to license out Project Zomboid, as far as I know. We should be keeping an eye on our sharpening rates here. Don't want to waste another sword. Swords get wasted if you don't sharpen them whenever you get the opportunity to. Oops, well, that didn't work. Being careful about the trees. I also hate fighting from the south. In fact, let's just flank these guys. Oh, coming out the window. And I don't, to be entirely honest, the fact that the Fun Pimps just got bought out, I don't think that's going to make me stop playing the game for now. But, it has completely dashed my hopes for the game becoming something more interesting in the future. And that, the chain of events there. I don't think I've ever seen a video game company get bought by somebody and have it produce good results that actually works out for everybody. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Okay, looking good on weaponry. Let's check the map and see if there's any... Oops. I think... Well, there's one street right here that we haven't technically explored. Yeah, I suppose we could... if we take that on foot, it'd probably be just as easy. There is a footpath right there that is also technically wide enough for a vehicle. Just gotta be very careful. That tree right there will make things difficult. That zombie right there will make things difficult. I don't feel like getting blood on my ambulance right now. And now all we gotta do is see if there's any survivor homes here. And it's not looking like there are. It is still an extremely rare chance just because it's late game. Doesn't change that too much. Okay, I think I can definitively write off this entire neighborhood here. Let's check the map one more time. Stuffing and candle there. Yeah, alright. We'll take a peek at those real quick. That right there, that was a survivor house. We checked that pretty early on because we had to go down that. We saw that when we were going down Main Slick Road, which is what we had to do when we first got here. There it is right there. Oh, look at that. I'm not going to take the ambulance down this road. I'm going to go down this road on foot. We got to eat anyway. Just to stroll through the park, having a bite to eat. Big old parking lot here, but not much in the way of cars. Nothing of interest in this thing. Looks pretty, but it's actually not. B for that Chevalier Dart. So stuffing is probably not going to have anything. No stuffing this year for Christmas. We can't even make stuffing in this game. Unfortunately, the backyards of these houses are forests. Yeah, it's not that thick. We can make it over here. Yeah, we're fine. And this was the last pocket we hadn't explored. There is, of course, absolutely nothing here. Basically, this whole entire residential sector is just a big red nothing. That's alright. Lots more where that came from. Now, it's coming up on 1,800 hours. That's usually when we start worrying about getting fatigued. So, what I'm probably going to do is go pick up the ambulance, go back to base, swap it out for one of my vehicles that I'm not worried about getting damaged, and we're going to do a bit of a drive around without stopping to kill anybody. Have I got all the skill books? Technically, no. There are 2 skill books that we need right now. There's 2 skill books that are relevant right now. Electrical 5, which we have a copy of all the way back at Riverside. I need a couple more reasons to go back to Riverside before I go pick that up, so I'm not too worried about that right now. But then there is Longblade 5. We have not found a copy of that anywhere in the past 600 some odd hours we spent on this character. So someday we will hopefully find that. Actually, that's one of the things that I'm hoping to find if we land a survivor house. That is one of the very few chances we'll ever have at getting Longblade 5. But yeah, if I'm going to be driving through places without worrying about my own vehicle's integrity, then we're going to need something that's a little bit less prone to damage. I think one of those airport trucks is already got a not perfect trunk, so it's more useful for this purpose. We have got on our person everything that I would need to fight a ground war, except for some more magazines. Let's pick up magazines for the 9mm that we left somewhere. Oh, it was here, right. There's the fatigue. Not at all unexpected. Yeah, Electricity Book 5 is what would be great to read right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open up a couple boxes of 38 Special here. I don't know if I'm ready to start unironically doing 38 Special. I'm doing it because it's right in front of me, and I need something on my left that's not the 9mm. That's the only reason I'm doing it right now. I don't EBA. It's one of those temporary solutions that might turn into a permanent one. All right, so this truck had the good trunk. This one had the not good trunk. So the propane tanks and the not good trunk go into the one with the good trunk. And we've already got everything we need for field work, light field work, in the glove compartment of this truck, up to and including stuff to read when we inevitably get stressed by zombies slapping terrain. And an open bed in the trunk to pick up loot if we come across it and we actually want to take something home. Gonna go ahead and park this fire truck. See, this one has basically the same purpose as the one we're about to use, except this one has a perfect trunk, and therefore I can't justify getting the trunk damaged right now. This one does not have a perfect trunk, so I can justify using it. Is there a pattern to what I put in my food? So the ingredients themselves these days are less important to me than the additives, right? So the ingredients, all they do is reduce hunger. They do have calories in them, but it's just not enough to me. It's really not enough. If I want to put on weight, I add things like butter, margarine, olive oil, vegetable oil, lard, sometimes all those at once. And the ingredients, basically the ingredients, the pattern is the more different ingredients that are available, using like one of each, and then just making sure that you're putting enough chunky stuff in there that reduces I usually like to make meals that last me for a day, right? So this one, for example, when I cooked it, it reduced 80 hunger, or 90. It was 90. It was a 90 hunger roast. So that means I would eat 1/4 of it 4 times a day, and that would easily get me through a day. In fact, that's rather overeating. I could cancel eat that and make it last even longer. The ingredients are mostly diverse. 2 different types of pumpkin, chunks and slices, potatoes, cabbage. All of those we grow ourselves. And then some rabbit, which we did not grow ourselves, but just we have plenty of rabbit from all the roadkill efforts. I'm not actually going to be clearing this area. I just killed that guy because he was right in front of me. We are, however, going to drive through this residential area here, just the whole area. I'm just going to go up and down the streets and see if we see anything interesting. these houses have garages. Spices are, spices are basically just things that reduce unhappiness. But you can also get unhappiness reduction by adding a diversity of ingredients. So we don't actually really need them the way I play. I'll sometimes use them. Like, for example, I've grown herbs, oregano, thyme, parsley, and a couple of other things, and we grew them in our garden. We dried them, and we're still going through what we grew like a year and a half ago now. So that's that was a very successful endeavor. Very easy to carry a bunch of dried herbs around with us everywhere we go, as long as I don't forget the spice bag. Survivor houses here. Everything in this area is looted and trashed. It's a pretty looking van. Technically speaking, even these townhouses could be survivor homes. I think they meet all the criteria, and they are not blacklisted as far as I last looked in 42.12, if I'm not mistaken. So as long as they haven't been blacklisted since then. Still, I've never seen it happen. There's many fewer chances for those. Happy spice coffee. Pumpkin spice latte. Gosh, if that was a thing. It's a shame we can grow pumpkins, but we can't make any sort of pumpkin spice from it. I think in real life, pumpkin spice doesn't actually have much pumpkin in it, if any at all. Ah, here we go. We have a survivor home that is a garage house. Let me get this marked on the map here. Easy. All right. That is the biggest survivor house in terms of real estate and loot opportunities that we have seen so far in Louisville. Do a little maneuver here. I like to call this the milkshake maneuver, because it brings all the boys to the yard, and then we just abandon them in the yard as opposed to the road. They'll all be out in the road after we leave the area. That's fine. It got us out of that situation. Oops! Don't bump into them, please. That's alright. We're fine. We'll have to milkshake our way out of this one, too. I mean, I'll just probably drive on the lawn. We had a way through, I took it. But we have verified that there's nothing else worth looting on this entire road. Check down this road here. Sometimes these garages have generators. I'm not really hurting for generators, but I mean, if I see one, I'll do nothing because there's absolutely zero chance that I'll be stealing one right now. We actually rammed that one with enough force to damage it. Pretty truck. You know, this game has a surprising lack of vehicles up on concrete blocks with all the tires stolen. I feel like if a vehicle spawns in front of a looted and trashed house, then any vehicle that spawns in front of it should also, should have its tires peeled off and its radio stolen and shit like that. I don't really need paint, but this is a painting truck, and so it's going to be full of paint. And I can already tell you that it's going to have some okay glass work, because there's no cracks in the windshield. But instead of bringing it all the way back to base, I'm just going to tow it and leave it on 31 West here, come back for it later. I should be more careful with my toys. At least we know how to fix them if they break. Curses upon those who shall break their toys and not fix them. That ain't how we do it. All of my, can't think of any toys that I've owned that I've actually, okay, there are some that have been broken that I haven't fixed, but I don't throw them away. I just, take my sweet time fixing them, that's all. Really don't want to ram him. There we go. We'll just take this over. This right here, this is what happens if you ram a zombie and you don't ram it hard enough to kill it. It becomes a crawler, and then suddenly it becomes harder to deal with. I mean, I suppose it's close enough to bedtime. If I just tow this home with me, it'll be bedtime by the time we get back. We managed to uncover quite a bit of terrain there. We did identify one target worth fighting for. That's a good thing. Perhaps tomorrow, if the weather is good, we'll continue all the way down Waverly and then take a look down Bourbon. Now, when it comes to long-term movements in Louisville, when I was here on Annie, we identified a very interesting prospect for a base. Now, of course, it would never be a base on par with Jericho, but what it would be is just a safe house to return to on the other side of the city. Like, completely opposite side of the city, like the urban downtown area. From Jericho, it would be basically on the other side in the top corner of it by the Ohio River. Not far from the industrial park. The strategic value of it is a one of those storage units, but it is surrounded by an unattackable wall. The wall is a brick wall, so it's not like a fence. Zombies won't attack it. Just gonna leave this thing in the far lot over here. We'll do something with it later. For now, it is just a paint carrier with paint in it. Here's something I'm long overdue on. Let's get one of my buckets. Oh no, I have them. Yeah, we have a couple buckets right here. Always need to have a car wash. Always. Oops. Machete on belt, not on floor. I left the gate open this whole time. That's not good. Didn't gain too much weight today. That's okay. We are at 80 kilo, and we've got two more roasts with lots of fats in them. Now with that, we freed up an additional number of roasting pans, so we can actually make our next round here. Yeah, let's go ahead and go for that. I'm not going to make any chunky roasts yet. In fact, I'm just going to get the ingredients in these roasts. I'm not going to cook them yet. So that way, when the time comes to start cooking them, I can make a decision as to whether I want to add any fat stuff to them at that time. If I cook them, then I can't add fats after the fact. Gotta wait before cooking them. That's another thing I didn't really mention before when I was asked about my patterns for cooking stuff. I usually take stuff out of the freezer so that I can make... I mean, this is later on, like this is more recent that I'm doing this. I take stuff out of the freezer in multiples that are appropriate to make five meals at a time. So I'm not just cooking for the day and then moving on. We can freely use eggs in the roasts because our chickens are producing eggs now. So there will be no shortage of eggs in the future. These roasts will probably come out to be less than... Or actually, they might come right around 60. That'd be great. 60 is usually the target for hunger reduction. That's what I try to shoot for. I don't always make it, but if I do, then I feel very successful. So for now, I'm just going to add some spices to these and no fats. So that's no lard, you know, no butter, no margarine, because my prediction is I'll be done gaining weight and ready to start losing weight again by the time I'm ready to start eating these. But if that's not the case, we're not cooking them yet. So we can always just decide later. How do I feel about sandwiches? I actually got to make some sandwiches on our girl here at the end of our previous part. It was right at the end of the stream. We finally got enough stuff to put some bread together. And we actually have, in this particular side of the food display here, we've got all of our condiments. So barbecue sauce, ketchup, marinara, mustard. I think that's where I'm supposed to be putting vinegar too, now that I think about it. Garlic, yes, I need to put my fresh garlic. If anybody's curious why I only have fresh garlic as opposed to drying it like all of the rest of my spices, it's not currently possible to dry garlic, and I don't know why. You can dry wild garlic, but not garlic that you grow yourself, and that is quite silly, but, well, that's the game we're playing right now, isn't it? Silly little, oversights in the crafting process. I'm sure the devs will sort that out someday. Alrighty. Got a midnight hour to work here. Let's check the, do we have new hatchlings? Hang on. I need to make sure that none of these eggs over here are being fertilized. I don't know if my... Oh, my rooster is old enough to fertilize eggs. Okay. That's not good. I don't need more chickens right now. of these chicks are male. We got a female. Got another male. And then we've got 4 Rhode Island Reds. That's a female. Okay, so we've got 3 more males. There can be only 1. Alright, so we're taking the male that is actually grown and we're putting him out to pasture. And among the ones that have not grown yet, they can chill until they get a little bit more meat on them, and then we will take them out to pasture too. One of them will just be separated. We'll just put him in a separate location, so that we are not getting infinite chickens. Because if you don't do this, if you do not make sure that you don't have a cock in the hen house, as it were, yeah, you will get many chickens, and they will continue multiplying, and it will get out of control. You will start to have frame rate issues at some point. Let them fight for the prize. Yeah, that gets blood all over my floor. That makes me really angry. I don't want blood all over my floor. These chicken feet can actually go into the, you can go in here. I'm curious what'll happen if I just leave these eggs on a shelf. I've never tried this before. I'm just going to leave these eggs on a shelf and see if they actually hatch. Because if they do, if they just hatch on this shelf, then it'll actually be easier to see whether whether they're male or female, because all I would have to do is mouse over them. Animals that, or at least this is the way it used to be, if animals hatched from an egg that was in a container, then the animals would be in the container, and you could just mouse over them and see their stats. That would make things very efficient. Did not actually pick up our next roast, so here we go. Alright, give me some good weather tomorrow now. Let's do some exploration. Looking okay? Let's go for it. Alright, that's not... 93 engine quality, by the way. It's not very cold, either. That's just luck of the draw, isn't it? We haven't cleared a way through this forest yet. My reflexes are still telling me to just go straight and use the railroad tracks as a shortcut. There is not much of a shortcut here, sadly. At some point, we'll be forced to cut more trees for charcoal, at which point the trees we'll select will be the ones in our way so that we actually have a shortcut here. So I think we're just going straight. Yeah, Waverly is right across, so we're just going straight. I do want to loop back on 1394 here to the intersection. Maybe we'll do... Oh, here's what we can do. Let's take a left on Waverly, across from Maple Court, which Maple Court is what we looked at yesterday. Take a left across from Maple Court there, and see if we can peek River Street here, this little outcropping. And then just stay on this road until we observe all of these houses. And then take 1394 north and loop back around it this way. Then if we've explored everything, then we can just keep going down Bourbon, and we've got more exploration opportunities up there. Let's see how that goes. Not quite ready yet to fight towards my... We do have a target up here. We identified a survivor house. But we're not quite there yet. I hate rats. Wow, this is probably why I didn't take this street. Freaking roadblock. There we go. Ah, we got a Zippy Mart right here. I completely forgot that was there. There might be some furniture that I want in it. Yeah, there's gonna be some furniture that I want in there. Let's kill our tail here. Wait. Tail, this way. Working on cleaning out Ekron. That's, the community college is gonna be a fun one. If you've spilled out the community college yet. North 1. Which town is it? Oh, this is, so we're actually we're in Louisville proper now. We're in the residential areas near, Chapel Mount Downs and the, a little bit closer to the university, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, I'm gonna kill all these guys, so that I have a clean way out of here. Yeah, this is Louisville. But yeah, if you're doing Ekron, I recommend either doing the community college first or last. That's my recommendation, because the community college, basically, it's gonna spill about 1,000 zombies, the entire building. It does feel like they've nerfed it a little bit. The first time I did it, there were about 1,500. Easily. Possibly more. But I think they may have nerfed it since then. First time I did it was 42.7 or 8, I can't remember. The amount of books in it... Oh, right, Zippy Marts are broken. You can't see inside Zippy Marts without going all the way in. Why? Fuck you, that's why. Hello. Oh, if we just look under the canopy here. Okay. What? Are you telling me this is the only Zippy Mart on the map that doesn't have soda machines? That was literally why I came here. I'm sad. I'm sad about it. Almost every single Zippy Mart on the... Ah! What am I talking about? Right here. Of course, this one has 2. Beautiful. Give me them soda machines. Oh, so there's a mod for B41 that adds Ekron. Now that's fascinating. Assuming they copied it from B42, then that would determine what version of B42 they copied it from. Pre-nerf or post-nerf? Or am I completely wrong, and was there never a nerf? Was it always just the luck of the draw? These things I do not know. I know there's a spawn map, or there's a heat map system for the for spawns, but whether that heat map influences building spawns, I have no idea. I do know that some buildings have felt very consistent throughout all of B42 so far, but others have not. Now, there might be some other furniture that I want out of the Zippy Mart there, but that was what I wanted the most. We're turning north here, right? Yeah, this is the outcropping, yes. River Street. Crap, ton of guns in a house near the hospital. Was it boarded up? If it was boarded up, then that's actually exactly what we're looking for right now, is houses with boarded up windows. Because those are survivor houses, and they produce literally the best loot in the game. Books that you'll never find anywhere else. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. That is the sauce. I think, you know, to be honest, I actually think the Longblade books might have been around in B41. I can't remember. I remember the skill was around, but I also remember that there was no way to... You couldn't build more blades in B41, and that's one of the reasons I'll never be able to go back to it. The crafting system is just amazing. The people who don't like it probably don't understand just how good bladed weapons can be. I can't fault them. It's kind of hard to actually get them without crafting them yourself. Where's a good place to look for rose seeds? All of the ones that I can think of that I found were probably from... We found a few probably randomly in warehouses, but the vast majority, I want to say, are in Phallus Lake, right there in the middle. Sorry, I can't look at the map for too long, but Phallus Lake is kind of just in the dead center of the west side of the map. It's in between, like, Riverside, Muldraw, and Rosewood, kind of at the midpoint. Lovely little place to have a gas station base in, because the gas station's right there at the edge of town. Nice place to fuel up if you have to. I usually autistically plan ahead of time, so I don't usually have to worry about fueling up on the way. Hey, you know what? I needed an extra pillow. Somebody just left one on the ground here. Thanks, someone. Alright, so not a single survivor house in the garage area up here. So we want to check Leafell Heights over here on the right. We're gonna go down the hard way. Yes, there is a rural supply store there, a pretty big one. But also Phallus Lake has got a bunch of other places like the tool store. I think we actually came away from the tool store with seeds. We came away from the convenience store with seeds. Basically, it's a farmer's paradise, the whole town is. Oh, nothing, 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 and nothing. A little bit more nothing with a side of nothing. At least this is a roundabout here. We can just go straight through it. The driving mechanics, that's a, yeah. It's an acquired taste for sure. I don't mind it at this point because I've gotten to understand it very well, but yeah, the learning curve is ridiculous, and just because I've learned it and I can make it work does not make it a good system. Because I can learn the stupidest of shit if there's a game that's fun. You know, the core combat is what I'm here for, combat and logistics. The vehicular mechanics are something that I tolerate. As far as this game goes, it's probably the best we're ever going to get. I don't see them improving vehicular, just the way they work in general, the way vehicles work. On the whole, I don't see that improving, sadly. Even worse on controller, yeah. I kind of want this Ranger truck, because I don't actually have one yet. I've seen one. I've seen a broken up one. Ooh! I don't even know what that step van is. Hey, okay, I need everybody in chat not to tell Luchador about this. Please don't tell Luchador Mask that I have found a third red sledgehammer. Please do not tell him. He will be, I am reliably informed he will not be happy about that. We're currently at the school. We have not spawned in the interior yet. I do not expect the school has any loot that I'm interested in at the current juncture. We do not have a extremely pressing need for glue. I think I'm just going to try to heist this. I really want that sledgehammer. I don't need it, but I want it. I just want it. So we're gonna heist it. We're gonna get all the zombies who are around it. We'll get their attention and bring them away from it. I'm not even gonna blow the horn. We don't need to. Just gotta keep their attention. A slight problem with this tactic is we're gonna get the attention of more than just those zombies. So this may not be the best. Strategy. I mean, if the worst happens and we just get swarmed, then we'll just have to kill everybody. Provide me with a good time. Yeah, this is not happening. Is it? Hang on. We might have an opening here. I gotta create it. Did I create it? Kind of. Kind of. If there's less than like 2 or 3. See, this is one of the ways to find a sledgehammer in this game, by the way. You need to see an event where there's a vehicle kind of chilling somewhere. It's usually a V6 or a bull driver, and some dudes around it, and you can just pick it up. And if there's a lot of zombies around it, you can slap them like that. But if there's more zombies like this, then... I mean, all these zombies I eventually probably want to kill, depending on what's in this area. But I might have more important things to do right now. Okay, look at that. The sledgehammer is more or less available. It's a big item. It's 6 encumbrance. So we need a nice wide open window to pick it up. What I'm going to do is make sure it's on that side of me. Except that's the wrong side. I fucked that up. I was supposed to make sure that the driver's side was facing the sledgehammer. This is why I have the airport truck instead of the ambulance, because my soul would be leaving my body right now if I had taken that many collisions on the ambulance. The ambulance is not meant for collisions. It is a scouting vehicle and a supply carrier. Nice hybrid. Okay, here we go. Nope, that didn't work. There we go. Yeah, took quite a few hits, but we made it work. Okay, I'm not gonna act like that was not terrifying, but we're good. We're good. I felt my. No, I do have bad vibes, Daniel. I just don't have them with me. This was not supposed to be a bombing activity day. And as whatchamacallit, as a bonus, this thing will have some rifles in the back probably. Oh, I only just thought of this. This might, because it just spawned in on the latest patch, this might have some of the new guns in it. If anybody is not familiar, we started this character on 42.13, and that means that all the gun stores we've looted so far did not have the new guns that were just added. We've only been able to loot like 1 or 2 gun stores since then, and none of them have had the new guns. The only new gun we found has been the JS3T, which is a fantastic gun. But yeah, this thing might actually have some of the new guns in it. One of the guns is a Trapper carbine, which sounds exactly like what you would find in a Ranger truck, because you literally find traps in these, like animal traps and whatnot. Let's take a look, see if we got anything cool. Nope, at least not in the back. Now, okay, this flashlight angle-headed, That would be amazing if it was early game. Didn't even know that could spawn in here. Are you gonna make me break a window? You probably are. Front left actually isn't that bad. We'll smash it. Crate trap, sack, wine. So no guns at all. Sometimes there's guns in these, but this is not one of those times. Just because I'm not actively using this road doesn't mean I'll just leave these guys here. Out of my road. Detached, alright? Okay. Someday I might bring that Ranger truck back to my base and fix it up, but I have no pressing need for it, so we leave it on 31 West, we can come back for it very easily. I think that means we've checked the entirety of that neighborhood. Yeah, we've got this entire chunk. We did not actually get a chance to go down 1841. We're going to do that next. Wasn't there a zombie with a katana in its chest? I feel like I would have noticed that, but you know what? Let's just double check. Which road was it? It was the one that was parallel with the school, so that's lethal. I know what you're talking about. I do remember seeing somebody with something in their chest. I thought it was a lacrosse stick, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it was a lacrosse stick, but you're not going to tell me that there could have been a katana and not have me double check. I'm going to go double check now. I have literally, I'm not facetious when I'm saying this. I have played this game for 3,000 hours and I have never once seen a katana spawn in the world. The only reason I know it exists is debug mode. The hell? Why would everybody just group up right there? They really heard that vehicle towing noise. It was a dude with a, I want to say his outfit was blue. And again, I'm drawing on a memory that I put like 0.0% brain power into committing, so. Or was it one of the ones all the way back here? Oh, nobody's jumping out at me now. See, the wacky thing is, I know you're not messing with me. I know you're not messing with me because I did see somebody with something sticking out of them. It just never in a million years would have occurred to me that it's a katana, because I just don't. My brain isn't wired to look for katanas at this point. It used to be. Not no more. Not since the not since ever, really. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh well. If it's out there, we'll find it eventually. We already cleared a little bit of that crossroads. There's three ways through it at this point. The top route, which is what we just took, which is going to be filled with zombies next time we go there. But there's a central route and a south route to get around all that nonsense. So now we are on 1841 headed north. We are quite hungry. We're having another bite of roast. Got a wreck up here. Not very strategically useful because there are a whole bunch of burned wrecks to the south if we actually want more disassembly opportunities. We managed to get all the way down to Oakdale and Nelson there, so we are good to go all the way up and take a right at Waverly and check those last houses. So you're not mistaken. That was a zombie with a katana in his chest. Okay. All right, then. Or are you just saying you weren't messing with me? I believe you. I believe you. If KTO had said that, then I would have been like, sus. Too sus. Don't know if y'all heard that. That was the sound of a sheep. And that is why I got out. I didn't even consider that it would be possible, but I figured I'd check. Combat music picking up. Killed everybody, didn't we? Okay. Yeah, so we've got sheep. Live sheep, somehow. And they're not stressed to death. A literal family of sheep? Okay. One of them is stressed, but it is not stressed to the breaking point. Okay, cool. But yeah, no, we'll go back there at some point to check out the school, maybe loot it for some glue. But for now, we've just got a side quest that popped up. Not close enough, huh? Get these out of the way. Take that animal trailer home. We'll put the sheep into our aminal zone, where we should have resources that can support them. It's just 3 sheep. Now it's a breeding pair. There's a ram, a ewe, and a babby sheep. Now we might have to kill the baby sheep, and when I say have to, what I really mean is these sheep that spawn in just, randomly, sheep only produce milk if they're in their mating season, and I don't believe April. Nah, the mating season I think is fall, and then it ends like early spring, which is weird, but whatever. Yeah, I do believe these sheep are out of their mating season, which means the baby sheep will not have any milk to eat or to drink, and it will not accept cow milk. And I don't know if it'll accept milk that we make with milk powder. I'll try. I've never tried it before. So we'll give that a shot, see if we can actually save it, and if we can't, well, we've got lamb chop. That is the game that we're playing right now. I'm pretty sure in real life, a starving lamb would have no problem drinking cow's milk. But, yeah. I don't know. It probably is not an ideal form of nutrition, but it probably works. I don't know if there's going to be a way home without exposing these guys to some more Zeds. Now that's going to be a problem, actually. That's going to be a problem because if the ram and the ewe get stressed, the ram can break shit, and I will not be tolerating that. I will kill the ram if it starts breaking shit. I'm not that interested in sheep. So you would think that what we're doing right there, just driving past those zombies, you would think that wouldn't bother the animals too much, but I have seen some dumb shit in this game. It's a possibility that they'll be stressed for the rest of their life just because it's something like that. I will never forget what happened to Athena back on Annie Mae. That was our pristine prime cow, and she got so stressed that she lost her calf, and she stopped producing milk, and she did not get unstressed for like 3 months. And it was just because we did a trip just like this one, literally down this same road. Literally down this, I'm not even kidding, it was down this same road. Probably with a similar amount of zombies too. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. At the time, one of my viewers hypothesized that we were going too fast. That the speed was actually what stressed the animals and not the zombies. I have no idea. But you know what? Just for the hell of it, I'll limit my speed. We'll go 40 or something. Funny thing is, we actually didn't have an animal trailer in this area. When we came here, all of the chickens that we currently have were only fertilized eggs, and the cow was just a calf. We hand carried her, so we never had an animal trailer here to begin with. I never did a trip here with an animal trailer. Y'all have some new friends today. Let's hope everybody gets along and doesn't start breaking my shit. So the baby was the one that was not stressed. It was the ram and the ewe that were, so I'm just going to pet both of them now. Oops. I meant to pet it. I didn't mean to. Well fed, not thirsty, healthy. It is unnerved. This one won't, the ewes don't attack things. Oh, I can pick up the ram. Sometimes rams, or at least in the past for me, the rams have been too big to pick up. So, oh, cool. Get over here, dum-dum. Right over here to mama. Alrighty, I suppose we can top up the water while we're here. It's not going to be a problem for now, but the more animals we put in there, the more water they will consume. Food is almost never a problem, in my experience. The devs have probably not balanced food consumption very well yet. I suspect it's going to get a little harder to keep all the animals fed at some point. But yeah, since this is an indoor pen, I keep a bunch of buckets on the roof. Buckets get filled with rainwater, we take them downstairs, fill them up. At some point, maybe I could build an outdoor pen for them, but for now it is, we'll see. At some point we'll do that, maybe. Zombie dressed in blue. It appeared to be a spear. I thank you for looking. So I was correct. It was somebody wearing blue. It was either a male in a dress, or sorry, it was either a female in a dress or a male in a hoodie. If my memory is not, if my memory is not screwing with me right now. Actually, it would behoove me to keep the animal trailer in the south lot, since that's closer to the aminals. At some point in the future, I could put a gardening truck or something like that down here. Maybe that's what we'll purpose the fire truck for. These airport security trucks are definitely my new horde vehicles, so the fire trucks are no longer necessary for horde vehicle use. While we're here, we got the car wash. It's great. So, we did not actually get all the way down 1394. So that's fine, we could just do that. Maybe what I'll do is take Waverly, take a peek at the last bit of 1394, and then just do an about face, go up Bourbon here. Bourbon goes all the way to the north here. Our field base in the north would be, I think... I actually don't know which one of these buildings it would be. One of these buildings is the storage unit facility, and it has a unattackable wall for 3 out of 4 of its corners. And then the front of it only has like a very small way in that zombies can actually go through. So it's actually an amazing strategic resource in Louisville. just in general, regardless of what stage of Louisville you're in. In my particular case, I've kind of planned my entire Louisville experience around it. Jericho was always supposed to be our beachhead here, but now that we have our beachhead established, the next place that I would really want to go to would probably be that storage unit, because right next to it is, I think there's a gun store and a pawn shop, which could have guns, and I believe pawn shops are one of the few places that have a single-digit percentage chance to see a katana. Not that I'm actually hoping to see that, because hope is a way to be disappointed. But yeah, I'll take a single-digit chance over just about anything else. So these are the last houses on Waverly. I think they're all garages. Happy to see some boarded up windows. Snow maybe some. Looking like a negative, Ghost Rider. That is almost entirely confirmed. This house is kind of hard to see, but no, it's negative. Okay. So no survivor houses on Waverly. Hug the side of the road here and just gun it so that we can explore the rest of 1841. Easier said than done, of course. This is still Louisville. Okay, that is 1841. All the dots are connected. Now, we're going to get to our destination. We're not going to be able to fight our way in and actually establish it as a safe zone. That's not going to happen, not tonight. We don't have any coffee with us, and we're 2 hours or less from fatigue here. So this is purely exploration. Oh, the music? Yes. Okay, so the combat music. We're currently hearing a low fade. It's fading out. Combat music triggers when 3 zombies are aggroed onto you and within, I don't know, like less than 10 tiles away. It's 3 or more less than 10 tiles away is the magic number that I'm aware of. In fact, you can even turn it into a game, and I do recommend this for new players. If any new players are watching and you want to get a little better at combat, one of the best things you can do is learn how to control how many you pull in a single encounter. And what you can do is, like, for example, there's only 2 zombies here, so it wouldn't really work here. But, like, let's say I wanted to chip away at this big group of zombies down here. The goal to do that would be to pull them, like, one at a time if possible, or at the very least, pull less than 3. So you can play a game with yourself. Try to kill as many zombies as possible without triggering the combat music. Because if you do that, then you're pulling them in manageable chunks, and you don't have to... You have a lot less to worry about if you pull them in manageable chunks like that. So you can even take the combat music and the way it works. You can turn that into a way to learn things. Because pulling zombies in manageable chunks is probably the single most important strategy that I use all the time in melee combat, or really any combat. Of course, the definition of a manageable chunk changes based on what my weaponry is. But early game or even late game, if I'm doing melee, I would prefer to keep it nice and steady. No large groups coming at me where possible. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I do believe someday I may see a katana. Now here we are. This is Jared Leto's house here, if I'm not mistaken. This house has a decent chance of good cars appearing in the garages. I would like to know if there's a possibility of race cars in these garages. Take a little peeky peek. I can't see, but I feel like if there were vehicles in there, I would see them through those garage windows. So I don't think we've got any vehicles in there. We didn't have any on Annie either, so that's 2 times in a row I've been to Louisville with nothing in there. That's okay. It's a pretty garage. It's one of those garages with those floor-to-ceiling windows. If I ever got to build my own house and I had no limits to my budget, absolutely 100%. Now there's a lot of residential to the south, but our current target is not residential. There will be opportunities for that later. All of these fences, by the way, if anybody's not familiar, every single one of these fences is now attackable, and every time a zombie slaps it, you get 1 stress. So by the sheer number of zombies in this area, spending more than 30 seconds next to a fence if they know you're there, you are stressed 0 to 100 instantly. The devs took it very personally when we saw these fences and thought, hey, we can make we can turn those into very, very reliable bases and we'll be safe in them. No, not in this game, friendos. No, you're playing the wrong game if you want to be safe. There is no safe here. Looks like we've got 4 distillery trucks. Do I hear 5? Nope, just 4. Okay. So this is Scarlet Oak Distillery. I'm not going to be able to get out of here without hitting either those zombies or those fucking rats. Alright, there we go. We're out of here. Mission success. The rats are almost guaranteed to bloody up my my hood. Which one is this? Is this Reliant Manufacturing? I do not know what loot table this is. I want to say it's probably going to be generic warehouse, but I don't know. This is the Ohio River here. We are at the upper edge of Louisville, but we're still south of the industrial park. There's an industrial park probably right past this. I recognize that sidewalk. Yes, there's the industrial park. I don't know what this is. I think it might be Fossoil, as in like a gasoline refinery. Yeah, there's the Fossoil logos. Yeah, that's Fossoil. The blue dinosaur. It even has the name over there. And the name even shows up. Oh, look at that. Unattackable fences. What a novel concept. These green ones are not attackable yet. They're the only ones that are not attackable. I think I can just start calling this the refinery now. Now that I'm sure that it's Fossoil. I think Fossoil owns all of this infrastructure, so that means this is probably just all a gasoline refinery up here. So my thesis on petroleum refining in Knox County. Oh, I was wrong. Their competitor is right across the street. Look at that. Look at that. Gas to Go is right here. So we got both Fossoil and Gas to Go. So we've got two competing whatchamacallit, gasoline manufacturers. What's going on here? Why are these Zeds killed? The building isn't looted and trashed, or at least, okay. Half of it is. Fascinating. Very fascinating. Okay. Didn't know that was possible. I guess this is just such a big POI that it might have been counted as 2 separate buildings. If the rest of the building was looted and trashed, then these windows would not be intact. All these windows would be busted out right here. Interesting. All right, so this road is always busy. I don't see a clear way through there. If I wait a second and let these guys get closer, now I do. So kitten knives, that has, obviously it's got knives, free grindstones, lots of them in the factory floor. Here it is, secure storage. This is our destination. So this place, unless the devs have changed something, the only way in or out of this place is this little area right here. The door, the window, the door, and these fences. So you shore up this corner right here, and secure storage is the most secure building in Louisville. This place is literally a fucking castle. Because all these walls here, unattackable. Doesn't matter how many zombies are up here, they have to go around to take you from the front. And that is a very strategically valuable resource in a place like this. Now, navigating the entire perimeter is a little bit difficult thanks to this area. And it's only thanks to this area that these windows are here. These windows right here. Those windows... Wait, hold on, what the hell? What? What? Boys, we got a barricaded pawn shop here. I think this is the pawn shop. I've never seen this before. This is, this is the Army surplus, isn't it? Yes, okay, Ready Prep Army surplus is barricaded. I've never seen that before. I have never seen that before. That is very interesting. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if it means anything. I mean, there was already going to be guns and ammo in there. The fact that it's boarded up suddenly, does that mean there's more? Does that mean there's less? It's definitely not a standard survivor house. The survivor house story does not create metal barricades. So whatever this is, it's specific to Ready Prep. And I know for a fact that this place did not have barricades on it last time I was here. So it's not like, it's definitely not just part of the POI now. I got another fire truck in the area. Of course we do. We always have more fire trucks. See, now we're entering territory that I explored recently enough on Annie that I actually kind of remember the layout very well. There's a cinema right around the corner here too. I think this might be a strip club. I don't remember if this is a strip club or just a nightclub. I think it's just a nightclub. Yeah, that is a ton of zombies. It's not anything we couldn't handle if we were coming here to fight a war. But I'm just here to scout the place out right now. Okay, here's the pawn shop. Here be the pawn shop. It is looted and trashed. But that's disappointing. I find it extra funny that it can be looted and trashed and the stupid unbreakable gates can still be there. That's... I don't know what to make of that. That's stupid. What was the point of breaking the windows? Was it a Minneapolis riot? Did they break the windows for insurance purposes? Hey, Dios míos. Jim's Auto Shop, beer and liquor. USL, I think that was looted and trashed last time I was here. No surprises. USL is connected to secure here. Okay, well, we don't have the time of day to handle this. I mean, we're not fatigued right now, but it's 1850. We basically should have already been fatigued. We're lucky that we're not. If I were to get out and start fighting, I would be fatigued within a couple of minutes, almost guaranteed. Well, okay, so we've got our target. I mean, we've got our target. We know our activity. We are coming back here with the ambulance. And, here's something we can do. So, I usually don't like using the ambulance itself for, bombing activities because of all the potential for bumping into zombies and damaging my ambulance. That's why I usually use trucks like this one. But we've also got a truck just like this one right down here. look at what else we got, boys. Oh, I like this place already. I really like this place. I was hoping to check the status of that fire truck. But we're gonna have to fight to do that. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a calculated risk here. I'm going to take a calculated risk. I'm going to leave the truck not running in a place that is not covered in zombies. our recent loot into the trunk, like we should have already. We're going to kill anybody who approaches us right now, because we are not currently fatigued, but we will be by the time we get back. Should have at least 3 or 4 that are locked onto us. Definitely didn't lose them all just by line of sighting them, yeah. Let's just kill anybody who approaches. Because if we don't, we're not getting out of here. So this is one of the reasons that, yet another reason why that little castle right there, the Storage Max castle, is so valuable. It's right next to the top corner, so you can blitz your way in here and then work your way down from the south and have a secure angle of approach from the north behind you. Because, well, the devs have not yet added zombies coming out of the river. The day they do, that's going to change everything. I'm sorry, but I don't want that thing in the road where I can hit it. I do not appreciate killing animals. I don't have the same hatred for raccoons that I do for rabbits. If they didn't damage my vehicles, I wouldn't be doing that. The devs are making me do that. Now, these alleyways right here that are only 2 tiles wide, they're never not going to be dangerous. Ever. I hate them with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. Where are they going? Y'all saw that, didn't you? They were standing around, and then they all decided to start moving at once. Interesting. Must have been a group-up mechanic. So we're still not fatigued somehow. I have no idea how. We should be fatigued by now. We must have just had a really good night's sleep last night. Still clear over here. Alright, let's take a look at that fire truck and see what kind of local resources we've got. Oh, I said that I should have been fatigued, and the game heard me. Now I'm fatigued. Thanks. Thanks, Indy Stone. Thanks. This is life without a stat bar right here. Now, just because I'm fatigued doesn't mean I'm not Longplay level 9. I can still kill these guys regularly, reliably, but the extra hits are not good for the durability of my blades. I don't like it. And I have no choice. Normally, if I'm fatigued, I'd start shooting, but this is not the kind of neighborhood to be shooting in if you're not ready to commit to a fight. Technically speaking, I'm being stealthy right now. This is me being stealthy. Now, on the topic of stealth, we are actually rocking the quietest Magnum in the game right now, the M30... Okay, I was going to call it the M36. That's what it's been called for the last 1,700 hours. It's now called the SN38. I guess the fact that it had 36 in the title, but it used 38 special is too confusing. Alrighty then. It's not like the M16 uses 16mm rounds, but, well, what can I say? In this universe, people are allowed to be consistent with their guns. Now, we can actually shut the fatigue up if we get in here and steal a 2-liter of soda. A 2-liter of soda is usually just enough caffeine to make the fatigue temporarily go away. Now, that guy right there was completely immune to hat hair. His hat fell off and he immediately had a mohawk. A spiky mohawk. Give me a 2-liter here. No 2-liter? That's more like it. This might shut up the fatigue just long enough to finish what we're doing. So this convenience store right here is a way into the fenced area back here. And that applies to both us and the zombies. So first I just want to see if it is... It is not a survivor vehicle, meaning it has no charged battery in it. And some of the parts are good, but not all of them. So it is nothing overly impressive. The light bar is in great condition. That's one of the most important parts. Tires are just regular. Sus is already performance. Brakes are just regular. So let's bring back with us a new regular brake, a new performance sus, and we have one. We don't have any regular tires. I don't collect those. So we'll just come back with a couple of performance tires. Maybe we can steal some others on the way back. We haven't looked at the ambulance yet. I didn't even know it was possible to find these in fire trucks. Oh, please nobody tell Luchador. Ay, Dios míos. That's funny. I'm laughing really hard right now. Alright, I don't really care about the rest of this. The axe is in need of a sharpening and a new handle, as per usual. Last but not least, we're going to check on that ambulance, and then we're out of here. I'd just like to identify what I need to bring back with me to have both of these usable, because then that's just, you know, more vehicles I don't even have to bring back to, I don't even have to bring back to my main base. They can just stay out here. Oh, look at this. We got a stripper zombie. Okay, so this is not just a nightclub. This is a full-on strip club. This is not a place where everybody dances. This is a place where just a few people dance, and you put money in their, something. ID card, Valentina Christmas. I don't think that's a real name. I think you made that up. Valentina Christmas. Let's call, let's rename her to Valentina Daddy Issues. Oh, there's the fatigue again. Like I said, soda will... If you just got fatigued and you take some soda, you'll shut it up for a couple of minutes, and that's all you can hope for. Wait a minute, is the ambulance here? That's right next to the strip club. I wonder why somebody would call an ambulance on the strip club. Just got a key to it. Ambulance is not a survivor vehicle. So both of the batteries are in pretty good condition. The tires of the ambulance are old, and it looks like one of them could be replaced. Brakes are performance. Sus is regular. Gas is small. I don't care about seats for field vehicles like these. We're fine. Okay. Let me establish a laundry list here, or a shopping list. So what we're doing is I'm actually keeping that note about Jericho because I do not yet know if I want to redo the bedroom floors. Okay, so, castle vehicles equals 2 performance tires, because that's all we have. P brake, performance brake. Then the ambulance is good. The truck only needed 1 reg brake. You know what? We have so many brakes. Let's just bring performance brakes for the trucks. We have so many brakes. 5 P brakes. the framing of that. I don't even take 5 pee breaks in an entire stream. Suspensions. We needed. You know what? Let's just do full upgrades. 5 times P sus. Okay, that's our shopping list. That'll get these vehicles up and running. And you know what? Just for good measure, 1 rear windshield. Okay, that looks good to me. They didn't obey the 4-hour limit. And you know what? The supplies that are in these vehicles can also stay here as local use stuff. I'm going to take this 2-liter just in case we need it. I don't think we will. Everything else can also stay here for local supplies. See, I don't carry around caffeine tabs anymore. Caffeine tablets. I have henceforth declared them useless. You know what? I don't know if I could say that and be 100% honest. The ability to delete for caffeine is not going to save you if you've been fatigued for any reasonable amount of time. But I suppose if you just see it pop up, then you can make it shut up for about 2 or 3 more minutes. But is that really worth 0.2 encumbrance in my Alice kit? To me, it's not. So, I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't. Both of these things have small gas tanks. We don't have a gas station out here. There is no gas station, despite the fact that it doesn't matter that we're right next to Fossil Oil headquarters. I don't think there's any actual pumps here. After this, Jen? So after this, the target is the place that we drove past a couple times there. I'll drive past it one more time on the way back. It is the, well, I mean, there's many targets here, but we want to establish a base here so we don't have to keep going back and forth. Okay, that's a car that went under the terrain. Good to know. But yeah, the storage units, which are right here to my left. That's our next base. That's our castle in this area. We come back here with the ambulance. We take that castle for ourselves, and then we've got a lot of loot in this area to find. There's a gun store. There's an army surplus. There is a pawn shop that's been looted and trashed, but you know, tertiary targets. Perhaps on my way back we could blitz through some of these neighborhoods. Maps unlimited? What? I didn't know that was a thing. That's really funny. Oh, there is a gas station right here. Okay. And it's a gas station that hasn't even been looted and trashed. There might be a few pumps out, but good to know. Very good to know. Checking the map again here. Oh, I know where we're at now. I recognize parts of this area. I think we got a little close to Reed there for a second, but I'm not going out there just yet. That's First and Main in that direction. We're not going in that direction. This place is absolutely crawling. We're not going in there. Gated community, but that doesn't mean anything to me right now. Gates are just things for zombies to slap. It's okay, so we've got a yet another fire truck, probably decent engine quality, but I don't care about that right now. That would require a lot of work to fix up. Spiffos. Not looted and trashed somehow? Neat. Been a little while since I've seen a Spiffos that isn't looted and trashed. I think this is one that does not actually spawn Spiffo vans. Yeah, so it's not just the luck of the draw. I don't think there's actually any Spiffo vans that spawn here. That is a 3-story apartment building. We do not want to get close to that. It will spit 1,000 Zeds at us the moment we get close to it. I have been to enough Louisville apartment buildings to know that that is exactly what happens in these places. That's not the police department. No, that's the... Oh, I think that's the school. I think that's the school. Hang on. Press an M. That is, I believe, the school. Or it's close to it. Either or. There's not that much that we would get out of the school right now. Having been there once already, I can confirm. It is... There's nothing special about the bookshelves. It's just standard library bookshelves times a literal 1,000. And there are no chances for library bookshelves to spawn... Oops. Keep looking around. Maybe I should try looking forward. There's no chances for library bookshelves to spawn long blade, napping, reloading, or aiming. So we could use long blade 5, but we will not find it in LSU. Okay, so we've already been down this road. We do not need to stop and explore now. We are headed home. Watch that second left turn. It's a doozy. We came really close to ramming a tree there. I think this is Waverly? No, I don't know what this is, but it's not Waverly. It'll get us back to First Street. Oh, Chapel Mount Downs. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's see if there's anything interesting in the parking lot. Chapel Mount Downs, the parking lot is where I found the pipe bomb recipe for Annie Mae. It was in one of the vehicles in this lot area. That was a cause for joyous celebration at the time. Glad to have found it a little bit earlier on Nora. So Chapel Mount Downs is a horse race track. The helmets that the horse racers wear come in 5 different colors, and they are the same stats as a bicycle or a riding helmet. They are the same stats as my preferred form of helmet, which the riding helmet is the only helmet in the game that I'm aware of that provides really good bite and scratch protection at the cost of no hearing or vision impairment. So there is discomfort, like there always is with anything that provides protection in this game, but the complete lack of hearing and vision impairment makes them extremely important. Is this our turn? I think this is our turn. So our turn out onto First Street is going to be a little bit busy on the way back, but that's fine. Very successful exploration activity. We uncovered a good chunk, maybe about 1/6 of the total urban area there. There's still obviously a lot left. I never closed the gate again. Oh, I've got to break that bad habit. Oh, that is a bad habit of mine. I don't think zombies are ever going to wander into the base while I'm not there, but I don't want to find out if that's a thing. I just want to, I want to habituate myself out of that. It's not a good habit to be in. Alright, so we've messed up our sleep schedule just a little bit. And that is okay. As long as we get to sleep now and then sleep again as soon as we can. We should come out on top. Still gaining weight, 81 kilo. I'm actually kind of okay with not getting into rapid weight gain if I don't have to. Basically, getting into rapid weight gain just means that I've eaten a lot of things too quickly. Or, I don't know. I don't know if there's a balance to make sure that you get into rapid weight gain without eating too fast, if that makes sense. I'm actually not sure about that. Alright, so there's our first sleep. Second sleep is supposed to happen at 5 a.m., but that's probably not going to cut it. We picked up some stripper gear. That goes into the clothing container here. Also picked up some comic book. Some angle-headed flashlight. And a file. I'm pretty sure I already had one, but I just grabbed that almost by accident. Valentina Christmas. Into the memorabilia bin with that. Pillow was for the ambulance. Because it's always supposed to have one in it as part of its general kit. You know what? The ambulance could use a gas can, too. I don't know how I feel about the fact that we've got more swords than I know what to do with in terms of decorations. Too early? No, we can sleep. Excellent. So we're only a little bit off schedule. That's great. Alrighty. So, we want to establish a base in the field. We should take a bed with us. That's where these bags come in. We've got large medical bed and pillow. And in order to pick these up, they're quite heavy. We got to take one out first, then pick it up, and put it back in. A lot of what's in here is leftovers. Actually, I think all of it is. No, we still have a little bit of potato. I suppose if we use potatoes in the correct way, then we can get away with some decent stuff here. See, potatoes are just so chunky. Let's go for some stir fries. Yeah, see, I've tried to train myself to look at leftovers as seasoning for other recipes that already have really chunky stuff in them. And I think that's paying off here. I think we're going to get some good meals out of this. Smaller helpings, to be sure. But these will probably come out to be 40s, close to 50 maybe. So just like the other ones, we're not going to cook these just yet. I'm going to see if this 90 roast here is enough to get me to the next weight threshold. Probably do the same with this last roasting pan. We just want to get the ingredients used up before they continue to go stale. Okay, we can dispense with the leftovers now. We have had really good weather the past couple days, and I shan't be I shall not squander it. We will make good use of it. So, just to flex a little bit, you guys are going to have to forgive me for a little bit of flex here. We have got 1, 2, 3. And in the ambulance as part of its regular kit. Four red sledgehammers. Oh, whoops. I forgot that she waves by with the hand that's carrying the backpack. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, I'm gonna do something with that screenshot. We'll see. In the meantime, though, one of those needs to go into my back into my ambulance. You know what? This sledgehammer is actually damaged. We're just gonna leave it as a decoration here. These 3 are pristine, so we'll put 1 back into the ambulance where it belongs. Can I refuel a propane tank? It is not possible right now. Sadly, propane is a finite resource, and once it gets drained from a tank into a torch, that's a one-way street. I was supposed to put those batteries on the charger before going to sleep. Too late. Find a better spot for those maybe later. That's fine for now. Now that being said, we don't necessarily need to have the these batteries charged right now. We just want to leave them on the charger when we depart. When we come back, they'll be charged. So here is Vehicle Alley. Literally a little bit of everything here. We got a new rear windshield for the ambulance at our destination. Shopping list was brakes. We're going to take both these performance tires. Just to get something good on both of them, as opposed to the garbage that some of the slots have. Both of them had one crap tire. Which one had my suspensions? Was it one of the ambulances? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So as fate would have it, we actually don't have a lot of spares. I'd prefer to keep my spares here, so we're gonna do a real good regular for that one that has all the regulars. Real good performance for the ambulance. And then we were gonna redo the ambulance with performance sus, so, and then one performance sus for the damaged one on the fire truck. That's good for now. Okay, I remember now. We are not taking this truck, so I am doing a bit of a silly here. This truck cannot come with us because we need the ambulance. The ambulance has not just my field kit, but all of my weaponry. And that weaponry needs to now include some 38 special. I think I'm going to commit to that. 38 special is my short range caliber. I will want to balance it more with 9mm. That's okay, we've got plenty of loaded 9 mags. We've got 2 cartons of 12 gauge in the ambulance already. That's probably good. That's fine for now. .556 would mean more for the M16. I'm not doing M16 right now. We have to be sparing with that. We will take ourselves broke on M16 ammo in a blink of an eye if we just go nuts with it. It's got a full mag plus 9 reloads, so it's okay for now. If we need it, it's there. I think it's very well equipped. I think we are pretty much good to go. I'm not gonna equip a bandolier right now. I want to see how I fight with the water in a canteen. I think they already broke the gate, and that's perfectly fine. That just means I may want to establish a new gate myself. I already have one gate bag prepped, but we will not be able to fit a gate bag into the ambulance, and that's okay. Here is a gate bag. If anybody's not familiar with what I mean by gate bag, it just contains all the necessary materials to instantly build one of these. I love these things. They're great. You can see through them, and you can drive through them. Fantastic little entries to your... Even if you're building a custom base, they will count as making the place indoors. As counterintuitive as that might sound. So all this stuff that I was going to take in this truck, we're going to take in a trailer, actually. I don't remember which of these is empty. Not that one. This one. Oh, since we're still charging those batteries, let's grab a couple of heavy duties from the recovery ambulance. Got a lot of options here. They're going to a good place, so we can take two of the best. Oh, a generator. I think we'll just barely have room for one. That's actually going to be pushing it a bit. We've got plenty of generators. I think this actually, because we're trying to optimize our carry so that we don't have to do more than one trip back and forth right now, I think this is a good opportunity to make use of the blue generators, because we can pack those straight into a backpack. But I want a yellow one for long term and a blue one for short term. Or, I'm sorry, a blue one for the gas station around the corner. So this one can go in the trailer, while the they're like 0.2 off here. 0.2 off. Okay, there we go. Now I can fit a blue generator into my backpack now. Yes, that is a thing you can do. You have a military backpack and you're organized, a blue generator only weighs 30, and backpacks have 36. So yes, I literally just put a generator into my backpack. That's for the gas station. But that means my main backpack's now full. We'll have to put some things into a handbag. But I think that should not be a problem. Okay, maybe that will be a problem. I think we'll just barely fit everything. Oh, look at that, 129.5, and then I hand carry the bed. That is literally everything I would need for a long-term based setup just out in the field. That's all I need. One trip. It's great. I love it. And this trailer, we'll probably just leave it up there. Unless and until we fill it up with stuff that needs to come back here. This is the part where I update my notepad with the date that we're leaving here. Last checked generators, 4/13. I haven't had to use that for a while, but I may be on the next side of town. I might be there for a little while. You know what? Let's just subtract a few days from that, because I actually did not just refill them. Let's just put 410. Yeah. That will ensure that there's a fire under my ass to get back here, so that the ratio is something like we can be away from base for about 20 days, something like that. Waverly probably is not the best idea. We'll see. So one of the things is I've got a trailer, which is going to limit my ability to back up very easily. So the best, if we can do this in a straight shot, then we'll be all the happier for it. So I was actually at the hardware store yesterday because I was trying to get some materials to repair my scooter. That's a depressing story. The tire is busted, and I don't think there's no fixing it. It needs a new tire, possibly a new wheel assembly. But I was at the hardware store, and they had an entire welding aisle there, and there was not a single propane accessory that I could see. It was all electrical. I guess welding is a lot more popularly done with electric things these days. Fuck off. It's like that guy was trying to block me. So in addition to the fact that the ambulance has enough weapons and ammo in it to fight a small ground war, well, not just a small ground war, a large one, it also has my bomb supplies. We have 3 remote pipe bombs, and we will definitely use 1 or 2 of them in this operation. There will be opportunities to use all of them, but we'll be sparing because, of course, sometimes it will be better to just chip away at the groups. Did I lose trunk from that? Nope, we're good. If I have to hit them with a part of the vehicle, I'd prefer it not be the trunk area. Hood is alright, I guess. We go through enough windshields, but it looks like both of those were actually the passenger seat door. They must have counted as hood after all, because we got blood on the hood. Imagine if this game had persistent hunt. That's a game, that would be an absurd increase in difficulty. That's an increase in difficulty I would accept. It would make the game a lot harder, but you would still be able to get things done. You just have to be incredibly strategic about everything. It would make it harder the way sprinters do. Sprinters don't make it harder, they just make it unfair. That is probably something I should say more often, because right now my spiel when it comes to sprinters, and I've given it many times, but the crux of it is the player does not have enough movement superiority in this video game, where the entire system is built on the player having movement superiority, right? For all the game modes, except for the ones that include sprinters, which only recently became an option for the hard mode, but thus far have never been an option. The devs never included sprinters in a canon setting, and I don't think they ever will in the canon. It's because they're not balancing the game for it. The player doesn't have enough movement mechanics for it to be a fair proposition. But that being said, instead of sprinters, if you just had a decently high population, but it was impossible for zombies to lose track of you, that would make this game a hell of a lot harder in a slightly more interesting way. So without even really talking about it, this was the plan. We come up here with the ambulance, and then we fight south. And if we fight south, nobody's going to be flanking us, because there's nobody to flank us. We made it to the edge of Louisville. And all we got to do is fight our way from here to the storage unit. And the storage unit is, like I said, it is a castle. We make it secure, and then we defend it. Tree shake to the right there, at least one. We got rain. That's something to think about. There will be no discharging of any guns until we've got a very clean, wide open space to fight. These trees make it way too... I don't want to do that. Once we eliminate a large amount of trees from the area where we parked up there to the north, we can at least look over our shoulder and see if anybody, like, you know, from the left and the right up there that we didn't see before, gunshots would pull them if they were there. So that is what I want to do to deal with that. Alright, so the rail yard here is going to be one of our biggest initial peeves. I believe these fences are attackable. I'm going to sneak up to try to Hello. I'm going to sneak up to try to confirm that. I don't want everybody attacking them if they are. Yep, they're attackable. Now, just because the fences are attackable, actually, that's not the worst thing in the world. These we can at least shoot through. And we've got the shotgun with us. So that is not the worst thing in the world. That's not even a bad thing as long as we're very careful with it. And what I mean by careful with it is we ensure that we can deal with the zombies that group up on the fence and start slapping it without being flanked by, you know, too many of them from the other side. So we deal with everybody on this side of the fence first, then go back and deal with the ones that get trapped inside the fenced area. All the while keeping a distance from the fenced area, so we don't get stressed out by this stupid-ass slapping. The sentences that this game makes me say. Aye. Axe in the passenger seat as always. Getting a little hungry, we'll have the bite. Still gaining weight, getting close to 85 kilo. I'm starting to think that we're not going to need to fatten up the rest of those meals we've prepped. As long as we continue to gain weight throughout the rest of the day today, maybe into tomorrow, I think we'll be good. Memory serves, there's two ways around this rail yard. Both of them involve fences, yeah. See, we got fence there, fence there. I think the last time I did this, these fences with the thicker gauge wire, with the barbed wire at the top, those fences were not attackable last time I did this. So they are now attackable. So this is a little more annoying than it was last time. That's alright. We'll survive, right? Alright, once I take out this cluster of trees right here, we will have line of sight in a wide enough territory that I'll feel comfortable starting to use guns a little bit. you remember, we're cornered right now. Technically speaking, we're cornered by some rather large groups that we need to be very careful about how much we pull at a time. Now, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I get overwhelmed at this position. I lose track of the ambulance for a little bit. It's fine. We'll just fall back and do what we have to do. You can do some amazing things on foot in this game. If I had to walk back to my base on foot from here, I could do it. It'd be really annoying, and I would hate every second of it, but I could do it. Always remember when to just turn 360 degrees and walk away. It's the most important thing to know in this game. We're having a seat to rest for a bit. Fatigue is not too far away. Honestly, if I discharge the firearm now, then that's going to mean that we probably will not be able to sleep up here safely. So if I mean, the rain is a factor too. If the rain keeps getting worse, then my shooting is going to keep getting worse. You know what? I'm going to do something a little bit cheesy, but it's going to work. I'm going to do something a little cheesy, but it's going to help us. 16:30, we could get fatigued anytime in the next 2 hours here. That means the amount of time we have to fight without having to resort to coffee is going to be limited. So what I'm going to do is just build a little blind up here. Just a little place that is covered, got a roof over it, but is also relatively safe. As safe as you can get. Now here's how we're going to do it. Going to drop some logs. What have we got? A total of 5? 6? 6 logs. That's more than enough for most of what I want to do. We've got our field kit right here. I'm going to go ahead and equip that. It's usually too heavy to carry around in combat, so I take it off before big fights. Oh, I can't wear this. I can't wear the canteen. I cannot wear the canteen and the kit at the same time. Alright. Alright, fine. I didn't have that much water left anyway. I literally didn't have that much water left anyway. We're gonna, I'm gonna do a thing. We always carry around a pot with us for many reasons. Here's one of them. I can either use the river or just drop it on the floor, catch some rainwater, build a campfire and boil, and then we've got water, clean water. I'm going to go ahead and put the shotgun away for tonight. I don't expect I'll be needing it anytime soon. In fact, I hope I won't be. Because if, at this point, if I need it, I have done something horribly wrong. But here's one of the reasons I just got the kit. The kit's got a shovel in it. A, E-tool, as it were. I'm supposed to be carrying around a sack. I am supposed to be carrying around a sack, but I'm not. Oops. Wow, that didn't... It's not the worst thing in the world, but it just made my life a little bit harder. Yeah. If I had a sack right now, we could very easily build in the river there. Whatever. That's fine. Just make copious use of our logs here. 6 more planks over here. You know what? Let's just make that 3 more. I want to be able to build a roof over our head so that we don't get too wet. Actually, that's enough. That's enough right there. Can't do it like that unless we carry them with us. But that used up the rest of our planks. So a couple more logs then. What? Oh, this is funny. I've never tried this before, but apparently if you try to build over the water like that, it doesn't work. Interesting. Never tried that before. So what we just tried to do is build a staircase that just went over this water tile right here. But we can't do that. I guess that's a countermeasure to make sure we don't make any islands by accident. My prediction is that if I put a floor right here, we'll be able to... Now, I don't know what the fuck just happened here. I've seen this happen before, and I don't know what it is. But these are now... whatever the fuck these tiles are, they're here forever now. Yeah, I don't know what that is. So the only reason we're doing this is so that we have a place to sleep as we take the, whatchamacallit, the place that we actually want to stay in. I know, right? How's it going, Kitsia? Oh, you were being literal. Welcome home, then. That right there. That's that is an FU to the 3rd degree. So I think, based on where we're parking right here, I think we've just locked ourselves in. No, not quite. Okay. So that's one thing that you can do to get yourself a place that nobody can get into without having to even build a door. Just use your vehicle as the door. I don't even need to go that far, probably. All we need is just something to make sure zombies don't just immediately wander up and start slapping us while we're trying to sleep. But now I need some stones. And we've got some down here to the right. I honestly had hoped to make a little bit more progress before being forced to break camp. Or make camp, rather. There may be a couple in this direction, so we're sneaky sneak. I think that guy might have spotted us. I think his mate saw me. Yes, yes, you did. Alright, that's 3 stones. Hopefully you remembered your ABCs. A, always, B, C, closing. Why, yes, we are building a campfire next to the water. Oh, yeah, very nice, very nice. Don't spare him an inch. Actually, based on where you're living, you can convince them that Windows is a terrible idea for legal reasons, because that means every single one of your operating systems has to have the age of the user baked into it somehow, which in terms of corporate compliance, that's a fucking nightmare. So anybody who lives in California, Colorado, any of those client states of the World Economic Forum where they're making age verification a mandatory thing. I don't think we'll need the fire for the rest of tonight. Oh yeah, the licensing argument too. Yep. Now that, some companies are probably going to be like, yeah, sure, why not? But a lot of them are going to be like, especially in this economy. It's not exactly a grower's market right now. Alright, let's see if we can wedge in there big and tight. Yep. Look at that. I use walk 2, and I try to walk out here, and she can't. So we are now wedged in for the night. The ambulance is our shield. It might actually be a bit cold tonight. Do I have... Well, maybe not. Maybe I should have built the campfire a little closer so I could use the actual warmth. Too late now. I guess she'll have to tough it out for a night. Really? Now that's bold. But I guess it's going to be hard for Microsoft to enforce corporate compliance in a country where they don't have a very strong presence. Oh yeah, no kidding. Now here's the question: who audits? Who initiates a software licensing audit in a country that doesn't have, that Microsoft? Well, I'm guessing that Microsoft doesn't have a very strong presence. Fascinating. I guess they can. I mean, again, if Meta can convince the government to pass an age verification law, then Microsoft can probably convince law enforcement to just do their dirty work for them. That probably isn't too hard. Yeah, I'm just gonna mosey on up and do a little pass with sneak mode. See who we get. No guns yet, not yet. Especially not with this rain. Microsoft does. Interesting. Now that being said, Microsoft, they have ways of finding out. There's an entire company using cracked software. That'll be a lot of devices with signals, dropping signals from a certain couple of IP subnets. They'll trace them to figure out where they're physically located and then go from there. Yeah. You got to make sure that their pipes from inside to outside are not actually giving away their physical location all the time. It's not too hard if you have a VPN for your company and you keep the intranet well enough placed. I mean, like, for example, my network traffic from my phone always looks like it's coming out of my house, regardless of where I'm physically located. Now, of course, my cell carrier knows where I'm at, because they know where my cell receiver is pinging from, but the anything data related coming out of my phone pipes through my my VPN and comes out of my house. So anybody who's tracking what I do on my phone outside of the cellular level, I don't know where that one making noise is coming from. She might be stuck on the other side of the fence. Oh yes, this one right here. She knows we're here, but she can't do anything about it. LibreOffice is great. I have been using it to write my book, and I am very happy with Writer. I have not used the other programs in the suite too much. A little bit of Calc, but I'm not one of those people who's like really good with Excel, so I don't know all the feature set. Our flashlight battery is a little low. I'm gonna yeet one of these car's radios. I have backup batteries, but why would I use one of those? Just steal one. Yes, that makes that. Yep, that's a good way of going about it. I know everybody wants to have Adobe on their machine, but if you put it on a PC and just install regular Windows, and then actually this might not be possible anymore thanks to the prevalence of the new Windows app rolling out to replace MSTSC. Back when COVID first hit, and we needed to there were still some select uses that we needed to have a desktop on site in order to do. Everybody was getting issued laptops instead. What I did is I did still have a desktop on site that I would remote into, but I turned it into something closer to a server because I made a couple of byte swaps to the I forget the name of the DLL. I was hoping to remember. There's a DLL that if you do a couple of byte swaps in, you will enable multiple people to be logged in remotely to the same computer simultaneously, even without a Windows Server license. And if you do that on a computer that's got an Adobe installation, Adobe might have countermeasures to that. I hate to say it. The PDF cartel are quite, yeah, they're quite ruthless. Adobe probably has a few countermeasures to that. Nope, not SSH. It was literally just RDP. Just multiple people logged into the same computer. You can do that on a Windows Server license, but there are restrictions in the DLL that handles incoming connections. There are restrictions that make it not possible for a desktop. So just regular Windows 11 license. but all you got to do is do a couple of hex edits, and you can make it so that it's indistinguishable from Windows Server. At that point, it all depends on how good the DRM is on the individual program. Adobe may have something in there to prevent a single installation from being used by multiple people on the same machine. Spawn a few targets to the left here. Also, this was 5 years ago, so I have no idea if this is a vulnerability that Microsoft has addressed. I believe I still have the PowerShell script that I wrote in order to do the byte swap, because we didn't have hex editors on our computers, so I had to write a PowerShell script to get the DLL as a blob and do a targeted fix. Oh, it's still cold enough to snow. Are you kidding me? God damn it. Well, there's the rainwater stuck on the floor forever. April 14th and it's still snowing. Yes, that's a great way of doing it. You've got the Adobe machine, and then everything else. There is still going to be a lot of them in that parking lot right there. Dealing with them without guns is going to be annoying. And here's our last bite of the current roast. I'm going to hold off on eating that right away. We'll try to make that last a little bit, because once it's gone, we have to go back to base if I want to pick up any more perishables. See, if I just make a hole in this fence, then we can get all those guys out of there eventually. Deal with them hand to hand. I think the sledgehammer is about to do us a big favor. Adooboos. Personally, in my ecosystem at home, I do not use Adobe. I use PDF Exchange, but it is not that much better than Adobe. It's still very heavily, its entire software model demands that you license it. Good old closed source proprietary nonsense. I don't think there's a FOSS option for that. There probably never will be, because the whole PDF document standard is built from the ground up to be obtuse and annoying to deal with. Let the PDF cartel wear it with a badge of pride. Yeah, no, that's... so it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better in that regard. It's going to get a lot worse, because subscriptions are no problem for people who have enough money to ignore them. That's the worst part about it. It's got to get worse enough so that the people with a lot of money are starting to feel it, and we've got a long way to go for that. Though when they use the C word, the consumer word, to describe us, we're the subscription class. Yeah, okay, getting out the sledgehammer. Here's all I'm going to do. That's it. Just one toot. And then we're just going to back the fuck up. And we're going to not let anybody see us directly. We're just going to let people hear that and come out of the woodwork and see what their movements are like. Because if they don't see us, then they shouldn't get stuck slapping the fence, theoretically. So they should just come out of that parking lot through the gap we just made. This will also get everybody, you see all those guys over there to the left? That'll get them out of the woods. Hell, that'll get people out of the woods that I didn't even know were there, like that guy right there. Nice. I'm probably gonna fall back and just let them continue to filter out. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get another sleep in here. Alright. Door is closed for the night. Oops, maybe I should actually turn the engine off too. So, okay, interesting question about respawns. This world has respawns enabled, and that is because we play all default settings. That being said, since we started this character, we started this character on 42.13. 42.15 changed the default settings. Respawns are now disabled. So, in theory, we should be playing with respawns disabled, but I'm not going to change the settings manually. The update did not change the settings for us because updates never change sandbox settings for existing games. The devs expect us to just start a new game, right? So, the short answer is we're not currently playing with respawns turned off. And that is because that's the default. That's what the default was when we started. When we start a new character on this channel, we will not have to deal with respawns because they will be turned off by default. Because the new game director identified them as the gamey bullshit that they are. Thank goodness. Speaking of bullshit, this water is officially stuck on the floor forever because it went from rain to snow. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close and reopen the game. Close, reopen the game, and that will get the water off of the floor. That is the only way we can do that. Yeah, no more of that nonsense. I am so glad to be done with that. No problem. Feel free to drop by with questions anytime, because I'm always happy to brain dump about this game. It is needlessly complex in a lot of ways. There's plenty of things about it that I didn't learn after my first 2,000 hours. Now that I'm at 3,000, I'm still learning things here and there. Look at that. All the water's gone. Good riddance. Yeah, we have water more or less for the day here. But we are going to run out of perishable food today, so I'm going to go ahead and we'll kill anybody who's on our way out here, and then we're probably going to go back to base and get the rest of that perishable food. Yeah, you know what? I can't explain it either, but I think you're right. My update senses are tingling. So if anybody is not following the strategy here, before we left this area last night, we honked the horn a single time, and then immediately backed away so that none of the ones that heard the horn actually saw us. So basically all we did is make a loud noise and then run away. And then all these guys came out of their hidey holes and came out into the open where I can see them and know that they're there. As opposed to a lot of them would be hiding in trees like this one. But we fixed that problem with a single toot. Just a little toot toot. And I'm going to play the music game. If we don't trigger combat music, we win. It's a game that is fun for all ages, even those who have never played this game before. See if you can kill zombies in significant numbers without ever getting the music to change. Because the music changes when you've pulled 3 or more at once. So if we never pull 3 or more at once, then we win. If I had to give one piece of advice to new people, turn around and walk away if you feel overwhelmed. And I'm talking about your character, right? Just turn around and walk away. Do not stand and fight, because standing and fighting is how you die. Now, of course, you know, those zombies that appear behind you when you're not able to know that they're there, sure, that'll take a little while to build up skills to detect them. But the game is pretty fair in that regard. Right now, my biggest tool to know a zombie is there if I can't see it is hearing. You get some good headphones, get some good surround sound or something like that, turn the volume up a little bit so you can actually hear, like, you know, the breathing, the subtle sounds that they make. Echolocate. Yeah, definitely don't rush things. There's no point. Definitely no point. Oh, now here's an interesting thing. Not something you'll see in early game, but when you get to the snowy season, we're getting snow, and there's fog closing in. Snow plus fog means we've probably got a storm on our hands. And the temperature is rising. It's going steadily. It's going to be above freezing soon. So this is going to turn back into rain. And it's going to be a storm because of the fog. That's my current prediction. I could be listening to the weather. There is an automated weather frequency, but I'm just lazy. You can only get those broadcasts at the top of the hour, and there's constantly things I'm doing here. Oh yeah, that's, yep. The power cutoff and the water cutoff are 2 big milestones for the game. Okay, we got somebody coming to the right. I'm probably not going to be able to finish this. Nope. Okay, did you see that? I was able to see him despite him being behind me. That's an important thing to keep track of when you're new to the game. You can actually technically see behind you, but only within a few tiles. So it's not something to rely on. Basically, just learn to get extremely freaked out by any movement behind you, because you shouldn't be able to see movement behind you. So any movement you see behind you is going to be movement that's really close. And another important thing is you have movement superiority. You should always use it. As long as you're not playing Extinction, which is not a fair game mode, and I don't recommend it. Zombies will always move slower than you as long as you're not injured, or even if you're over encumbered, they're still slower. We won the music game. Now, that being said, it's going to get really hard really fast because of this corner that we created. That was an intentional move on my part, but, yeah. I think I'm going to go get the shotgun. I don't know how the shotgun's going to perform in weather like this. I don't remember if I've tried. shotgun onto the back. We've only got 37 loose shells right now. We may need more than that. I think I'm gonna go ahead and crack open a yeah, I'm gonna crack open a carton. I don't even intend on using this if I don't have to, but I feel like I might have to. Alright, so cracked open a carton of shotgun. We now have 87 shells in my backpack. That is enough for a small POI in Louisville. I think we're good for the immediate moment. Don't need that. I'm probably going to get hungry. We're out of perishables. I'm taking some chips out of my passenger seat. I'm not going to armor up. I want to stay loose. Armor will make me move a little slower. Armor is for indoor fights for the most part. My only question now is... Nah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. If I need more than 138 special, I've made many mistakes. Oh, the mask. We need to put on the mask. Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask. The half-mask respirator. Because otherwise, all these corpses, we will get sick. Yeah, Apocalypse, that's what we play. That is what I play here. No mods. Not that mods are a bad thing, but if you play... Oh, another thing is if you're new to the game, there's two versions of the game, B42 and B41. B41 is what you're playing by default. I don't dislike it, but it's not how the game is going to play in the... how long it's going to take for B42 to become the official version, right? B42 is currently in testing, and I have no idea how long it's going to be testing for, but eventually B41 is not going to be the official version anymore. So if you're trying to learn the game, I do recommend B42. It is an opt-in unstable if you go to the Steam versions. We're probably about to lose the music game. If for no other reason, then we've got people on the other side of the fence there. Yeah, there it is. Someone coming out of the trees, probably. Oh no, we're good. Alright, I'm gonna fall back after doing that, because that's gonna bring a lot of people out that may... that might have actually had a wider radius, the sound from the shotgun there. That might have had a wider radius than the car horn. I actually don't know for sure. So we're just falling back for a second to observe their movements after that. Because all these trees around us are just a potential hazard for somebody to hide behind. And when we make a loud noise... Remember, don't be afraid of using guns, just know where they're going to come from when you make the noise. And since I do not know where they're going to come from, testing it is the best solution. B42, good. Yeah, I enjoy B42 a lot more than 41 now. In fact, I'm going to tell you that B42 combat is easier than B41. B41 combat, all the zombies move at the same speed, and that speed is fast, like this one here. This is a fast shambler. In B42, the zombies are randomized. They can be either fast, medium, or slow. And mediums and slows are a lot easier to deal with than fasts. So if you think about it, a world full of fasts is a harder world. Okay, there's been no unpredictable movement from the left. That's what I was most concerned about. So nobody coming at us from this way. Let's go weapons hot. But we're going to remain cognizant. Like that guy to the south there who's on the wrong side of the fence. Now this is, we're using the M36 right now. Sorry, the SN38. They just changed it. It is a quiet gun, far quieter than the shotgun, but it's still a gun. All these guys behind the green fence can't get to us because they can't attack the green fence. That's probably not going to be a thing forever. I do predict that the green fence will be attackable someday. especially this behavior here where the zombies just impotently snarl at you, I think that's going to be gone within a few patches. The devs are hard at work making all of the fences attackable. I mean, okay, so there used to be, in B41 there was a game type called Survivor, where they increased where they added a few things that made combat a little bit more like a horde shooter, I guess. Like multi-hit for melee. Again, multi-hit, and I gotta say about this melee, if I had multi-hit in this game, I would never rely on it. Because you should never have more than one zombie in melee distance. If you have, you fucked up. You're fucked up and you're gonna die. And you shouldn't do that. Multi-hit is just a symptom of people who want this game to be a horde shooter. In my humble opinion. Alright, so all these homies right here. Look at this, they've formed a nice orderly line. And we have a shotgun. But once again, we are getting some interference from the left. So I'm going to fall back just a little further, see who else comes out of these trees. If anyone. Alright, there's hunger. Hunger starting to strike, and we don't have any more perishables. I would very much prefer to be using perishables. I've got too much of them. Oh, line up here. Yeah, it didn't work. Remember with shotguns, always line them up if you can. And if you can't, you might want to use a different weapon instead. In fact, you almost always want to use a different weapon instead. Save your shotgun shells for when they're guaranteed to line up. There will be opportunities for that. Many. And these ones who are really close to the fence, you can pull out a knife and just poke them straight through the fence. And that is a quiet way to kill the fence guys. Now you may notice that sometimes they'll alternate between attacking this fence and going around it. They stop attacking it when they lose line of sight of me. So these two trees right here that block line of sight, they're actually helping us out right now. This is one of the rare situations where trees are actually very useful. Because every time I go back here and start messing with these guys, the ones on the other side of the fence there can't see me anymore. These guys who are left in the parking lot probably have bad hearing. And yes, that is a thing. Some zombies will have bad hearing and they won't react to noise the way the rest of them do. Those ones can be very dangerous if they're waiting behind doors. Now the further we go in this direction when we shoot, the more likely we pull some out of this forest area. Mashed-in Fatco. I didn't know they had their own vans. I have been to many Mashed-in Fatcos. I've never seen their vans before. Those might be new, or maybe they just are rare. Mashed-in Fatco is tool manufacturing, other workshop-related loot. So we could see all kinds of interesting stuff in these. Welding rods, I'll take those, always. Hell, that's blacksmithing stuff. There's a crucible, tongs. Neat. But it does look like we have taken out the lion's share of this parking lot, which is a great milestone. This parking lot would have been a massive sore in my side when we were trying to set up at the storage facilities. Now look at this. The fence changes from a standard chain link to a unattackable greenie here. So there's unattackable greens on both sides of this area. So this right here, this is just a corridor of unattackable walls. What that means, this is a kill tunnel right here. It's just a very wide outdoor kill tunnel, and we can make very interesting use of that. I'm going to go ahead and allocate some chips to this operation. We'll go ahead and shut the hunger up now before it gets annoying. Alright. Now what that means, we've cleared the parking lot with the attackable fence, and now we've got nothing but unattackable fences and walls on either side. That means almost all the targets that we have to deal with are going to be coming from the right now, the bottom right. And there's going to be lots of targets. And if we can play our cards right, they will all be grouped up very nice and tight for some shotgun shooting. And when I say play our cards right, what I actually mean is I'm probably going to run around this corner and get a big old congregation following me and try to lead them around this corner right here so I can see them. This corner right here is going to be harder to deal with. So we're killing anybody in the immediate area, and then we're going to see about getting a following. Let's do a sharpen check. We are good. Oh, look at that. Alright, you know what? Let's get started. So this is how you get a nice big... by the way, the secure storage to the south there, that's our destination. That's our future base. And the reason why shall become clear if it not already is. Yeah, that's right. I'm calling y'all out. Let's go. Shot your homie. What you gonna do about it? Gonna moan at me? Movement superiority. Always use it. Alright, now we use the corner. Now remember, one of our goals is to be able to drive on this road, so no corpses if I can manage it. At a disadvantage fighting from the south. I don't like fighting from the south. This isometric view, you lose a little bit of depth perception when their model is getting in front of you like that. And because we had to fall back a little bit, we've lost corner efficiency. Yeah, there's trying to move this many corpses is a nightmare that I do not recommend ever. Just habituate yourself so that you don't have to move them. That is, in my opinion, the correct response to corpses. Make them move where you want them to be before you kill them. And you can combine that with making sure that you're only fighting them in the correct place. By correct, I mean, you know, where I'm not going to get flanked from behind. Alright. Trust me, I have obsessive tendencies too. As my viewers will attest, I have some very obsessive tendencies, but you can get over some of them for this game. And if you can't, well then you probably won't be playing it long term. See, they're coming at me in more of a drip feed than I was expecting. It's not that I can't handle them, but they're not grouping up enough to make the shotgun viable. See, that wasn't even a double kill. Oh, look at this. We did get one from behind. He must have been a straggler in the parking lot. I mean, I was checking over my shoulder like crazy the whole time, but it bears repeating. You get comfortable when they're only coming at you from one direction. Don't get too comfortable. See, at this point, I'm hearing noises to my left, but most of those noises are coming from people who are stuck in the green fence zone there. Sharp and check, we're actually good. I'm going to try to recover the corner if I can, which means moratorium on guns unless I'm forced to. I'm not seeing it. I don't understand why they're drip feeding so much. I guess it must be a mixture of factors. Finally broke the door to the north there, but they're not going to be able to get to me. The moment they come out that door, they're going to be like, oh, there's an unbreakable fence between us. By the way, these swords that I'm using, I can make as many of them as I want. That's just a shout out to anybody who says the crafting system in B42 is useless. Watch that fight again and tell me that it's useless. These swords, I can make as many of them as I want. All they cost is a steel bar and 9 charcoal. Oh yeah, crates are great. That helps you sort things. Now, one thing that I do recommend if you're getting into sorting systems and you're thinking about ways of sorting things optimally, don't just go by what the game categorizes things as, right? You know, electronics, junk, tool/weapon. Some of those are good. Some of those are just not the best way to sort things, especially when you get to materials. Come up with your own subcategories of materials. what I like to do is based on weight. There's small form materials that weigh less than 1 encumbrance, and then there are ones that are like 1.0 or 2.0, and then there's anything that's over 2.0. I separate them based on that. Let's try for a, yeah, especially now that the fog is gone. I'm feeling a little bit better about the shooting now. See how tighter our crosshair gets? That's only because the fog is gone. Oops. Lag spike there. That's more like it. Get in that corner. Come right on, moseying on around that corner, partner. Do a little mosey. That's what I'm talking about. Ripping my mouth to fight. I actually was not expecting the weather to clear up. I'm pleasantly surprised. Usually when I see fog and precipitation at the same time, I'm like, oh man, we're locked in on bad weather for all day. I guess you could say that most of the day has already passed, so... See, this radio, that's what makes the south corner so dangerous. That one right there, who was like almost behind those vines, you literally couldn't see her for a second. That makes that very dangerous. You only get like a few pixels in between these vines to the south. So like right now, watch this. Where did I go? Can you see me anymore? Imagine if there was a zombie right there. Bullshit. Isometric bullshit. It's alright. Oh, look at that. Hello, everybody. Hey, everybody! Hello, falling back. Sometimes you just don't get a good spread. Getting some Call of Duty moments here. Knife, gun, knife, gun, knife, gun. Out of my roads. I need a drivable path here. Yeah, fast one first. Let him come to me. Damn it. Missed that head. Skill issue. It might not look like it. We still have a drivable path through this. That's all I need is just a path. It doesn't have to be a big one. Just something so that my wheels aren't taking damage from bounding over corpses constantly. Yeah, that is how far I've gotten in short blade. Now, remember short blade for a little while there in 42.13 we had a bonus in it that we shouldn't have. So for the first probably a couple hundred hours, to be honest, about a couple hundred hours, we had a bonus in short blade and we shouldn't have. But that does balance out because we never did get that bonus in short blunt that we were supposed to have. We started as a construction worker, so which means we should have 150% experience gained short blunt, but we never got that. We only started at level 3. I'm going to do a thing again here. We're going to pull them over here, and then we're going to loop back around and try to use the corner again. Because remember, we don't have to worry about any of them coming from the right. This is nothing but a solid wall. This whole building here is nothing but a solid wall to the right. There's only one way in or out of it. And that's what makes it so strategically valuable. That's why we're fighting for it. I don't want to be too close to these windows for too long. The building inside, there's still plenty of them in there. They'll be flipping through those windows for a while. Okay, I see an opening. Let's do this. Keep their attention. And then around the corner we go. Let's group up, boys. Let's group up. Let us group the fuck up. This is why you always hear the commander say, "Hold fire, hold fire." They're waiting for the lineup. Well, let's go right through people. Also, your grunts shoot a lot better from shorter ranges. You don't want them shooting too early. This Magnum is, or this revolver is only a 5-shooter. So it's not just that I have a reload fetish. It literally does not have more than 5 shots in it. So that is the SN38's trade-off. It's actually supposed to be a concealed carry revolver. It fits in the ankle holster, but it also fits in bigger holsters. We do not have strength level 10, so I cannot afford to have a ankle holster weapon right now. That is a privilege for strength level 10 people. At least if you're using my kit. One of the reasons I switched to a knife when killing down targets, I mean, they're easy, but there is also, it spares the durability of my machetes and swords that are better for killing upright targets. Alright, so there's stage 2 hunger. So what that does, stage 2 hunger, it doesn't hurt us, doesn't stop us from being combat effective, but it does make it so that our kit is now heavier because of that. That being said, we've halfway secured our destination. Secure storage right here. The number of Zeds that are going to be left inside after all the noise we just made, it's going to be the ones that are trapped inside the containers and then a few others. Go get out of my parking lot. I shan't have corpses in my parking lot. I need to work out here. We haven't had to change swords once. This is, I'm quite impressed at the durability of this one. One left up here. Now, whenever you get big groups of corpses like this on the floor, it actually starts to break up the outline of the ones that are still upright. So zombie corpses on the floor are actually, unironically, camouflage for zombies that are still upright. The amount of times that I've lost track of one that's actually upright and moving around in big piles like this, it's happened more times than I've even said out loud. Usually when I see it happen, I'm just like, fuck, kill it. See, one of the reasons we have so many just kind of coming parallel to this fence is that when we enter this area, all the ones who are stuck back up here in this whole field, the sand field where all the industrial stuff is, they all know how to get to us when we're down here, because they can go around the fence to that opening in the front down to the bottom left corner. Yeah, they say we get no opportunities for the shotgun here. We get a few. Bicep curl stream. I was considering it. At the very beginning of today's stream, we were hit with muscle strain because we actually did do some stretches at the conclusion of last stream earlier this week. But I decided against it because we had good weather. And the weather has honestly been well enough that I've been okay with that decision. I'm sure we'll have a few 3 or 4 days in a row with fog in the future here. That is when we do workouts. If anybody's watching is not familiar, fog is something I like to call no shooty gas, because if you try to shoot, you're wasting your bullets. Look at all these guys coming out from inside there. We have still not witnessed the destruction of a fence, only a gate. To deal with muscle strain. Yeah, because I mean that having to sleep twice is that definitely throws things off. I mean, if we have enough sleeping pills and whatchamacallits, painkillers, we can do anything we need to. I would just prefer not to waste the time while we have good weather outside. Fog is really bad for the aim, really bad. Fog probably cuts your aiming efficiency in half. Even here we are at aiming level 10. That doesn't matter to me. Aiming level 10 means nothing to me if there's fog outside. Fill up? No, you're good. Most of what's coming out of the side there are now slow shamblers. No shooty gas. Oi. I want to show you. Oh, that's it for shotgun. I just hit R and there's no shells going into the gun. So we've blown about 100 shells of shotgun. And we've done good things with it. We're probably not... Yeah, we've got 5 rounds of 38 special left. Our swords are probably on their last leg, too. That is, my strategy, of course, is to switch weapons all the time to try to diversify the, ammo expenditure and sharpness expenditure. Sipping on gin and juice. Mind on my money and my money on my mind. Yeah, no. You're 100% right. And I alluded to this earlier, but the problem with that is it happens at the top of the hour. And almost every single time I see that the top of the hour is approaching, I'm like, I'm doing something, and I don't feel like running over to the radio right now. That is almost always what happens. It's not that my brain doesn't, I mean, you know, I do sometimes just straight up ignore it, but a lot of the times I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, yeah, no, that's all right. Okay, we are falling back and getting the ambulance and bringing it up because now we have a more or less safe angle of approach for this area. As safe as a massive pile of corpses can be. Now here's another thing, another example of isometric bullshit. These canisters full of whatever, they're always draw on top. So where did I go? Where did I go? What if there was a zombie right here? I wouldn't know, would I? That's one of the reasons I go by sound sometimes instead of anything else. So yeah, we are fatigued, we are tired, we are thirsty, we are hungry, but we are successful. Very, very successful. Walkie with earbuds. Yeah, we could even put it on our... No, actually, we can't do this, and I wish we could. We cannot put a walkie on our webbing and just leave it on. If I could do that, I probably would. You can put a walkie on your webbing, but you can't leave it on while it's in your webbing. The webbing is just a quick way to put it in your hand, which in my mind, that's really fucking stupid. Of course we should be able to put the walkie in our hand. Let's get ourselves some more agua. Boiling water. Oops. I meant boiling water in the campfire. There we go. You shitting me. Earbuds in the walkie while the walkie is not in your hand, but on your webbing. And that works. I feel like I tried that a while ago and it didn't, but that would be going a ways back at this point. I shouldn't need to continue boiling water for too much longer. I mean, to be entirely honest, I could probably have jumped into one of those windows and stealthily stole some water from one of the buildings. Too late now. We're gonna make a stew. I'm gonna make a stew out of some. I'm just gonna forage for a minute. Just something to shut the hunger up. Mask can now come off. That will reduce our foraging capabilities. Poison shrooms, great. There we go. No, absolutely not. That would be a recipe for disaster if I went to sleep up there. The positioning of it allows me to park the ambulance directly in front of it and have it be the ambulance itself be a door. This is still Louisville, unfortunately, so there is no easy time foraging. The foraging tables in Louisville are pretty dog water. You know what? I'm just gonna deal with what we just picked up. That should be fine. These are all the same mushrooms. That'll actually piss her off if we put all 4 of those in the same stew. We need different mushrooms. There's like 4 different types. A sheep skull. The sheep just died out here, I guess. That's more like it. Give me some more different mushrooms. Perfect. Soups cook faster than stews. So I always do soups over stews if I have a choice. That ought to be good. We'll, ooh, look at that. I just said it, and of course now we get different shrooms. Damn it. Now that I don't need them anymore, we're getting tons. Poison, don't care. So just having an appetizer by eating some of the loose ones. I didn't realize that I still had a roasting pan. Should have just made a roast out of those. There be a mushroom soup. And mushroom roast coming right up. Unfortunately, that used up our pot, so we can't boil more water at the moment. I'm gonna finish off this roast early. We're not gonna need to be up here camping for too much longer. Oh, we can't. That was a waste. We can't fill roasting pans with water anymore. The devs removed roasting pans as being water containers. Now here's something you can do. I don't need to. My canteen is full. Theoretically, you should be able to boil a canteen. I've never tried it with this kind of canteen, though. And it wouldn't surprise me if this caused the canteen to catch on fire. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it. I put the water into a different plastic bottle here. We're going to fill the canteen back up with dirty, soupy water here. No, it doesn't anymore, KTO. They removed it. It is no longer a valid container. Does it not even boil? Yeah, it's not changing temperature. You can't boil in canteens anymore. Or at least not this kind of canteen. That's stupid. literally canteens are built so that you should be able to, I mean, at least in the case of the leather strap canteen, you should be able to take the canteen out of it, put the canteen, which is made out of metal, on the fire so you can boil the water. That's what canteens are literally built for that. That's alright. We'll survive. But that does mean that I'm done with the fire for tonight. I wish it still fit 300 milliliters. Yeah, I didn't do that intentionally. That was a misclick. I don't think she's gonna get too messed up if we sleep here tonight. It is quite cold, but still on the stage 1 cold. I don't think that puts us at risk of getting sick. Alright, I didn't even look. Looks like my sword is at half capacity, and my machete is at below half. So we're just going to replace them both. So, new sword onto my belt, new machete onto my belt. Perhaps someday I'll use those spears. Someday. Today is not that day. Alright, I've removed everything except for 6 encumbrance worth of stuff from my backpack, so I can now take the generator and put it into my backpack. That is my privilege as a organized individual. We can then collapse the bed and put it into its own backpack and hand carry it out of here. And we're done with this place. This is a very useful hunting blind, but we're about to move into our actual base. And if everything goes well, we'll sleep there tonight. And if it doesn't, I'll just drink a coffee. Sick and tired of living in a van down by the river. Now for the true test. Has my obsessive-compulsive tendencies won out here? Was I successful at preventing them from blocking the road with their corpses? If we don't hear a bumpity-bump, we've won. I don't know about you guys. I didn't hear any bumpity-bump. I think we won. I think we won. Alright, so this little area right here. This area right here. This is the only way in or out of the entire secure storage area. So what you can do is you shrink that a little bit further by going in here and then rebuilding the gate between these two. Oh, I forgot about this. These two windows in this door. That's an ingress as well. You got to be careful about that. So it is still a castle, definitely. And if you want to be cheesy about it, you can park a vehicle in front of the doors and windows here. I probably will do that. Let me go ahead and drop off the trailer. Looks like some of the buildings here have been looted and trashed and some haven't. Having some stew. Interesting. I did not know this was here. There's already a medical bed here. Very interesting. I never even needed to bring one. I guess now I have two. I heard somebody breaking a window, but I don't know where. I think it was that one inside there. Hello. Breaking my windows for. Come on out. You rare at me. Get your bitch and bitch ass out of here, bitch. Hello. I'm gonna kill these guys over here next to this other corpse that was already here. Maybe I'll create a burial site or some shit. It is now possible to put corpses into containers once again. That was a thing, and then it became not a thing, and then they finally made it a thing again. They're heavy, but it works. So as you guys can see, unattackable walls all around this entire building. So there's the God knows how many of them on the other side of this wall right here. Not a single one of them can, well, they can still hear us. So that's something I might have just blown the lid on that. There might be some who are coming around right now because they just heard me. So I might have just fucked up a little bit there. I probably should have actually kept my distance from those walls. Because what they would have to do is path around that wall up to the point where they would flip in through this window here. And then they would either flip through this window or door or bathroom, whatever. Yep. Living, or not yet dead Zeds. Mobile Zeds. I already hear somebody scratching something. I don't know where. You know what? I'm going to do something real cheesy for tonight. I'm going to do something real cheesy for tonight. I'm just going to sleep in one of these units here. And I'm going to park my ambulance so that nobody can get in or out. I'm going to once again use my ambulance as a door. This thing can do anything. It can tow, it can transport, and it can become a door. Oops. You gotta get really close to the wall. Look at that. No way in or out of this storage unit without getting in my driver's seat. We can now sleep here. I'm gonna have to get this crap out of the way. This looks like just some sort of hoarder's stash here. This is actually, this might be like a serial killer's room or something. He's got a morgue table. This is a morgue table right here. And he's got a hospital bed, and then he's got a seat. Yeah, this looks like a serial killer's room to me. Max int. for anybody joining, welcome. We've just successfully infiltrated the top corner of Louisville. Let me check the map, I'll show you where we're at. So we are in Louisville at basically the very top of it here in this industrial park. What we did is we took an ambulance towing some stuff with us to a breaching point, and then we just kind of established a kill zone up here, killed anybody in the area, and set up a camp. And what we've been doing since then is just fighting our way down past this parking lot here. The parking lot doesn't actually show up on the map very well. We had to kill a lot of them to get in this path that I just traced here. We had to kill a lot of them to establish that path, but now that it's established, we have a clean angle of approach. Basically, we fight here in the southward direction, and all of urban Louisville is ahead of us. So the journey towards First and Main, which is what I did on my last character, we don't have to do that again, at least not in the same way. And yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So, I don't know how many more times I'm going to need to use my ambulance as a door like that. Let's see, if I park it here, it's still a door, okay. So I can't get away with leaving it there. That's alright. So this place is a little tight at first. You can use your sledgehammer to make it less tight, which is something I will do eventually, but for now we are unpacking the essentials. This generator is not for long-term use. This blue generator here is actually for the, this is going to be for the nearby gas station. Blue generators are not good for long-term use. They degrade pretty quick. The generator for long-term use is in the trailer here. We'll find a home for this at some point. This duffel bag contains the necessary materials to build a new gate when the time comes. I'm not yet ready for that. I need to figure out where I want to put it first. That's going to take some thinking, but when we're ready, it'll be right here. The stuff that's in this trailer, the remaining stuff, 69 encumbrance, a nice encumbrance of stuff. This is all for rebuilding some vehicles that we saw in the local area. So I happen to have 2 plastic bottles on me. We're going to fill them both with siphon gas from the ambulance here. And I'm going to put them in my backpack. I'm going to steal this medical bed carrier here, since we already have a medical bed deployed elsewhere. Going to fill it with some tires and some brakes. And some batteries, a new rear windshield, and some suspensions. Or maybe we won't, because I'm going to run out of room. Let's see about that. Yeah, this is good. We'll be able to handle this. Alright, so we're going to leave the ambulance there, and we're going to carry this stuff with us. Now, the local area is not anything remotely resembling secure, but we did make a lot of noise, so I want to say that, well, I'm not even going to finish that sentence. As you can see, look at that. That's Louisville right there. Welcome to Louisville. I'm basically just going to run my way over to where the vehicles are that need these parts. I'm going to drop the parts. I'll assess the situation once we're there. Maybe I will be able to get the parts installed and get the vehicles ready and then drive them back. I'm not going to assume that that's going to happen. We may have just led a merry chase of dudes to come towards us this way. I do not know. But the vehicles that I want to recover are here. We have a fire truck, looks quite pretty, and yet another ambulance a little further down there. You know, I just realized I might drop the backpack when I do this. Yeah, okay, well, that just means I need to... That's the only way through for ease of movement. So I'm just going to have to empty the backpack into my inventory. It's funny that I'm forced to drop the backpack if it's in my hand, but I can put some tires in my hands, and I'm not forced to drop them. Now, I did just actually waste a lot of my time. Well, I didn't need to bring the tires. That's what I should say. I didn't need to bring the tires, because I don't have my kit. I might have left my kit on the floor somewhere, now that I'm thinking about it. But we'll find out momentarily here. It should be in my ambulance, but if it's not, then I know where it is. But yeah, these tires, brakes, and suspensions are useless if I don't have my kit, because the kit includes my jack and tire iron. So that's alright. We can just deal with the bare minimum are these new batteries. We had to bring these new batteries with us. Engine quality is actually 81, so that's not bad at all. I mean, you know, I wish that they'd given us throwing backpacks through windows before throwing zombies through windows, because one of them is more of an inconvenience to me than the other. I guess you get the lull factor. Being able to throw zombies through windows is pretty lull-worthy. Engine quality on this ambulance is 76, so it's not anything particularly special. But that's not that bad. It'll start 24% of the time, and I'm good with that. I think the ambulance has 10 more horsepower than the truck, so it is slightly better at towing. But I don't know if that's the only factor. No keys, that's fine. Okay, if I had not started it just there, that would have been a problem. He would have just come up and started slapping my driver's side. You, sir, are going to go into the ground. Smart to kick through windows. Absolutely. This is Riverside. Yes, that's right. I did bring a windshield with me for the sole purpose of not having to deal with having a broken one. Oh, look at that. We got, what's her name? We got Candy over here. Candace, sorry. Can't use her nickname. Lou Buckner. What a name. What a name. There is no coincidence with that. They're absolute... Lindsay Bammer. All these strippers have the funniest names. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. This is the strip club to the south of us right here. If anybody is not familiar with this area. So the prerequisites to recover these vehicles that we had to meet were a couple of bottles of gasoline. We brought two 2-liter bottles of gasoline with us, and then we had to, the harder part were the batteries. We had to bring two... Oh, that's not good. Well, thankfully I have not repaired the trunk of this ambulance yet. Instead, I'll just get really lucky and not run into any of them when I do that. Welcome to Louisville. We have fun here. I'm going to try to go around that. This is why we needed a castle for this area. It may have seemed like we were able to get there in just a couple of days. We have only just gotten started here. Oh, am I going to be able to get through here? I don't know if this neighborhood has a throughway. This might be a dead end. You know what? I think it does have a throughway. However, I think it's now becoming a lot harder to tow. I'm not going to try to tow this. I'm disconnecting it here. We'll come back for the truck. Can I make it through? This is a gamble. If I can't make it through here, then we've made a terrible mistake. I think I can make it through here. Yes, I think we can just barely make it through this. Ooh, okay. I do not recommend taking risks like that until you understand these trees very well. These trees can be very annoying sometimes. Creating blockages where it might not seem like they can. Alright, back to cleared territory here. Howdy there, partner. Y'all come here often? Yeah, that's right. We got a double ambulance now. You should see my other base. I've only got about 6 of them back at Riverside. I'm a bit of an ambulance aficionado. They are the best vehicle in the game by far. Not even close. Alright, so... we're going to need to do some sledge work to make this place a acceptable base. Should have gotten out the sledgehammer and should have gotten started before we left. So here's what I'm going to do to make this place a good, viable option. We're going to get all this crap out of the way in here. I do not have my hammer with me right now. Oh, hello. Alright, damn it. I can't run out of there very easily. Should have known a few of them would have had the attention span to follow me. You guys just want to cooperate and fall down for me? God damn it. Alright, fine. We'll do it this way then. Do it the hard way. I don't really want corpses in my parking lot out here, but I guess we'll do what we gotta do. We may have just made a mistake by getting close to this building. I may have spawned in the interior. I can't remember if this building had spawned in yet or not. I think it has, but I don't know. If it hasn't, then we've just made a very terrible mistake. What do you mean? Ambulances are good? Is that a serious question? If it is a serious question, provide me with a good time. I'll glaze ambulances for you. So you've got 169 storage in the trunk if you have organized. You've got 490 horsepower in the engine. You can tow any vehicle in the game, and you can fit a grand total of 26, about 200 encumbrance in the whole thing across all the seats, not counting hand carry. It's a beautiful balance of being able to, and of course the light bar. The light bar lets you do many, many, many very important things. Very important things. A lot of what we just picked up is just silly stuff. I am 100%, I am the #1 ambulance glazer in Project Zomboid. That is one superlative statement that I will make. I don't care how much you love ambulances, I love them more than you. I literally felt emotional damage in real life when I saw those images of that the terrorist attack in the UK recently, where somebody firebombed a bunch of ambulances for silly reasons. Just getting some extraneous crap out of my backpack while I wait for this guy. There we go. Alright, head this way, buddy. Oh, if only you knew the difference between 290 horsepower and 490. Spiff-A-Van has 290. That is literally less than half. Well, actually, no, it's right around a little more than half. I can't mental math. Not right now. Too much in the zone. I need to be sledging. Let's go. Sledgehammer. Equip in hands. I guess it's best to just do a straight line here. Now that did just make some noise, so... I suppose that could be correct. I don't watch enough Hassan to verify or argue against that. This is the kit that I was talking about earlier. This has got my tools in it. In this case, we need the hammer. I'm going to pick these bad boys up. So this base is already superior to Jericho in one respect. It actually has a friggin' trash can. Well, yeah, I mean, speed is not necessarily the difference there in performance. It's towing. When your Spiff-A-Van runs into a roadblock full of burned wrecks, are you gonna just get out and disassemble every single one of them with your welding torch? Because it's gonna take you a little while. Or you could just have something with a little bit stronger of an engine and just tow everything out of the way. It's up to you. Everybody's got their preferences. I mean, I don't, I'm not even here to say anything bad about Spiff-A-Vans. I use them for gardening, because they're green. This van needs to get moved a little bit. That is not its final resting place. We're going to use that truck up there, the D6. We're going to use that one to block the interior that I am currently setting up a blockade for. Yes, okay. Has the muscle strain gone? The muscle strain is gone. Yeah, your Spiff-A-Van will also do unexpected things sometimes. So I actually have a video on my channel. It's one of my most downvoted videos because nobody really truly understands what happened. Or they just get mad because I start getting angry for no reason. I would like to demonstrate exactly what can go wrong with a Franklin Volline when you're using it as an exploration vehicle. Where is my videos? Here we are. Videos under... Okay, so this was my... I started crashing out over Ragdoll Physics specifically. The title is Ragdoll Physics Can't Get Me Killed, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to approach the fire station from a different angle. I have no choice but to hit this guy. It sucks. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fucking... So, I just want to point this out. We got to 3,000 RPM and nothing was happening. And I was being surrounded by zombies. I just need to point that out. 3,000 RPM, we were not moving, and there were about 5 zombies coming up behind the vehicle, just making a beeline for the driver's seat. So, that's the context. Not a lot of people, I guess not a lot of people understood that. But, yeah, we were not going anywhere thanks to the low engine quality and getting stuck on a couple of bushes. I'm actually going to approach the fire station from a different angle. I have no choice but to hit this guy. It sucks. And one of the problems, of course, is that corpse getting stuck underneath the vehicle. What the fuck? That added to the problem of the bushes there. I got stuck on a couple of bushes right there, and... Fucking... What? We have to bail out. We have no choice. My van came to a complete fucking stop! God damn it! I got a little salty over that. Bullshit! I'm actually fucking mad about it. And there was no easy solution to that. If they want to play it like this, I'll play it like this. I'll kill all the motherfuckers, just not yet. I couldn't even key the engine off because I had to get out right there and then. As soon as I realized I wasn't going anywhere. So you remember the zombies... ragdoll asshole underneath the car. I'm not really articulating every step of this when it's happening, of course. You know, it's happening too fast for me to articulate it. The scaling problem that we were running into there was the surrounding zombies. If they had surrounded my van and I had stayed in the van, a lot of people were like, "Oh man, just turn the wheels back and forth and then just reverse." Dude, we were being surrounded. Everybody around us would have prevented us from getting any farther because we were already really stuck. So, yeah, that wasn't going anywhere. Yeah, I know, right? Now the biggest problem with that is I couldn't cut the engine, which means that van is now a magnet for zombies. Boy, that sucks. Alright. This was Barb the Builder, by the way. Her character did not play out very well. I didn't even link what part this was. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. We ended up having to fight a ground war for that. This was Barb the Builder. Oh, this is part 1. This is Barb the Builder's first part. I'm actually going to approach the fire, and we had to we had to spend a lot of time getting out of that. We ended up setting up in the fire department, and then just fighting a ground war on our way back north down the Rosewood Street there. Yeah, as you can see, just kind of the same way I handled this street, only a hell of a lot slower because I was much lower level and everything at the time. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, so one thing to look at, and I hate to say it, but the crash ambulances are some of the best. Look at engine quality when you first look at them. Go to engine, and it's not condition. Condition is the green number and the percentage. Look at engine quality. That is a number you can only see when you click on engine, and you go up there on the right, and it says temperature, engine loudness, and then engine quality. Engine quality is your chance to start. For some reason, the wrecked ambulances seem to be the best. This ambulance right here, when we first picked it up, it was a wreck. It had an engine quality of 100 despite being wrecked. I have no idea how that happens, but it seems to happen rather predictably. Well, KTO, it's funny you should say that. I do have a compilation of interesting moments from Annie's first first 12 hours. I don't know if this sign blocks our movement. If it doesn't, that would be really funny. I'm going to steal the battery from this ambulance here until we get another battery charged up. Did you ever see, KTO, the video that I posted called First 12 Hours from a Project Zomboid Run, but only when I say underscore? That's the closest thing I've got to a compilation so far. But it's not necessarily just all goddammit moments. It is all moments where I said a naughty no-no word. I was able to programmatically find them because YouTube, if you turn on YouTube captions, the auto captions, every time you say a naughty no-no word, the captions just replace it with an underscore, bracket, space, underscore, bracket, or something like that. And if you do a search for them and then just like cut out 5-second clips for every time it happens, you get a compilation of every time you say a bad word on stream. I had a lot of fun with that. Yeah. Hang on, I gotta share this. This is a lot of fun. We I spent, one of the problems with that video is I spend the first, like, 30 seconds of it just yapping about how it works, and that probably turned off a lot of people. Where did I put it? Oh, no, here it is. First 11 hours of a Project Zomboid run, but only when I say the naughty no-no words. Yeah, and that's zombies. They will eventually shit themselves to death in the hutch. I'm not exaggerating. Oh, this was back when I had mic problems. You probably can't hear me very well. Oh, this is going wrong. Okay, also known as a cock. Shit. What the hell? That was, the van kept moving. Like, you fucked off to the north. Like, there was at least one other that just went north and did... Shit. How much ammo you found in the building after 4 days of fighting? That's a good question. Was it looted and trashed? Because if, though. Because I have not yet seen what loot settings are like on New Apocalypse. And there we go. We've got a blockade vehicle now. So here's the ultimate test. If we can keep the secure storage sign there. Hey, look at that. We can go right through it. That's really funny. I like it. Alright, so what we're doing here is we're doing something a little gamey. We're blocking these two windows and door. We're blocking these with the truck. And what that means is that any zombies who want to come around from behind, they have no choice but to go all the way around now. This is just basically plugging up a gap in our defenses. And you can always test it using walk to. So you right-click it at walk to, and then you select the tile that is in the area you're trying to defend, and your character will move as if zombies move. So zombie pathfinding right now is telling her that she has to go all the way around here. Now, realistically speaking, what zombies will do is they'll get right here and then they'll start slapping this fence, because this fence is attackable. But otherwise, anybody who comes from behind, which there are going to be billions of them coming from this direction at some point. Well, maybe not billions, but a metric lot. So that solves that problem. Oh, very nice. Very nice. That is fantastic. I was actually afraid that you were leading... I was kind of afraid you were building up towards there not being enough. Which didn't... I mean, for some reason that didn't sound right to me, but no, it sounds right. I think the devs are trying to increase the amount of ammo that you actually get these days. You may have found more than we actually... See, I don't actually do ammo in bullets anymore. I don't think about ammo in bullets. I think about it in terms of how many crates. So I think about it in crates and then encumbrance. So I do have one welding torch on me, but it is only one welding torch. And I've been mulling it over in my head whether to deploy it on these fences here, because I do want these fences gone, but I think it's worth it, yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, we could sledge them, but there's going to have to be cooldowns between sledgings, and that gets tedious real fast. We're gonna need our sledgehammer cooldowns in order to deal with all the doors in here. My kit is currently on the floor right here. So one full torch with the mask, and we can wipe out all these fences. Unfortunately, all we get are wire. We do not get pipes. Even though pipes are required to build these. I find that to be rather silly. I don't even know if this thing right here blocks movement. I don't think it does. I think we can leave it there. Probably shouldn't have left that thing running. I don't know how long it's been running. Yeah, I know. No, I still have not found one. I do not know where exactly the best place to find them is, but I've never come across them. I mean, God help me if I came across them and I accidentally mistook them for safety goggles. I don't think I'm that stupid. The icon is rather different. I don't think I've ever made that silly mistake. The fact that it's possible makes me question it, but I don't think so. We'll probably find some more soon here. I mean, there's a unfinished building right to the right of us, and I think somewhere in the area there is a mass gen Fatco. So I think we have options. So we're going to go ahead and use the sledgehammer to get into the building here. I mean, that could be it, but I mean, so does that mean that you found it in like a garage? Because that tells me that if you found it in a residential loot table, that probably means you found it in a garage. Or maybe a basement. Okay, I'm hearing people to the right. Did I just spawn in this building? Hang on. No. No, I definitely did not just spawn in this building. Alright, so first thing when doing a building like this is check anything with open doors first. Then double back and do a door by door. Actually, I have no idea where that's coming from. It's not that door. You know, I'm an idiot. I disassembled a car radio, and then I never put the battery into my flashlight like I was supposed to. So even though this place is well protected from the outside, it is still a bit of a maze initially. Last time I came here was on Annie, and we had cleared so much of this area that it was... the strategic usefulness of this place had kind of expired at that point. Alright, I see one door popping in there. I think these doors can open from the inside. Okay, I see both of those right there. Alright. Wait a minute. Okay, nothing on the 6. Now, I hate these doors particularly. These doors right here, and it's not this specific, just layouts like this. There's a door behind me and a door in front of me. So, if I hit E, specifically, if I hit E right now, I'll open the fucking door behind me. I have to be on this tile specifically to open this door right here. So these doors, where I know there's zombies on the other side of them, I have to be closer to the zombies than I prefer to be. But I can handle that. It's just, I don't like it. That's all. I can handle it, I just don't like it. Anything that forces me a little bit closer to a zombie is... no, I don't like it. Okay, we can open this from the inside. Good. Not true for all of them. Now, what we're hearing now is somebody over here in the army surplus on the other side. We're just going to have to deal with that for a minute. We're going to have to do a room by room and make sure there's no death zombies. I should have probably guessed that we would see generators here. Oh, cool. They connect. I don't really know why that indoor separation is there. Okay, so all right. This is just one big unit, and one of the doors is unlocked. The other one is now okay. Yeah, funny. These are always locked. Yeah, that is true. And to be entirely honest, if you started well, okay, so if you're on the default version, the experimental version has it set to 60% refund. So I do believe the devs are rolling back the guaranteed breakage. I can't think about 7 Days to Die right now without laughing about the fact that they've sold out. That would be funny. Currently in the base game, there's no way to create new basement tiles. I'm sure someday that may be a thing. In fact, I hope someday that will be a thing, but it might require some specialized tools. What it should do is it should create like 20 sacks of dirt that you'll have to remove and bring out of the area. Alright, so we're gonna need a lot of sledgehammer work now. We never did find a key to any of these. I suppose I could do worse than to check a few zombies. We've got some zombies here, 3 of them. Nobody's got... Oh, hang on. Okay, so the key... We have a key to the storage unit now. We could have gotten through those doors, but I don't know if that is... Yep, see, the key to the storage unit does not give you access to the... So, all that really did was make it so that we never had to break those. Useful, but not that useful. I have no particular affinity for these garage doors, though. We'll just bust them out. It's fine. Neat. That is, it's cool that that's already a mod. It's really nothing new under the sun. Alright, so each time we sledge, we, incur yellow muscle strain. I'm sorry. Every 2 sledgings is yellow muscle strain, so we need to take breaks. So I'm going to have those 2 be sledgings and leave that there for the next 2. Neat that there's a bunch of bedroom furniture. It's like somebody was building an entire bedroom. Somebody just left a bunch of trash in this one. If I remember right, we do have... Yes, okay, so this particular room right here is technically a safe room because, as you can see, we can close the doors, both of them. So this is our new safe place to sleep. So we'll be moving the bed in here. And yes, I am aware that there are 2 generators here. I haven't really even commented on it because I am so flush with generators right now that I'm just like, oh cool, another one. We'll add that to the stack. really should just put this furniture into the boxes here. That's fine, that'll work. Really, more than anything, I want to be able to move these boxes a little bit. We'll just make this the secure interior. Okay, we don't have a lot of trees to cut here. In fact, we have basically no trees to cut here. So I'm going to disassemble some furniture in between sledgehammer usage. And we'll get a couple of planks put together. We'll get a staircase to the roof and get the generator deployed in the dead center so it reduces the noise profile a little bit. If we put it outside the base in any direction, then it would pull Zeds from a far enough location that it would be a little bit inconvenient. Somebody had a fucking... Oh, man. Interesting. We can't even move these. We can't even move these things. How did somebody put these in here, I wonder? Pack rat secrets. Every Jenny in the game. Well, so some generators are not guaranteed to spawn, so you would have to basically just check every single possible spawn and then move them all. Disassembly time for a bit. We do have access to water in here. Oh, did I get rid of the sink? No, there was never a sink here to begin with. There's literally just a shower and a toilet. The hell kind of a joint is that? Why would the secure storage joint have a shower but not a sink? That makes 0.0 sense to me. Check around the corner here, I guess. I'm sure there's a sink in here somewhere. Oh, there goes our flashlight. And yes, I know the toilet was right there. No, I'm not going to resort to that. We are civilized here. We do not resort to toilet water. Or anything other than things like, you know, car washes or building materials or something. I don't care about that, but... we do not... toilet water does not touch our skin in any way, shape, or form. It does not go inside us. It does not go outside us. It does not go around us. As you can see, lots and lots of Zed in this area. Oh, this is all one shop. Okay. Come on, flip on out the window. Suppose I could hydrate myself by drinking beer. Yeah, that wouldn't fuck me up too bad. Yeah, that's right. We hydrate ourselves through beer at the moment. That's not a sustainable effort, though. Of course, this joint... oh, it does have a bathroom. Okay. See if we can find that Zed who is back here scratching. Looks like nah. Oh, this door right here. No, it's locked. We're just gonna have to deal with that for now. Oh, that was just... I could have gotten a scratch from that. We're good, though. Forgot to remove the glass from that window. Ops. Okay. Have a moment to sledge. We're gonna take a moment to sledge. I'm sure that zombie will break through that door someday. Today is probably not that day. We're looking for a total of 13 planks and 8 nails. Already got the nails. Now, this roof access that I'm about to build does not have to be permanent. In fact, it definitely won't be. Just something to get us up top. I can preserve these as parking spots, maybe. In which case... yeah, somewhere like right here. Well, 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there. See, one of the problems we're going to run into is we can't, the stairs will be blocked by these awnings. And we would have to sledge those, so I'll just make it flush with this wall, I guess. So we got 7, we need a few more. 10, hopefully 11 and 12 right here. Oh, we're short. Oh, never mind. They don't block. Okay. Awnings do not block the, cool. Do they block pathing, though? Nope, we're good. Okay. So we got roof access. I'll need to connect to the roof, so we actually do need a few more planks. Just 1, 2, and 3. How we doing? We are doing pretty good today. We are in North Louisville, and we've just established a base sort of joint here. I'm currently adding some dashed lines to indicate which sides of this place are completely immune to zombie slapping, which is a very strategically important thing for this area, because we are literally surrounded by zombies. Just like that. So all the green lines that I just put down are basically untouchable, to include some in the front there. So that is why this place is particularly good. Now, I'm not going to deploy the generator tonight because I'm now at stage 3 fatigue, or 2. 2 is still more than enough for me. We're going to catch a sleep before we proceed any further, because when I place the generator, it is going to attract a hearty... Well, it'll attract a few, I'm sure. More than I would want to have to deal with while I'm trying to sleep, so... I'm also going to move the bed from its current location. Galaxy brain. So what I did is he just used dashes and then check the match perspective box. Match perspective is the magic right there. You know what? For the sake of it, let's take the IV stand too. So a lot of these places are insecure. However, we did happen across one storage unit that had doors we can just pop open and closed. Well, I mean, all these technically count. This is the easiest right here. I would prefer to get a little distance from the slapper there. That meant the slapper that we were just hearing, that would probably disturb our sleep, actually. Likely increase our chances for a nightmare. Pillow and place. So we are really hungry right now. That is a problem that we will solve momentarily. I had a feeling I should have brought that perishable food with me. I don't think we picked up anything edible here. That's okay. I'm going to do the lazy thing, and, well, we've got some beer. This is an import, but it's also delicious. And we're going to augment that with some, yummies here. I don't know if I could change your mind from that, because that is objectively, measurably correct. Either that, or they should just remove the sprite that shows a pillow on it. Alright, generator right here. It is fueled, as all of my generators are. We shall bring it up to the roof and identify a good spot for it. I've never measured this place, so we're about to do that. I'm going to hit F2 for this, because it's going to take a second. 1, 2, 3, 44. So we cannot quite power the entire base with a single generator. That's probably going to be perfectly fine. Just something to be aware of when the time comes to do the thing at the place with the stuff. I'm going to use our lovely website here. I always love to shout it out, b42map.com. We are going to scroll out from where we were there and then scroll in to where we are here. If you are familiar with this website, they have recently added a new feature to it. Go to Overlays, Tools, Generator Radius, and you can see an actual visual placement for how far your generator is going to reach. What I want to do is go to floor 1 here, and that will give us a nice, pretty look-see at this roof here. I think that right there. Well, actually, let's try. Because I feel like I'm going to do more work near the entrance. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3 away from that side, and then pretty much in the halfway point of that little gabled roof. So we try right here first. See how that reaches? Should do nothing but lights, as far as I understand it. Unless somebody has like a fridge in there. I don't think I saw any fridges. 9 lights. Okay, so only exterior lights are being powered right now. Exterior lights are kind of useless in terms of how much square footage they actually illuminate. Funny thing is, this light should be way outside of our range, but it's still being powered. So I think that's going to be a free light right there. Yeah. Yep, it's true. He will, someday his people will be free. All lights for this side. Here we are. The switch right here. What seditious bastard put a switch all the way over there for the floor lights for this area? Really? They didn't put a switch on this side. That's malicious. That is fucking malicious. And I'm mad about it. That means the generator can't reach that switch. I was almost 100% hang on. Ah, we're saved. We are saved. That's this. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Fine. Fine. That's stupid. I hate it. I hate it. So we can reach all the way down here, but we can't reach. What a stupid ass switch. You put your switches next to your doors. Even the dumbest dummy of interior design would know that. Anyway, I don't think we'll be getting too much uninvited attention overnight here. And even if we do, the zombies, let's just say a zombie wanders up because they hear the generator. They have a direct path to it. All they got to do is wander in this way and then just go up the stairs. So if the generator really is pulling anybody in, they can just go straight to the generator. There's, as far as I know, there's no incentive for them to come to us where we're at right now. No, it's not possible. Switches exist until you pick them up or sledgehammer them, and once you delete them, the lights of the building itself are gone forever. I think the devs of this game are working on a electrical overhaul. At least I hope they are, because the electrical system is really fucking stupid right now. Everything about it is stupid, but we deal with it, because the rest of the game is alright. Alright, well, the question becomes now, how much effort do I want to put into this place? We definitely want to get it secure. We're not quite there yet, so that's step one. Once it is secure, though, trying to think up ahead towards that. Food is already really fucking annoying. We're going to go back to our main base now and get some food. I'm going to go ahead and shut off the generator here until we get back with... We're okay. We're okay. We could have not been okay. We could have been very not okay. We got extremely lucky just there. We just dodged a bullet. We literally just dodged a fucking bullet. We could have been laid out on our ass for weeks for that, because of that. We're okay. We're okay. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Sometimes your dice rolls take very unusual forms. Sounds about right, yeah. Let's see here. Are we taking... No, we're not taking this van back. There's no point. Let's just take this ambulance back. Because there's nothing in the trunk right... Well, there's the stuff that spawned in there initially. We can leave that here. We have enough medical supplies back at Jericho for 1 billion years. Oh, she's flexing too. Every time your character in B42, if they take fall damage, they start flexing. And they never stop until you close and reopen the game. So she is, anytime we put something in her offhand, she's going to be flexing. This is her way of reminding me that I fell from a high position, and I shouldn't do that. It only happens when you equip something in your offhand, so that's a bug that hasn't been really caught. Alright, we're going to need a little bit more than 2 liters of gas, I think. I'm going to go ahead and put another liter in there. Where did my other bottle go? Alright then, fine, we'll use a beer bottle. The dev's vision of the game. Okay, so there's parts of the game, parts of their vision I don't know. Like, for example, that we just talked about the electrical. We just talked about the electrical. What the hell? Oh, I already added it. Oh, this beer bottle is tiny. Useless. Okay, 300 milliliters. Never mind. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. They're gonna finish the game someday. The question of what is finished and what isn't. That is a big question that is not answered yet. And that's why I can't answer that question, because I don't know what's supposedly finished and what isn't. I do know that the devs are like completely done with certain aspects of the game. Like, there are certain aspects of the game that they're never going to mess with again. But what those parts are, I don't know. Now, what we're going to do right now is we're going to take this generator and we're going to leave it at the gas station that we drove past to get here. That's going to require me to take some stuff out of my backpack. Put into the trunk here. And the generator is going to go into my backpack. That'll make it easy to drop as soon as we get there. It's not too far away, but we need to be fast about it. As you can see, this is still Louisville. This is still very much Louisville. Just because we have a secure spot there does not mean we are not surrounded on all sides by lots and lots of hate. Pure, unmitigated hatred. And that's the question, that's the billion-dollar question right there, KTO. What systems are actually going to receive fixes? Are we going to get a better electrical system? I have not heard a single word spoken about electrical systems from the devs for a very long time now. I have not heard a single word. I have heard them talk things about, like piping. So I do know that the plumbing system we have right now that's very bare bones and not finished, that's probably going to get fixed someday. What form that's going to take, I don't know. But, someday. I'm going to do a thing here. Kill the ones that are going to reach me, and then we're not even going to try. I'm not even going to try to do a quick thing by going around the corner with the van. I'm going to go around the corner on foot. Okay, maybe there's a little bit more still aggroed onto us than I thought. I do want this gas station cleared eventually, so this is not going to be a waste of time. So I would have preferred to do this later. I literally just wanted to drop the generator here and leave. But I can't, if I would go around there and drop the generator now, then I'll come back here and there'll be 50 zombies on my van. So I'm going to deal with them first. I don't care about the slow ones. Mission success. We're out of here. See, all those guys on the ground would have been surrounding our van if we hadn't killed them. So, mission accomplished. Take a different route home. We're here to explore. This is Nora the Explora. We explore here. I think that means first in Maine, boys. Yeah, welcome to Louisville. No collisions. Hello. Alright, maybe a few collisions. I'm literally getting frame drops. No, we've never even made it to first in Maine. This is a parallel road. That's okay. That's okay. That is okay. Yeah, it is. Not the fire truck you're looking for. Hello. Maybe not. Dead end. We're on the other side of LSU now. I know this area all too well. Every time she thinks she's done singing the song. She ain't done yet. Ah, there goes my unblemished record. Ah, this building, yes. Yes, many fond memories of this building. Oh, that's a new car. I've never seen that car before. The police car in the top right there. Hey guys, nobody tell Luchador, alright? Nobody tell Luchador. Nobody tell him. Don't tell him. We'll be kind, okay? We'll be kind. That's the 5th one, by the way. That is the 5th one of those that I've found. Ah, this place. Fond memories of this place. Fond memories of this place. Zulu base here. This is where we, last time we were here, the post office was looted and trashed. Nice to see it's not this time. So this is where I built a little bit of a roundabout in Zulu here. We basically locked ourselves into this parking area. Made it so that nobody could get in or out of the entire parking area. I don't think I would do that again. That was proven to not be necessary in the long run. It was fun though. We learned a few things about zombie pathing. And here's the rail yard to the south. I'm surprised the Zippy Mart is clean. I'm hungry, so... Tactical looting of the Zippy Mart. Go! This is LSU right here. That's the track right there. Fitness center to the right. Sub losers. Dorm rooms. Literal tons upon tons in the dorm rooms here. And we spawned in the interior. Wasn't intentional, but we did. Football field, subject to overgrowth, so full of trees. What's up? What's up? What's up? Now, when I hit this place initially, my journey towards LSU, we actually just cut a hole through the fence here. Made it so that we could just drive straight from straight from the horse track here, straight from the horse track into the football field, through the football field, and then up to LSU parking lot from there. Price of tuition. Yeah. You could say it's an arm and a leg times a couple million. And this is where this intersection right here. This shouldn't exist. Look at this intersection. A highway, 31 West, just comes to a complete stop with a stoplight, and then turns into a couple of like single lane roads. It's wrong. Everything about that is wrong. This is basically 31 West where it cuts into 1st Street on the other side of this nonsense. But it shouldn't. A highway should not break like that. That's just really ridiculous. It's a failure of urban planning. But that actually makes sense, unfortunately. I've lived in the 90s, and I remember before Route 28 before Route 28 was a cloverleaf where I live, outside of Dulles Airport in Northern Virginia. Before Route 28 was a cloverleaf, it actually kind of looked as fucking stupid as that did. It was a stoplight. Route 28 in Waxpool going into Ashburn, nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. Now Route 28 is one of the best examples of highway planning ever. It's on coming back into it from Route 66. There's 2 lanes, both like an on-ramp with 2 lanes in every direction. That is how you should do your big arteries. Most on-ramps are 1 lane, but we learned our lesson in this area. Slowly, very slowly. Speaking of slowly, low children, 20 points each. Looking for survivor houses now. The ever-ending search. Oh, I will always yap. I will always yap. I never played City Skylines. I have fired it up, and I saw the in-game Twitter app, and I was like, no, I lost interest really quick. I probably would have liked it a lot if I could get over that. Especially since the first game apparently was very moddable, versus the second one I heard was very not as moddable. I heard the second one was just a shit show in general. One of those games that just peaked with its first version and got a second version that didn't really need to exist. Hello. Frame drop there. Spawned in, everybody, huh? Hey, look at that. It is a dead end, but we're not surrounded by zombies. That's amazing. Doesn't feel like Louisville when that happens. This must be one of those strange pockets of lesser spawns. We witnessed one right around Jericho. We got really lucky with that. I think we killed the music. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many aggro us now. I was trying to see how long I could keep it going while still moving. That was a bit of a fun I was having there. But once you hit a certain fade point, it won't come back no matter how many of them are actually aggroed onto you. I've always been of the opinion that the higher intensity versions of these soundtracks, I've always been of the opinion that they fade a little too fast. Just a little too fast. Because, I mean, if you're in a high intensity situation that gets you a lot of zombies on you at once, it's very rare that that situation goes away that quickly. I always feel like the music ends much quicker than the actual situation does. Second is meme, yeah, I believe you. So actually this intersection right here, we're going to get out and kill everybody up to this intersection because this is, this leads straight to Jericho here. So we acquiesce no followers past this point. Now, do I want to keep 31 West clean? No, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. I tried it once. I tried it on Annie. And it didn't work for her. It won't work for me. We're not doing any 31 West 1st and Main clearing here. I mean, I might still fight my way into 1st and Main, but I'm not going to use it as a primary artery for supply lines. Never again. Well, never again while respawns are enabled. One south? No, we're good. Out of the road. There was one south. Maybe I saw him and then he moved. Out of my road. A pretty, pretty road with all these beautiful white and pink trees. That is truly pretty. I like it. See all this neighborhood right here? This road right here? There never were any spawns here to begin with. We got really lucky with our spawn heat map. Our entrance to our main base here, Jericho. It just never had any big spawns in it to begin with. So it's always been relatively quiet in this particular spot. But I'll be very happy to ditch those mechanics someday. As soon as we are forced to start over, that will actually be an okay day by me. Nothing against Nora. We've had a great time with her, and I look forward to finishing a few things here in Louisville with her, but we are ultimately... the next character is going to be... I don't remember... I still haven't decided on a name for her. It's going to be something the Drifter. Diana the Drifter. Tina the Drifter. Something. I don't know yet. But she is going to be a Drifter. We will not be having any main bases of, like, super important variety. We'll have bases, of course, but I'm going to be doing what we did here on Nora, except that's going to be everything I do. I'm not going to have any main bases like I do in Riverside now. I won't need to. That's the greatest part. I won't need to. Drifter lifestyles without respawn is a lot more viable now. Debbie the Drifter. I don't know what it is about my obsession with certain syllable combinations. And there is an obsession there, and I don't fully understand how to articulate it. But certain syllables have to work together with me for me to enjoy a character's name. Barb the Builder was obvious because Bob the Builder. That's just great alliteration right there. I enjoy that. If I do say so myself. I'm gonna need to go get some water IRL. I am actually low on water right now. So as soon as I finish cooking these... We've got our food for the day here. Well, no, not really. I'll rename these after we get them out of here. Destiny the Drifter. See, KTO, you were one syllable off. If I was going to do a stripper character, it would be Sandy the Stripper. Nimble +3. Honestly, I would do it. I would do it. If it gave us Nimble +3. Yep. Fitness and short blade. A little bit of fitness, a little bit of short... Yeah, and why not? Why not a little bit of short blade? Gotta be able to defend yourself. Security only lasts until you get out into the parking lot. Alright, I will be right back. I gotta go get some more water. One moment, folks. Yep, that I did. That I did, KTO, or Antimatter. We found two. The second one we found shortly after the first one, which made me laugh heartily. The second one, of all places, we found it at the airport, in a magazine stand at the airport. Of all places to find a fucking explosive magazine. That was truly a welcome to the 1990s moment right there. So all these roasts came out to be exactly 60, which is fantastic. I couldn't have planned that better myself. So we don't actually have a fridge at our destination, and that is perfectly fine because there's actually, you can't see them because they've fallen beneath the floor, but there's actually still some fridges on the floor here, placed on the floor as items. I forget exactly where, hang on. Right here. So if I highlight them, you can see them. There's white industrial fridges under the floor. So all I gotta do is drive, like right here, and then we can load those fridges into the trunk directly. Speaking of things, did I just drop all those? I fucking dropped them all on the floor. I'm such an idiot. I was supposed to put them in the trunk. I brought that back with me because Cheapskate John magazines are my bed sheets. Only Cheapskate John magazines here. The one thing that I want more of now is just a few torches. Honestly, torches is probably all we need. A few rods couldn't hurt. Torches and rods, almost every other type of metal can be found out in the field. It's only a question of what quantity. Oh, how are they invisible? So they're items, but sometimes when you drop furniture on the ground as an item, sometimes it falls beneath the floor. And, I mean, those were far from the only fridges that we found in this place. There's, like, this POI right here, this particular grocery store, has more fridges in it than any other POI in the game that I've ever seen. There's, like, 16 fridges. It's fucking insane. Whoever designed this particular POI was very different from whoever designed the rest of the game. It's like they gave this particular joint to a new mapper to cut their teeth or something. I'm going to go ahead and top these generators up before we leave. Because, once again, I don't know exactly how long it'll be before I come back. There may be something that forces me to come back here in the short term. But in the long term, I think we're going to be spending a little bit more time on the north side of town here. True, very true. Probably a metric lot. I've never counted them. That's a scientific measurement, a metric lot. It's true. There are many mods that would make quality of life a lot better here. So we don't really need to move generators with us because there's already 2 spare Reds at the north area. And before we head back up north, we're going to go ahead and refill at the gas station that we have down here that is already secure. We'll also toss a couple of cans, full cans into the trunk. You know what would be really funny is if gas pumps didn't take didn't work unless you had a credit card, and then you would have to when the credit card network goes down. Well, actually, I can't remember. I can't remember if in the 90s. I don't remember if that was too early for credit cards to work in pumps. It's been a long time. And I remember, obviously, I was a kid in the 90s. I saw my parents filling up the gas tank many times. But I don't remember exactly when the practice of just being able to shove your credit card into a gas pump started. Obviously, it had to start at some point. We came in there to get some water. Toss all those gas cans into the trunk. So we never even repaired the trunk on this ambulance. We don't really need to. It's already in pretty good shape. This is 145. I mean, the peak is 169. So we're only missing like 20 encumbrance. And there's not like that much I need to bring back with me. We've already got all the essentials up there. I mean, it's a storage unit. Those are full of useful stuff. $19.94 it started. So all these credit cards we have are actually not useful for paying for gas with. They probably before credit card networks were all on the internet and everything, what you had to do was take an imprint of the credit card. It was one of those machines where it would go like trink, trink, and it would take an imprint of the card, and you'd have to sign the receipt. I think the receipt signing was part of the process, and then you would have to the person who's actually trying to bill you money would like file away the credit card with or the imprint of the card alongside the receipt. Very inconvenient thing until the internet came along. Highly subject to fraud. The movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a great example of that. The main character, Raoul Duke, he's just a serial fraudster, in addition to all the wacky shit that he does. This is not the best route to be taking right now. I'm going to deal with it. There is no best route to be taking when it comes to circumnavigating all the zombies in Louisville. That is effectively what we're doing right now, is we're sneaking through Louisville. In this case, we're kind of going the long way around, hugging the Ohio River once we get out here. Nah, that's the correct thing to do. Our current bed back in Riverside is lined with money. That is the correct way to set up a bed. To be honest, we probably have more bundles of money out here in the field than we do back at Riverside right now. We found a whole bunch of them at one point. I don't even remember exactly where. It was actually, I think it was legit business. It just happened to do a lot of business in cash. It was not a bank. Apparently in this universe, banks that was a skill issue right there. So much for the pristine ambulance. Fuck. I honestly have no idea how ATMs would work in the 90s. I guess you would have to place them at banks. They'd have to connect directly to the local network at the bank. Fatigue just hit, so we're not doing any more big fighting today. Mostly just peeping out the neighborhood here. Although I also got to keep in mind I can't take the south approach to my new base. The south approach is the direction where all the threats still are. So we do kind of have to just keep going where I was going here. I see. Dial-up connections. I guess dial-up was probably used commercially before it was residentially. It was the mid-90s when I started getting dial-up at my house. We didn't stay on dial-up very long at my house. We actually, I guess we were a little slow on adopting it. We ended up going to cable pretty quickly. I mean, I live right down the road from the headquarters of Verizon Wireless, or Verizon, not wireless, the, whatchamacallit, the ISP. Their headquarters, their corporate headquarters is literally right down the road from me, so I have always lived in an area where we've been on the bleeding edge of internet availability. You know, I'm such an idiot. I drove right up to one of those fridges, and then I never picked it up. Alright, stand by just a second. Somebody is revving an engine out in my parking lot like there's no tomorrow. They must be having car problems of some kind. Sucks to be them. It's definitely not an engine worth revving to try to show off. It sounds like a really shitty engine. 02, 03, I see. That sounds about right, actually. I think it was after 9/11, I remember that we actually had cable. So that means it was post-2000. Wait a minute, no, I can't remember now. I genuinely can't remember. I know for sure we had cable after 9/11. But before, I actually couldn't tell you exactly. So I made a bit of this silly then. I'm going to need to steal a fridge from someone. I did leave the generator running. Okay. I swear I shut it off. Nope. Okay. Cool. I'm just going to leave my backpack here. I'm going to leave my weaponry. I mean, especially my guns. I ain't going to be shooting them in this area, not right now. And my sword. Just taking the machete. That's all we need to defend ourselves, really. This ensures that I can actually pick up a fridge, which weighs 40 encumbrance. Hey, look at that. There's a fridge right here. Don't know if I actually want to put the kitchen in here, but this is where the fridge is going for now. Sweet. We already got some counters, too. Looks like we'll do white here. Fine for now. We'll need the welder's mask up there because we're going to need to repair the damn thing. No, I did not yet. Soon, TM. We actually have a lot to kill if we want to declare that building secure. We could probably sneak into it from behind. Damn it, I was supposed to bring a can of gas up here. Oh well. Electrical parts will suffice. What? Oh, I don't have a hammer. Oops. I thought it was because of the shelves. No, I ain't got no hammer. Ain't got no hammer, Lieutenant Dan. And my kit's gonna be on the floor over here. Or in the ambulance, most likely. Except the hammer's not in there. That's a failure. Now what did I do with it? Tell me I started... Ooh, I might have forgot it. I might have forgot it. I knew I shouldn't have unfavorited it. Nah, there it is. Okay, we're good. Crisis averted. I'm sure we would have found a hammer somewhere in the area, but the fact that I could have potentially forgot it, thanks to the fact that I unfavorited it, this thing needs to never leave my person. Hammers are just too useful in this game for so many different things. If nothing else, a fallback weapon. I have ideas for this place. They are not fully formed. There are certain light switches that I cannot get rid of course. We have only one gate bag. That's okay, as long as we know what to do with it. And it's about bedtime, so we'll do 2 sledgings and then hit the sack. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with this place, but I have ideas. And we'll see where that goes. For now, this area in here is the bastion. The citadel, if you will. Looks like we are getting a fair amount of rain. I did have the foresight to bring some extra garbage bags back with me. So if we are inclined to put together some rain barrels, which I am, let's identify the spot. I'm going to do corner of the roof, and we're going in by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going in by 5 from the corner of the roof, and then over by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 and then 5. I can remember that. Hello. Just come over here and die in the, Oi! You saw me. Thank you. I want to say that there are going to be some planks in this USL building here, but I don't know. We're going to find out. I mean, seeing as the place is under construction. Maybe not. It's also looted and trashed, so. We have buckets. That's not quite as good as, not quite as good as rain barrels, but I'll take them. Oh, found a whole bunch of Zeds. Like I said, we are still very surrounded here. I don't remember what building this is. Oh, kitten knives. Now, I can't say that it's going to be, like, fully clear or anything, but I can say that large swathes of it should be clear because the, all the noise we made would have at least pulled, like, this corner of the building, but maybe not. I was hoping to just see what's all, like, in here, if those crates have anything interesting, but, I'm not getting into any big fights, not right now. My hearing is not so good with the rain everywhere outside. I'm just gonna go get some actual logs. It's fine. We do have access to the river here. And, everything that's next to it. Just gotta go back over this, corpse city here. This is an average street in Louisville, by the way. This road just lined with corpses, yeah. Yeah, that's welcome to Louisville right here. But yeah, up here we got trees. All that food that I brought, and I put it straight into the fridge and didn't even bring any with me. I guess we'll work ourselves an appetite. Those chips are supposed to replace the ones I ate from the emergency supply here. So those are not up for immediate use if I can avoid it. So we made it to 83 kilo before we went back into weight loss. That wasn't perfect. I usually like to get up to 85 first, but it's fine. By the way, this is a hurricane, not a regular storm. This is a hurricane. The fact that we have fog at night, that is your telltale sign that it's a hurricane. will get us acceptable minimums. We don't need to be too lavish. I'm not going to be spending anywhere near as much time here as I will at Jericho. While it is a castle, it is going to be a temporary castle, not a like super important permanent castle. If for no other reason than the fact that I do not expect our save to survive another update. No turning early this time. Alright, so here's the corner. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over. And this should be directly above where I was going to put the sink, theoretically. And there we go. Those buckets will fill up in no time. Oh dear. They're probably going to figure out how to get to me if I don't kill them, so I'm going to go kill them. That took a little longer than I would have liked. We're now tired again. Honestly, if I had known that we were going to have a hurricane, I would have brought my barbell and my dumbbell. We could do some workouts here. Because I'm not gonna want to go out and fight. I don't want to go shooting and fighting in this weather. It's hard to echolocate when there's rain falling everywhere and your aiming is going to get severely reduced in its effectiveness. I have not checked the entire storage unit, so we may come across a workout bench. Maybe I was wrong about that. When I said that it was a hurricane instead of a storm. Hurricanes don't blow over that quickly. I'm okay with it. It does not have to be a hurricane. Hurricane would have meant that 3 or 4 days like that. Free 60 liters of water right there. Oh, look at that. It's starting to rain again. Okay, maybe it's not done. Fine by me. More free water. Let's have one downstairs for our car wash. I have a feeling we're going to need it. Yeah, you're 100% correct. At this point, it's a meme. I just never check the weather. That is, that's a way of life right there. So if I want to get a sink, I'm going to have to steal one from one of the neighbors. Let's go ahead and clear the building that I was in last night. That's a good start for today. Because that's actually pretty close to us. And we've killed enough zombies outside of it in that general area that I would prefer to be done with that. So I'm going to open a new carton of 38 Special here. Remember, we basically blew all of our loose ammo in taking this place. So any ammo that we're unboxing now is in addition to nothing. We have nothing with us. Like, even our shotgun has only got 5 in the tube because we never opened any more. I'm carrying it around anyway like a bit of a doofus. Alright, we are equipped. With the engine running. Always, all the time. We'll get around to fixing this van once we get a few, like there's a steel sheet on the floor right there. It won't be a problem, we can fix it up. We have the technology. Of course, we don't have the technology to repair the windshield. We can only replace it. Alright, I remember where most of the Zeds in here are, but I never checked this back room here. All knives. This is Kitten Knives, by the way, if anybody's not familiar. And Kitten Knives doesn't even give you hunting knives. They make kitchen cutlery only. It's rather embarrassing. You'd think if you're going to be making blades for a living, maybe you'd make more than just one kind of blade. That said, this is the only place that I know of in the game where sushi knives spawn. They have not been added reliably to any spawn tables that I'm aware of. Like, I think we've literally looted a sushi restaurant and not found any sushi knives. Considering the army surplus is intact, I can be a little happy. Yeah, probably. I can. Now, of course, even if I did have my workout equipment with me, right now, painkillers and sleeping pills are actually just as important to me as the barbell and the dumbbell are for working out. Oh, hello. This is a dead end. Okay, cool. so literally nothing but knives back here. Alright, so all the Zeds are, as far as I can recall, in this room here, on the factory floor. Here's all the grindstones that I mentioned earlier. I shall steal one of them for my my current base. Make it nice and easy to resharpen blades when we come back. I like to clear south as best I can. If I start discharging, we will get people coming in from outside here. This door right here will not stop them for long. So we're gonna take this nice and quiet for now. I have no problems discharging once I have a stronger understanding of where everybody's gonna be coming at me from. See, what I'm annoyed about is that we see absolutely nothing other than handles, knives, blades, and that's it. Literally nothing else. I guess they don't forge the knives here. I guess that makes sense, but if that's the case... no, they probably have them forged elsewhere. So all the materials that they would forge them from, such as bars, would not be here. I also have no idea if there are chances for rarer cutlery to spawn in these. I don't think there are. There are some cutlery in this game that's quite rare that I've literally never seen in 3,000 hours. If memory serves, we're actually not far from a place where one of those could spawn. This corner is a bit of a cluster sometimes. At least it was when I was first taking the joint last time on Annie. I think we're looking okay this time. Comics, always. I may come back for some of this other reading material later on, depending on how likely it ends up being that we're going to get stressed in this area. There's a few fences, but we've got a lot of opportunities to shoot them through the fence with a shotgun here. So I'm not too awful worried about stress at the moment. Stress is always the biggest threat when we don't have the capability to just plink them through the fence. But most of the fences here are chain link and therefore can be shot through. I'm mostly doing this because every time I see a container with stuff on it of this variety, I'm gonna do a double take unless I empty them. So this is a little too close to my base. I'm gonna be driving past this all the time, and if I see filled containers close to my base, then that's just an engine for double takes. Problem has been solved preemptively. Kitten knives. It's a big old red X when you get around to it. Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna take all of them. I just have one. I literally just needed one. I love doing that. Jaw stab through the friggin' fence. 10 out of 10, game of the year. Hello. Good thing that was on the floor. Eola Pinson. That's an interesting name. I would hope that security might have something other than just a couple of zip ties, but I guess this is a discount security here. We don't have a lot of room to be carrying anything. If I did, I'd probably steal the decorations on the wall here. We'll come back with a vehicle for that later. All things considered, I've done a pretty good job keeping the corpse stench out of my own parking lot. Despite all this corpses around here, we actually don't have any corpse stench at this distance. 10 out of 10. Would corpse manage again? This time I am not going to forget the gas cans. Now, this exterior staircase here is not our permanent solution for getting to the roof. What this is this gets us up to the roof until I can decide where I want my indoor staircase to be. That's generally a part of my base planning, if anybody's not familiar. I get to the roof and from the outside first. Then I find out where I actually want my inside staircase to be, and then I use the sledgehammer to delete some roof tiles. You only need to delete 3, but you just need to delete them in the correct place. And it doesn't mess up anything about the interior. Something else. We do actually have some fresh water in here. Almost forgot about this. That'll tide us over until we get a proper sink put in. We can connect this to the other room. Yeah, absolutely. Just sort of an everything bin until I get things better sorted here. Comics we can go ahead and separate, because that needs to go back to Jericho, and then someday back to Riverside to our mega comic collection. So at no point is our comic books going to be left behind. and all that food that I brought with me, that I should be eating over time here. Finally actually take some with me. I should be doing sledgings over time here. I do want to eventually be able to drive through here, and I'm starting to feel like I understand the flow. It's going to be a little tough, but I think we can make it work. Yeah. But I'm not going to start on that side yet. We're going to keep it on this side for now. Because once I start destroying the other side, there's no going back from that. Indoor, internal destruction like that, that doesn't hurt us. That doesn't cause any problems. The trailer has been fully emptied. We can pull it out of there. Not a lot of maneuver room here. Definitely wasn't the best parking spot for the trailer. That's what we got the parking lot for now. I think this charger would be usable from here-ish. Yeah, that works. Alright, backpacks are emptied of anything I would not need outside of combat here. We are now kitted out just for combat. Let us get started. Got some neighborhood cleanup to do here. What's up, nerds? Coming to stuff you in a locker here. Let's all group up, shall we? This is going to be tough to stay ahead of the threat here. Yeah, this is going to be very tough. Thank goodness they'll keep grouping up. Don't ask me why I just double discharged. Even a point blank kill. Welcome to fences. It's basically unusable. Interesting how many of them seem to be finding ways around. Wonder if they did that more often. I can probably give up on my corpse discipline here because we've got, this is not a drive-through area. We'd have to make it one. That would take some work. I forgot the math, because of course I did. Let's put the shima over our face here. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're surrounded by fence slappers here. We need to fall back a little bit. I think this is a workshop root table to the south of me here. Not 100% sure though. This parked car right here could be used to interesting effect. They have to go around it. That would tighten them up for coming around this corner for a shotgun blast. But what's waiting for us around this corner is the question. We're getting them from the north still. Okay. So, just a big old roundabout here. Saw one of those raccoons go up some stairs. That's kind of funny. Animals don't like being on the second floor of buildings. And yet one of them just willingly ran up there. Can we use kitten knives? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, we can use kitten knives. But we're going to need to stay this far back so that there's no chance of them coming through that window and fucking us here. So it's not as effective. Not as other buildings. I'm gonna grab the mask while we're on this side. Interesting. So we do still have them coming from the south here. I don't know exactly where they're all coming from on the south side there. I guess they're just... Okay, so they're going around kitten knives from that side. Okay. Alright then. Whatever works, I suppose. The zombies will find the shortest way to us somehow. Oh, fatigue just hit. Okay. Moratorium on gunfire for now. Burglar alarms have a greater sound radius than a shotgun blast. Could be. Burglar alarms are a very temporary problem, but they can be a problem if you're not ready for them. To be entirely honest, when I hear a burglar alarm early game, I literally just leave the area and I don't come back for a while, like a serious while. I do not. I don't try to defend it. Unless I actually want to. Like, sometimes I'll have a burglar alarm and I'll just actually use it to help me clear the area. Because it's a constant noise and it's a very long radius, so it'll actually help if there's zombies hiding behind stuff in an area. That'll bring them all out. Surprisingly large amount over here in this area now. I think it's, by default, they have battery for a little while, but it's not long. It definitely goes away after a month. We should not have any infiltration, accidental infiltration in the base area here, theoretically. We expended quite a bit of ammo, but we still have a little bit left to work with. Bring your corpse and ass over here. Die outside of my road, please. That's cute. This raccoon actually trusts me enough I can pet it. Hell, I could pick it up. I could actually pick it up. I'm not going to do that. It is not my raccoon. Trash panda, as it were. Let's see how many are left in this fenced area. Fair few. Oh yeah, look at all that we did not manage to get out of Jim's auto shop there. I suppose anything remaining we'll want to engage from the south at this point. I can wait for this guy. He just mosey on up to this fence and I'll give him the old jaw stab. I'm gonna pull them all around this corner if I can. Now I have to keep an eye on my 6 because the window and door back there, I have no idea if there's going to be a couple of them coming on out.
Hey!
Hello. Oh shit, okay. Should have known. Now this is a little bit of a not good idea. Didn't realize we still had him to the north. This is probably the best way to find out, though. My 6. Still coming out of the fucking kitten knives. We're stage 2 fatigue now. We should not be fighting anymore, but we're a little close to base, so. Ooh, what the hell is that? That is a baseball bat with a saw blade on it. I'm actually shooting still because I have to lead them this way now. There's too many of them to deal with all at once. And if I leave them, if I just abandon them here, then my base, they'll wander up there eventually. So I'm going to continue to fight in this direction. So if it seems like we just did a big old roundabout, possibly more than one, yes we did. Chad, yes. Not the most efficient usage of shotgun shells, but I need to keep making noise. What I'm going to do is, at some points here, I'm just going to sprint away. And that's going to be after I'm reasonably sure we've lured most of them out of the direction of our base here. Or if we kill them all. I mean, I have no idea how many there are. I'm assuming that there's more than I want to handle right now. That's always a safe assumption to make in Louisville. Stage 2 fatigue stuff. I don't understand why we get pockets of... We get nothing in this parking lot, and then suddenly we get little groups like that. I'm not sure what's going on there. Alright, we're out of here. That's it. We have no more reloads for the 38 special anyway. This might not seem like a very far jaunt, but in terms of zombie attention span, we lost them for the most part. This corner is going to be a bit of a question mark, so I'm sneaking. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I don't like it. I don't like this situation at all. Not with how many there were there, but that was one of the reasons I stayed fighting for so long, right? Normally I don't ever condone fighting while you're fatigued, especially not stage 2. But, I think we managed to get away with it there. See, the same rule applies before as what I described with this base. If they hear the generator, they've got a path to walk upstairs. That does not take them through where I'm sleeping. So as long as I don't make any noise in here, they have no incentive to go straight for me. We shan't sleep with the mask on again. I've done that one too many times already. A little early for sleep. I usually like to sleep at 22:30. Still raining. I think this is either a hurricane or maybe a tropical storm. Either way. I'm going to park our girl for a moment here. I have to step away. Should just be about a minute and a half or so. Won't be too long. She's going to think about what to do next, as am I. Alright, spirit back, folks. Just a moment. Alright, I have returned. Hopefully the chair kept everybody some good company. Alrighty. So we still have a little bit of time to cook off overnight here. Alright, no discharge for now. We are just going to melee anybody we find in this area down here. Assuming we do find anybody, which I don't see anybody. That doesn't mean they're not there, but I do see a couple a little further down this way. Alright, mask on. I'm not going to say no to that. This individual was a survivor zombie. Most of these loot items are not of particular interest, but they were not the only one. There was another one up here. The average density of survivor zombies, of zombies in general in this area, the average density is so high that I don't usually recognize survivor zombies. It honestly feels like I'm dabbing on zombies every time I kill them while I'm doing that with my opposite arm. Can't do a full dab while I'm sitting here because it would hurt my microphone. As expected, they're all over the place here. The closest I'll ever get to being a proper stealth guy is, you just come up on these ones with the bad hearing. Kind of fitting that a zombie with a welder mask is dead in front of the welded gate here. Sure, I'll take a spare welder mask. Why not? Odell Thrasher. Now that is an interesting name. Alright, this place has been looted and trashed, so even if it was a warehouse loot table, it is no longer as useful as it could have been. Big shock there. I'm predicting welding supplies, actually. Let's see if I'm right about that. There's some rods here. Steel bars. And lots of them. Every one of these steel bars is a potential new sword or machete. Private Nun. No, it was Nun. Yep. Nun. It's not a foreign name, it's just not a name at all. Just have a garbage bag full of steel bars at this place. Hello. I said... There we go. I may be getting sluggish. It has happened to me before at this time of day. I did get a late start today, but I still woke up at the same time I always do for Fridays, so... Just because I started late probably is not going to mean that I can continue streaming late. Because if I get tired, then I'm putting our girl at risk here. So I will keep a close eye on that. If I start making mistakes, then we'll call it. Never play Zomboid if you are overly tired in real life. It is just as dangerous as doing so in-game when you're tired. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to run all the way back carrying this heavy bag of steel bars. I'm just going to leave it on the highway. I will pick it up when the opportunity presents itself. No, I'm not going to do our girl dirty like that. Nora gets the good ending. We will not lose her just for the sake of starting over. Ah, interesting. My theory is feeling correct. Because she was moseying in the general direction of the stairs there. But of course I would prefer that they never make it back here to begin with. Look at that! Look at that! We literally have somebody on the roof. Fascinating. So yeah, it works exactly as intended. We have two somebodies on the roof. Let's turn that into 0 somebodies on the roof. Not very often that I use generators to bait them elsewhere in my base as opposed to just keeping the generators outside of the base. But, hey, that works. I could be hallucinating, but I actually thought I just heard somebody making noise. I think we're good. That was a nightmare. Isn't that a cool thing? We got a whole bunch of books here. Yeah, well, okay, so with Nora, I was going to do a Louisville airport exit, but I might just give her the same ending as Annie Mae. With Annie Mae, we said goodbye at the... Hold on. I know I heard something to my right. We're going to do a full sweep. Burning down the Ohio Mall. Ah, fog today. So I would like to... You know what? I think we've probably killed enough zombies that were in the way to break our way into the army surplus. We're gonna need food, and I want to put away the extraneous stuff I picked up. I would have done that already if I hadn't been distracted by what I thought was mouth breathing in here. Could just... I might be hallucinating. Would not surprise me at all. The fog today means today's a perfect day to go and loot the building as long as it's clear. I think it's going to be clear. We may need a sledgehammer once we get in there, so I'm going to go ahead and take this. Buffering. We buffering? My monitoring windows don't show any buffering. Looks like we're just on a 6 or so second delay. Anybody else getting buffering? Did they finally cancel KTO's internet? Are the doors welded with steel sheets too? Yeah, okay. They barricaded this entire place. Okay, then. Here's a fun thing about barricades. You can poke through them. Oh, never mind. I was wrong about that. Maybe it's only, bar barricades. I've never tried this before. It works. Haha. You just gotta be careful about it. If there's only one zombie, you can pull it off. That being said, I'm not gonna just jump in that window right next to the other dude. Oh, look at that. Don't have to. That's kind of funny. I didn't expect that to work. Oh, they already broke out. Look at this. They broke out over here. Okay. So, we already see... I'm seeing duffel bags on the floor. Duffel bags that are... This is full of, first aid. This is full of just guns and random shit. I'm hearing something that sounds like lots of multiple breathers. It's a question of how many is what it is. They're all back here somewhere. Hello. Check and see if any of them had the key to the joint. I should have checked that guy I led away and killed. Okay, I overestimated how much breathing I was hearing. Now remember, we were seeing somebody slap the door back here. So there's definitely at least one somebody left back there. To the right? To the right. What about the other right? We've had one, yes. What about second right? Oh, this is why we kept hearing somebody slapping back here. They had to break through this door first, and then that door. And they only made it through this one, and then they made it out this window. I'm actually proud of them for that. That is a triple sledgehammer job right there. I'm gonna completely not do that. We're just gonna sledge one of these grates here, and then we'll pick up the crate or the counter that's on the other side. Now this is cool. Look at the little display items on top of the display. Neat. crate on the floor here, and it is got an ammo box that actually has ammo in it. Novel concept for these places. That being said, it's actually not that unusual for ammo boxes to not have ammo in them in certain places. I was at the hardware store yesterday on my way home from work, and there was a whole bunch of ammo cans for sale at the hardware store. No ammo, no guns whatsoever, nothing even close to a gun, but lots of ammo cans. Like they had an entire shelf of them. That was such a wacky thing to see. Like, who goes to a Harbor Freight Tools? Who goes there and assumes that they're going to come home with some ammo cans? Like, it looked just like these things right here. Look just like these things. Interesting proposition, I suppose. There is a gunsmith not too far from the hardware store that I was at, but it's not like they're right next door to each other. More 30-30. That's the new caliber that was added just with the latest patch. JS-14 rifle. That is... That's not the M14. Is it? They didn't change the M14's name, did they? No. No, they're... This is 556. This is basically this is the same caliber as an M16. Why would I shoot M16 ammo from anything other than an M16? So we did find another one of the new guns, but it is 100% useless. I would never use it. M16 ammo will be fired from an M16, or it won't be fired at all. It's my mind. It's my mindset on it. Now we got a key to the surplus store. I don't expect to be doing much with it, though. Just start a pile of ammo here. L92 carbine. I have been reliably informed that this is the one that jams a lot. And it uses 357, which we've actually blown. The vast majority of the 357 we've ever had has all been blown already. That's one of the reasons I'm not using patrol revolvers. I would be using them right now if I could be. Starting another garbage bag specifically for guns here. Interesting. I'm just gonna take these books right across the street and dump them, because all the books we just saw, they're all gonna stay here. So we got a key to the joint, but that doesn't do anything for these stupid metal bars. Literally nothing will. Oh, welder. Apparently we can get rid of these with welding. Did not know that. The more you know. As usual, nothing but ammo back here and some vests. Already looted that. Already looted that. Okay. Definitely nothing overly impressive with the survivor zombies in here. It is nice to see actual ammo in the ammo boxes now. Sometimes. I don't actually think there's supposed to be ammo in these boxes. That's out in the middle of the sales floor. I'm pretty sure those are supposed to be empty, but provide me with a good time. I'm going to use the sledgehammer to make a back door to the back here. That will get us back to our field base much quicker if we go through here. Well, then we have to get this dispenser out of the way. Damn it. The dispenser's actually full of water. I don't want to waste water. Not in, when it's been an annoyance lately. We'll just cut another hole here. Survivor Zeds outside came from that. That would make sense. That would indeed make sense, yes. I did not think of that. Good call. Actually think I'm done with the respirator for the immediate moment. We don't need to run back into the stink zone right now. Probably the sledgehammer too. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it off in the ambulance where it belongs. If we end up needing it again, I'll come back for it. We found the key for this car inside the building around the corner. That's funny. Guest over here. Wait. You're not allowed. That raccoon is actually inside of our base right now. I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. So we got some more, what am I saying? We've got bags in here. There's probably military backpacks on these shelves. Wow, that might be a stretch. Yeah, here we go. Kind of busy inside there, if you don't mind. How the fuck are we tired at 1400? Oh, we got our sleep interrupted by a nightmare. I forgot. Okay. Hey, look at that. Another survivor zombie. Yeah, KTO, you were 100% correct, because that would explain why this one is all the way over here. I know this is a survivor because, well, actually. Damn it, I tricked myself. I thought this was a survivor because the satchel looked like a, it looked like a handcrafted leather satchel. This is just a stock trader. She tricked me. Probably still was right about that. Damn it. I didn't even have anything in this backpack, but I dropped it because I was going through a window. Alright. Now we can resume looting. The goal is to get all of the ammo consolidated into the same spot, and then we can start packing it into cartons. That will make it much easier to transport. Come on. There we go. Should make a mess on the floor less often. Alright, let's pack some cartons. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it for today's stream tomorrow morning in-game. So we are basically getting things wrapped up now. We've made great progress today. Very great progress. Tomorrow, IRL, we will be hitting the pawn shop around the corner. That'll probably be early on. dump this stuff outside. We'll drive the trailer around, pick it up. Yeah, I would believe that. I put way too much thought into that. This is how I go shopping. I'm one of those guys who picks up everything at once and takes no exceptions. In my defense, I live on the 3rd floor of an apartment that does not have an elevator, and therefore I am extremely justified in my obsession over being able to take everything from my vehicle in one go upstairs, because if I don't, then that's multiple trips up several flights of stairs. Ain't nobody got time for that. We basically have a full trailer right here. So we've not looted the entire, we've not looted the entirety of the, surplus store, of course, but we have, filled up a trailer. Looks like this is a variety truck here. Here's the Niala that we found the keys for. Hold the phone. I've never tried this. Is it possible for me as a player to... It is. I wouldn't normally try to do that, and I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have, or if I had something in my hands, but, got away with it this time. Vast majority of the time when I do something like that, it's by accident. Now, not all the encumbrance we just picked up is ammo. About a third of it is guns. Which means, if we combine the ammo that we have here with the ammo that we have in our trailer back at base, then we probably have a third ammo step van instead of an ammo trailer anymore. Which, I'm here for it. I am here for it. That just means I have more ammo in total. Gonna want to get this thing fixed up before I mess with it anymore. This trunk will need a head, hood, and one or more of the doors. So that's just grab 4 steel sheets, see if we can get started with that. The torches are already in the trunk, I believe. I'm gonna split one of these steel sheets, and we'll do 2 small steel sheets to repair the doors. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take the hood straight to 100. Don't really care about doors as long as they're mostly intact. Yeah, that took it straight to 90, that's fine. Gonna go ahead and replace the headlights with, steal some of these outdoor lights here. Can't do anything about the tires right now. The ones we brought with us are still in the fire truck, which we left behind. And we'll have to recover that at some point. I do not feel enough energy in me to be, going out there and fighting through an unknown number of zombies to recover that right now. That will be a next time endeavor. Oh, I never did hit the trunk. Let's just do that now. And where are we going to get replacement glasswork for this? Glad you asked. I know of a Franklin Volline to the north that is got some windows in it. This bad boy right here. Oh, look at that. It's got good everything in it. Old tires. Performance brakes in the 90s. Wow. I may not be finished with this. Yeah, we may be coming back to this. I'll tow it back with me, actually. This is a great donor vehicle. We'll probably want some of these parts when we bring the fire truck back. Yeah, that's right. I can put vehicles in parking spots correctly if I have the time to do it, and/or I'm not feeling lazy about it. So the remaining space in this van, I suppose we'll just load it up with whatever we want to from the surplus store here. It's a good expenditure the rest of the day today. Let's start with furniture. One of these radios can go straight into the ambulance's radio slot. The other one can go in the trunk. Now, I am not at the point where I really care about clothing. There are a few... Oh, wow, look. Aiming 5 and reloading 5 in this place. Bro. That's cool. That's cool. I don't need either of them now. I mean, I've read the book already, but I mean, it's just I never seen both of those two level 5s spawn in the same container before. That is, I feel like I just got struck by lightning. I might as well have. Make sure it's not storming outside right now. Tiger stripe is actually pretty rare. There's another copy of Aiming 5. Alright. Threaten me with a good time. I'll use it as bed sheets. Just put all this reading material into the satchel here. Now this desert camo military jacket right here, we're actually taking that. We're going to put some straps, leather straps on it, and we're going to actually hold on to that. Oh, I didn't know Melius had low insulation. Oh, that's a shirt. Never mind. I looked at it and I was like, wait, that's a shirt. That's not a jacket. I've never seen a military jacket with that low insulation because there is none. Believe you me, if there was a military jacket with that little insulation, I'd be wearing it right now. There's Melius camo jacket. Oh, the insulation is surprisingly low for a military jacket, but it's not lower than desert camo. Desert camo is lower than this. Wait a minute. Are they the same? They might be the same. Hang on. Let's put them together here. Looking at that little orange bar right there, it's the same. Melius and desert are the same. Now, the text calls it foreign camo, but foreign camo is not as accurate as Melius. Melius is the pattern. We do not need green camo of any type right now. Green camo we have literal tons of back at Riverside. And the insulation levels on green camo are much higher. And of course, we always capture the flag. Oh, always be wary when you see these shelves. Look at this. We got a military backpack in them. These shelves do not draw. They don't change their appearance when there's stuff in them. So we actually have a bunch of stuff left to pick up in those. I'm gonna go ahead and put all this stuff away. Oh, right. Ammo box is still over here. We might be able to make another carton of 556 at this rate. Just seems like all these ammo crates have 556 in them. Easily. Probably another 2. Yeah, look at that. We can do another 2 crates. Jeez, we can make 3 cartons. Alright. Yeah, fine. Okay, that should be everything from this area. Excellent. That was another 3 cartons of 556. And then 3 more loose boxes. Alright, we are way overdue for a sleep. But we are very successful in our endeavors tonight. We cleaned out the entirety of the military surplus store. Now this premium tech radio stays here, because it is just a low condition one. Basically just a decoration at this point. Alright, so we're going to sleep again as soon as the game will let us. And then we'll call it for tonight. One last thing that I really should do if I can manage is try to get a sink installed. Just any sort of water fixture will do. Steal one from our neighbor here. Their bathrooms were... Oh, we never even went... Okay, then. Ah, we never even went back here. Okay. Yeah, lots of stuff back here still. Not much ammo back here, so we didn't miss out on ammo. But there is a lot of stuff back here still. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. Like I said, we are calling it here. Ah, perfect, perfect. Hopefully the sink doesn't break. Knowing my luck. This is a porcelain industrial sink. This is new to me. I have never seen a porcelain industrial sink before in this game. Broke it. Of course we did. So the first time I've ever seen one of those sinks and we immediately break it. Because there is no profession in this game that increases your chances to successfully pick up sinks. They just forever have a 25% chance to break. That's one of the reasons I used up the water before I tried to pick it up. Because I knew. Perhaps we're just going to go sinkless for a little while. The important thing is we've got the rain falling, so we are collecting water. We just can't use it easily just yet. Well, they're probably still adding new things all the time, but yes, it does. The most important thing is that they're adding new things to these new POIs. New is a relative term. Lots of stuff over here, but none of it immediately useful for that project, so next time perhaps. Next time won't be too long, folks. Alright. A good solid 10 hours. Not bad for a Friday stream. Viewership always drops off on a Friday night for my time zone. It is Friday night after all. People who can go out tend to do so. I am not one of those kind of people. This is my idea of going out on a Friday night. Alright, folks. Nora shall bid farewell for this journey. This part of the journey. Always screenshot your bases as you progress. Even little ones like your field outposts. Oops. Alrighty then, last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to quit out of the game. We are going to fire up our File Explorer here, go to the Zomboid folder, go to the Saves folder, Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. Control-C, we copy that entire folder. I'm curious to see how big it's gotten after we explored all that part of Louisville there. You can put your backups anywhere. I prefer to put mine a few folders up here. And one with the same name. This is part 61 of our journey through B42. Control-V, paste that entire folder. It is 1.40 gigabytes across 568,000 files. That's chunky. All right, folks. Have a good one. I shall catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.